According to the Bible, Adam and Eve lived 4,000 years before the time of Christ. The flood occurred around 2,700 years before Christ, meaning civilization started over during the time when Noah landed the ark in Anatolia. However, there are some things that seem to go against this theory, but I'll give the credit to where credit's due. If the ark's going to land anywhere, Anatolia is a great place for it to land, because this is an ancient place that goes back millions of years. The Black Sea region was inhabited by people for hundreds and thousands of years. This is the Anatolian Earth Mother, Kubaba, later known as Cybele. And if you look at her depiction, seated, heavy-set, grandmother figure, there's something really interesting about Kubaba. Number one, she seems to predate written language and even make her way all the way down into the Roman era as Cybele, the Great Mother, venerated. Her evolution over time is phenomenal. And the reason why it is because she is older than the Bible itself. She's older than the Bible even reports time itself to be. Now, what do I mean by that? For a long time, we didn't know how old the world was. For many centuries, scholars sort of went along with the Bible. The Bible says Adam and Eve and Noah, and Babylon was the first city around 3500 BCE. All right, let's go with that. But since the Enlightenment, scholarship has gotten a lot better. And now we know that the Earth is millions of years old, and humans have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. In 1999, in Morocco, a depiction just like Kubaba was found, known as Venus of Tantan. This idol is dated to 300,000 to 500,000 years old. You didn't hear that wrong. 300,000 to 500,000 years old, according to Robert Bednarik, an anthropologist, who says this is the earliest representation of the human form in existence on the planet. Discovered in 1999 during an archaeological survey by Lutz Fiedler, Northwest Africa, in Morocco. According to Bednarik, this was most likely a manuport, which is an object that appears to look like a shape and then is taken as one. The horizontal grooves were caused by some sort of carving stone tool. The dating has been a point of controversy, however. The findings of Bednarik have not been re-examined by other scholars. His statements had neither been confirmed nor rejected. Stanley Ambrose thinks that the object is as old as they say it is, due to its natural weathering patterns. This is called the Lion Man. The Lion Man was found in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. It's 40,000 years old, sculpted with mammoth tusk ivory, a species of mammoth that has been long extinct, dating this thing to clearly 40,000 years old. It has the head of a cave lion, another extinct animal, with a partly human body, and it stands upright. What you're staring at right now is an object that is so ancient that it's not even conceived of being this old before we figured out the age of the Earth. Found in 1939, this Lion Man makes a story that sounds like a myth. The wear on his body was caused by the handling of being passed around and rubbed as a part of a ritual or religious rite. It's impossible to know what the story was about him. However, some of the oldest images of the god Mithras depicts him standing upright with the head of a lion wrapped with a serpent, like Phanes, which is the primordial deity, the oldest myth that people know of in ancient Greece, as the story of a primordial god or goddess leaping out of chaos, wrapped around with a serpent, And here we have one of the oldest gods, Mithra, who shows up in the Rig Veda as Mitra, and he has the head of a lion wrapped around by a serpent. Now, it's probably a stretch to say that the Lion Man is connected to Mithras. However, it is very interesting that we look at Mithra. His story is told all the way in the beginning as soon as we find writing, and here we are, depicted in the same way. Venus of Willendorf is estimated to be 25,000 to 30,000 years old, found in August of 1908 by Johann Veron in a site near Willendorf in Lower Austria. It is carved from Ulitic limestone that is not even local to the area and tinted with red ochre. The reason why this figure is dated to what it is its association with Upper Paleolithic Gravettian industry, with similar sculptures exactly like this dating to the same time. It probably was left on the ground somewhere and buried around 25,000 years ago, with radiocarbon dating surrounding this exact time. It seems to be a type of fertility idol. It never had any feet and would not have stood on its own. It might have been pegged into soft ground and stood up on a pedestal. Notice the similarities between this Venus and the Kubaba figure from Anatolia, later becomes the model for Kybele. Venus at Barakat Ram is also dated to 280,000 years ago. It's a small pebble found on the Golan Heights near Israel. It was excavated by Nama Goren Inbar from the Institute of Archaeology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Inbar suggested that the object resembled a female body and that was artificially modified by hominids to emphasize its anthropomorphic features. The object was called a figurine and is currently known as Venus of Barakat Ram, and it's fascinating how similar these objects turn out to be. Venus of Hohlfels, dated to 40,000 years ago, found in Europe near Germany. This is the oldest undisputed example of a depiction of a human being. The other two that I mentioned have disputes. This has no disputes. 40,000 years old. Venus figurine looks almost similar to the other ones that I've shown, and it's sculpted from a woolly mammoth tusk, an animal that is no longer alive on the planet. Venus of Dolní Věstonice, 29,000 years ago, found in the Czech Republic at the base of Devon Mountain. It seems to be a symbol of fertility. Relatively smaller head and little detail. A feature which no longer remains part of the sculpture is the fact that it is thought to have been originally ornamented with 4 feathers. This is evidenced by the 4 small holes on the top of the head. Although the type of feather has not been determined, the holes are said to be produced with a tool that is relatively sharp. In addition to the Venus figurine, figures of a bear, a lion, and a mammoth, along with horse, fox, rhino, and owls, and more than 2,000 balls of burnt clay were found in the same general location. This is the Venus of Galgenberg, dated to 30,000 years old. Because of the figurine exhibits a dancing pose, it was nicknamed Fanny after Fanny Elssler, an Austrian ballerina of the 19th century. It is sculpted from shiny green serpentine rock, which is found in the immediate vicinity of where the figurine was unearthed. This beautiful image right here is known as the Venus of Lassel, carved from the limestone rock in Marquet, France. The figure holds a bison horn in the shape of a crescent moon, or possibly a cornucopia, which would be held with oil inside of it. It has 13 notches. She has large breasts and a great stomach, just like the other Venuses do, or later on, Kybele. This one's dated to 25,000 years old. This is direct evidence of sophisticated Stone Age tool use. This one was discovered in 1911. The figure and the horn are considered significant in figurative studies of Paleolithic art, and it seems to be just right in line with the other Venus images of around the world. The color and the number of notches on the horn may symbolize the number of moons in a year and the number of menstrual cycles in a year, connecting the goddess with the moon and menstrual cycles. Venus of Lespugu dated to 25,000 years ago in the foothills of the Pyrenees in France and Spain. This one is 6 inches tall, carved from tusk ivory, an extinct animal. The carving shows a skirt hanging below the hips, made of twisted fibers. This statue may display the earliest representation of someone spinning thread. This one is my favorite, Venus of Brassempouy, known as the Lady with the Hood, another fragment of ivory carved from tusk, dated to 25,000 years ago, found near Spain. She is wearing a hat, which is evidence of sophistication in dress from the Stone Age. This Venus is carved with mammoth ivory, and according to archaeologist Paul Bond, the head is unsexed, although it is usually called a Venus or a lady, but the head has a forehead, nose, and brows carved in relief with no mouth. On the head is a checkerboard-like pattern formed by 2 series of shallow incisions at right angles to each other. The hair is styled in cornrows. It is agreed by scholars that this Venus also belongs to the Paleolithic material culture of the Gravettian from 22,000 to 29,000 years ago. This one, known as the Venus figurine of Gagarino, also made with ivory, dating to 20,000 years ago from Russia. The depiction is very similar to the other ones seen all around the world. This is Venus Zoroastrisk. Both of these found in the same location, made from mammoth ivory, dated to 14,000 years ago from Russia. And lastly, the Venus of Monbrus is another Venus figurine dated to around 10,000 years ago, right around the time of Göbekli Tepe, when languages are being developed and a civilization is starting to form. When we're almost entering the Copper Age and leaving the Stone Age, we see some sophistication. It has a black jet pendant in the shape of a stylized human body, almost like modern art. Discovered in 1991 in Switzerland. From 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, Anatolia, also known as Asia Minor, transitioning from the late Paleolithic to the Mesolithic period. During this time, the region was characterized by a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, with small groups of people living in temporary settlements. The climate was gradually warming after the last ice age, leading to the expansion of forests and the increased availability of resources such as plants and animals. As the environment became more hospitable, human population in Anatolia began to grow. People started to develop new technologies and tools to adapt to their surroundings. The inhabitants of this region relied on hunting, fishing, gathering wild plants for sustenance. They also began to develop more advanced stone tools, such as microliths, which were small, sharp-edged tools used for various purposes, including hunting and food processing. During this period, there is evidence of increased social interaction and trade between different groups of people in Anatolia. This exchange of ideas and resources likely played a significant role in the development of new technologies and the eventual rise of agriculture in the region. It is clear that between the time of 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, significant change and development in Anatolia, setting the stage for the emergence of more complex societies. Göbekli Tepe, an archaeological site located in southeastern Turkey near the city of Sanliurfa, dates back to the pre-pottery Neolithic period around 10,000 BCE, making it one of the oldest known human-made religious structures on the planet. Göbekli Tepe consists of several circular and oval-shaped stone enclosures, with the largest measuring about 30 meters in diameter. The site is notable for its T-shaped limestone pillars, some are which up to 5.5 meters tall and weigh up to 20 tons. Many of these pillars are decorated with intricate carvings of animals, such as foxes, snakes, scorpions, birds, and other abstract symbols. The purpose of Göbekli Tepe remains a subject of debate among archaeologists and philologists. Some believe it was a religious center or sanctuary, where others think it may have just been a social gathering place. The site predates the invention of pottery, metal tools, and advanced agriculture, which has led some researchers to propose that it may have played a role in the transition from hunter-gatherer lifestyle to a more settled agricultural society. One of the most intriguing aspects of Göbekli Tepe is the apparent lack of permanent habitation. There is little evidence of houses or domestic structures, suggesting that the site was not a permanent settlement, but rather a place visited periodically for religious ceremonial purposes, similar to what we see at Stonehenge. The site was intentionally buried around 8000 BCE, possibly as a means of decommissioning the structure or as a form of ritual closure. The reasons for this remain unclear, but it has helped to preserve the site in relatively good condition. Göbekli Tepe has significantly impacted our understanding of early human societies and the development of religion, art, and architecture. Its discovery has challenged traditional theories about the origins of civilization and has raised new questions about the role of religion and ritual in the lives of prehistoric people. Jericho, one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world, with evidence of settlements that go back to 9000 BCE. Its first inhabitants were likely a mix of hunter-gatherers, just like Göbekli Tepe, was settled in an area due to its fertile soil and abundant water sources. These early inhabitants would have lived as simple mud brick houses and relied on agricultural hunting and gathering. Over time, this settlement grew and developed, eventually becoming the fortified city that we know today. However, a more advanced city or palace known as Knossos in Crete, which has evidence of people living there going back to 7000 BCE. This may be the first real city in the world. Now, Knossos would not have existed as the ancient Minoan palace that we know of today. However, it does have evidence of some sort of building structure located where the palace was built, which means that Knossos as a city can be traced back to 7000 BCE. The Minoan civilization, which was centered on the island of Crete, did not emerge until 2700 BCE. However, in 7000 BCE, the area was inhabited by Neolithic communities who practiced agriculture, and these are the people that Homer talks about that are called the Pelasgians. Copper Age, also known as the Chalcolithic period, was a transitional phase between the Neolithic Stone Age and the Bronze Age. It is generally dated between 4,500 and 3,300 BCE. During this time, human societies began to use copper tools and weapons in addition to stone. The Copper Age was marked by significant advancements in technology, agriculture, and social organization. As people learned how to smelt and work with copper, they were able to create more efficient tools and weapons, which in turn allowed for the more productive farming and hunting. This led to an increase in food population, supporting larger populations than the growth of settlements, which came with the growth of art and ideas, which led to religion. Trade networks expanded during the Copper Age as the communities sought to acquire copper and other valuable resources. The exchange of goods and ideas facilitated the spread of new technologies and cultural practices across different regions. Medicines were traded. Metallurgy also had a profound impact on social structures as a specialized craftsman emerged to produce copper tools and weapons. These skilled artisans often held a higher status within their communities, reflecting the growing importance of metalworking in Copper Age societies. Ritual practices continued to play a central role in the lives of Copper Age people. Megalithic structures such as Stonehenge in England and the Gantija temples in Malta were constructed during this period, demonstrating the sophisticated engineering skills and religious beliefs of these ancient societies. The emergence of complex burial practices, including the use of grave goods and elaborate tombs, also points to a growing concern with the afterlife and the veneration of ancestors. The Copper Age saw the rise of several important civilizations, including the Sumerians in Mesopotamia, as well as the Minoans of Crete, and the pre-dynastic Egyptians in the Nile Valley. These early societies developed complex political systems, monumental architecture, and sophisticated art and writing systems, laying the groundwork for later Bronze Age civilizations to follow. As trade networks expanded, the facilitation of goods and ideas crossed paths from different regions, and religion and ritual practices continue to play central roles in the lives of people, culturally and politically. The influence of the Proto-Indo-European pantheon on Vedic and Greco-Roman mythology, as well as the early Sumerians and pre-dynastic Egyptians, can be traced back to this transformative period in human history. Proto-Indo-European pantheon of gods is believed to have originated in the Pontic-Caspian Black Sea steppe region, a region that spans from modern-day Ukraine, Russia, and Kazakhstan all the way over to Europe. As the Proto-Indo-Europeans migrated and interacted with other cultures, their religious beliefs spread and evolved. The Vedic religion, which emerged in ancient India around 1500 BCE, shares many similarities with these Proto-Indo-Europeans. For example, the Vedic god Indra, the king of the gods, the god of thunder, is strikingly similar to the Proto-Indo-European god Perkwanos. Similarly, the Vedic god of fire, Agni, can be traced back to the Proto-Indo-European god Angwanos. The influence of the Proto-Indo-European pantheon can also be seen in Greco-Roman mythology. The Greek god Zeus and the Roman god Jupiter both share characteristics with the sky god Dies Pater. Additionally, the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon, and the Roman god Neptune have similarities with the Proto-Indo-European god of water, Hypnomneptos. The Sumerians, who inhabited modern-day Iraq, developed one of the earliest known systems of writing, the cuneiform script. This allowed them to record their religious beliefs, which centered around a pantheon of gods, including Anu, the god of the sky, and Enlil, the god of wind and storms. These gods would later influence the religious beliefs of the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Syrians. The Pelasgians, however, were a pre-Hellenic people who inhabited parts of Greece and the Aegean region before the arrival of Greeks. Little is known about their religion, as there are few surviving records or artifacts. However, it is believed that they practiced a form of animism or nature worship, with a focus on fertility and agricultural deities. Some scholars suggest that the Pelasgians may have influenced the development of early Greek religion, particularly the worship of the earth goddess Gaia and other chthonic deities. In pre-dynastic Egypt, before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3000 BCE, various local deities were worshipped. Some of these deities, such as the falcon god Horus and the cow goddess Hathor, will later be incorporated in the Egyptian pantheon during the dynastic period. The early Egyptians also believed in the concept of Maat, cosmic order that maintained balance and harmony in the universe. The Minoans, centered around the island of Crete, was another influential Bronze Age culture. These Minoans are best known for this palace that I mentioned earlier at Knossos, which featured elaborate frescoes depicting religious scenes. Minoan religion appears to have been centered around a great goddess who is associated with fertility, nature, and possibly the underworld. The Minoans also had a male god, depicted as a bull or a bull-headed man, who, connected with Bacchus, may have been the consort to the great goddess. Dionysus shows up in the earliest forms of writing, as well as hieroglyphs, predating writing itself. The Minoan religion was centered around the worship of these various deities, with a strong emphasis on the female goddess, the serpent goddess. The primary deity was this mother goddess, who was associated with animals and nature. Other important deities, the master of animals and Skyfather, were a part of this pantheon, and the Minoans practiced rituals involving animal sacrifices, processions, orgies, and offerings. Their religious symbols included the double-headed axe, the bull, and the serpent. The Roman pantheon was influenced by these various cultures. Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome. Manu and Yimo are figures from Indo-European mythology. Just like Romulus and Remus are the legendary founders of Rome in Roman mythology, Manu and Yimo are believed to be the first man and first king, respectively, in the Indo-European mythological tradition. In some versions of the myth, Yimo is sacrificed by Manu to create the world, just as Romulus kills Remus in order to build Rome. In the Indian myths, Manu, the first man, and his twin brother Yama is sacrificed and is the first to die, who becomes the king of the underworld, while Manu becomes the father of mankind and survives a flood like Noah and Gilgamesh. The god Mars, the Roman god of war and oaths, is connected to the Proto-Indo-European god Mawars, the deity of war and storms. This figure is also related to the Greek Ares and the Hindu Marutas. Neptune, the Roman god of the sea, is linked to the Proto-Indo-European Neptos, the deity of water and underworld. This figure is also related to the Vedic god Napat and the Irish god Nakhat. Minerva, the Roman goddess of wisdom and war, is associated with the Proto-Indo-European goddess Hessos, the deity of dawn, and this figure is also related to Athena and Eos, and the Hindu goddess Ushas. Venus, also related to this goddess as well, is the goddess of love and beauty and fertility, also the dawn goddess, who is known in Latin as Lucifer, Lightbringer. Halos is the figure in the Proto-Indo-European pantheon related to this. There is also Perquanos, the Lord of Oaks, which reminds one of Zeus of Dodona, one of the ancient wonders of the world, surrounded by oak trees. And like Perquanos, he is a sky god connected with thunder and lightning. Obvious connections to Indra as well as Zeus. Keranos, the name of Zeus's thunderbolt. The Herkina, spring nymph, associated with the river of the same name, identified with Demeter. The name could be a borrowing, as it rather follows a Celtic sound law, which explains why Indra and Dies Pitar in Hindu mythology are two distinct gods, unlike how Zeus takes on the role of both and is synced with Jupiter, both related to Dies or Day Father. Jupiter, the king of the gods in the Roman pantheon, is associated with Dies Pitar, the Sky Father. This deity is also the precursor to Zeus, as I've mentioned, and the Hindu god Dies Pitta. This god, although a Sky Father, seems to be connected with an underworld king of Hades known as Dis Pater. Dis Pater, otherwise known as Rex Infernus or Pluto, is a Roman god of the underworld. Dis was originally associated with fertile agricultural land and mineral wealth, and since those minerals came from underground, he was later equated with chthonic deities Dionysos, Pluto, Hades, as well as Saturn, who becomes the king of the underworld and rules the golden age where everybody has wealth. Tacitus refers to the god Odin as Mercury, Thor as Hercules, and Tyr as Mars. He calls the Isis of the Suebi, who is known as Freya. I think it should be pointed out that Herodotus also relates that the Hyperboreans are descended from Hermes, connecting Odin once again to Mercury. But Julius Caesar himself, who spent many years of his life in Gaul, relates that they are descended from Dis. This makes sense because the ancient form of Bacchus, who is the frenzy god, and Odin is the god of the frenzy who possesses. Bacchus is also the god of the frenzy who possesses. Both Odin and Bacchus are connected to the All-Father Dis, the king of the underworld. This connection between Hades and Bacchus goes back to the Greeks as well. Here we see two depictions of Bacchus and Hades, both looking identical. Black beards, ivy wreath crown, and holding a thyrsus staff. Saturn's role as the devourer and underworld king can be traced to Egypt. Sobek, also known as Seb or Geb, is either depicted with the head of a snake or a crocodile, as he devours the souls of the wicked. In Greco-Roman Egypt, Seb or Geb was equated with the Greek god Kronos because he held a quite similar position in the Greek pantheon as the father of the gods, Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, as Seb did in Egyptian mythology. This equation is particularly well attested in Neptunus in the southern Fayum. Seb and Kronos were here part of a local version of the cult of Sobek, Lord of the Four Corners, the crocodile god. The equation was shown on the one hand in local iconography of the gods, in which Seb is depicted as a man with attributes of Kronos, and Kronos with the attributes of Seb. On the other hand, the priests of the local main temple identify themselves in Egyptian texts as priests of Sakneptubis Seb, or Sakneptubis Geb, but in Greek texts as priests of Sakneptubis Kronos. Accordingly, Egyptian names formed with the name of the god Seb or Geb were just popular among local villagers, as Greek names derive from Kronos, especially Cronion. In the case of the Egyptians, it was this destroyer, Seb, who takes on all the traits of the Earthshaker, Poseidon, Hades, king of the underworld, and the Sky Father Zeus. And he holds a trident like Poseidon, but also like Shiva. Seb, like Shiva, can be connected with the Proto-Indo-European Sewa through this god Sabazios, who also has a Proto-Indo-European root name, Siwa. Shiva, one of the principal deities in Hinduism, is indeed associated with time through his aspect of Kala. Kala, which means time in Sanskrit, is one of the many aspects of Shiva. In this form, Shiva is considered the lord of time, destruction, and change. Just as Saturn has the same traits, he is often depicted as the destroyer of the universe, who brings about the end of time to make way for new creation. This cyclical nature of time in the universe is a key concept in Hindu cosmology. Kalis, when Kali, have similar Proto-Indo-European etymologies. The word for Kalis, as you can see here on this chart, to call, to cry, is also related to the word calendar, or the kalends of a month in the Roman calendar. But here we see kel, to turn, in motion, pivot, pole star, connecting with time and the cycle nature of the heavens in the sky that turns in a clockwise nature. Kel and Kali are related through this Proto-Indo-European word. So the goddess Kali, who's the consort of Shiva, just as Kalis is the father of Saturn in Roman mythology, and Kalis is depicted on the cuirass of Augustus of Prima Porta, at the very top above the four horses of Helios's quadriga. He is a mature, bearded man who holds a cloak over his head so that it billows in the form of an arch, conventional sign of deity that recalls the vault of the firmament. He is balanced and paired with the personification of Earth at the bottom of the cuirass. These two figures have also been identified as Saturn and Magna Mater to represent the new Saturnian golden age of Augustan ideology. On the altar of the Lares, now held by the Vatican, Kalis in his chariot appears among with Mithras above the figure of Augustus. The name Kalis occurs dedicatory inscriptions in the connection to the cult of Mithras. The Mithraic Kalis is sometimes depicted allegorically as an eagle bending over the sphere of heaven, marked with symbols of the planet or the zodiac. In the Mithraic context, he is associated with Cottus and can appear as Caelus Aeternus, eternal sky. A form of Ahura Mazda is invoked in Latin as Caelus Aeternus Jupiter. The walls of some of the Mithraea feature allegorical depictions of the cosmos with Oceanus and Caelus. The Mithraeum of Dieburg represents the tripartite world of Caelus, Oceanus, and Tellus, below Phaeton Heliodramus. Mitra Varuna is a deity or dyad of deities that played a significant role in the Proto-Indo-European religion as well as the Vedic religion. Composed of two distinct elements, Mitra and Varuna, this divine pair represented different aspects of sovereignty, with Mitra embodying reason, order, and benevolence, and Varuna symbolizing violence, darkness, and inspiration of the frenzy. The concept of Mitra as Brahman and Varuna as the king of Gandharva is a particular suggestive formula. The Gandharva normally live in a mysterious world of their own, beyond the darkness into which Indra smote the singular Gandharva for the greater good of the Brahman. In Varuna's legend, the Gandharva intervene at a tragic moment to restore his failed virility with a magic herb, just as the first Luperci put an end to the sterility of the woman Romulus had abducted. This Mitra Varuna dyad can be seen as an ancient form of the Apollonian-Dionysian dualism that we see in Greek mythology: sky and underworld, dark and light, righteousness and liberty. In an earlier model, Georges Dumézil proposed that Uranus, also the god in the reconstructed dialogue, as the nocturnal sky and benevolent counterpart of Dios, with possible cognates the Greek Aranos and Vedic Varuna, from the Proto-Indo-European Waru, which means to encompass over. Uranus may have personified the firmament or dwelled in the night sky. In both Greek and Vedic poetry, Aranos and Varuna are portrayed as wide-looking, bounding or seizing their victims, and having or being heavenly seat. This dyad can be seen in the Thracian religion, with Clement of Alexandria compared to Jesus being in the bosom of Yahweh, which he compared to Sabazius being the godhead of Bacchus and Zeus or Saturn. Sabazios, a god of the Thracians and Phrygians, is also known from Greek and Latin sources as Sabasios or Sabadios, his name related to the Macedonian word Sadoi or Satyrs. According to some scholars, he was a Thracian mountain god whose cult was carried by Phrygian emigrants from Thrace to Anatolia. Greek sources from the 5th century BCE onward mention Sabazios as a Thracian god. In Athens, his cult's initiation ceremonies took place by night, and the depths were purified by being rubbed by serpents. A sacramental drink was also involved. The identification of Sabazios with Dionysus, which occurs regularly in Hellenistic sources, is unquestionable. He might have had the features of the heavenly god, hence he was later identified with the Semitic god Baal, both of them receiving Greek epithet Hypsistos, or highest, or supreme. Sabazios' name connected with the Proto-Indo-European Siwo, connected to Shiva, as well as Saturn, meaning his own, the idea of freedom which constantly shows up in the epithets of Dionysus. Franz Cumont has suggested a relationship with the Illyrian Sabai or Sabaeum, identifying beer extracted from cereals, such as we see in the Eleusinian mysteries, Bacchus and Demeter. Sabazios connected with the Proto-Indo-European word for sap as a sap god, with his juices and fluids being drunk in the mysteries. This translation corresponds well to the pattern of Dionysus, who has the divinity of humidity and such was connected to the vegetation and intoxication. Anatolia identified Sabazios with Sabaoth. Under the Roman rulers, Sabazios was worshipped in Thrace, where he was often known as Sabazios, or in Latin, Sabadios, and where he received such epithets as benevolent, curious, Lord, Megistos, greatest, and Hypsistos, most high, and so forth. Theos Hypsistos, God most high. And he was constantly identified both with Zeus, the sun, and the moon, sort of a dual underworld, sky father, earth sun, godhead. Sun and moon in one. The motifs of hands making the votive gesture are among the distinctive features of his cult, the right hand of God. According to several Christian writers, Clement, Arnobius, Maternus, the most impressive rite of initiation into the mysteries of Sabazios consisted of the adept's contact with the serpent that was first put over his breast and then pulled down to his genitals. No less enigmatic than Zalmoxis, Sabazios was worshipped as early as the 4th century BCE, both as the chthonic and heavenly god, as I mentioned, and traces back to this common root of Zababa. Scholars have often tried to solve this riddle, supposing that borrowing from the Jewish religion, but the Jewish influence was not relevant in Anatolia before the 3rd century BCE. One should rather consider the chthonic features determine the character of the Thracian Sabazios, whereas the Phrygian Sabazios was probably connected with the sky father Zeus. This very Sky Father was often worshipped side by side with the Earth Mother, Kubaba, later known as Cybele. The Sumerians in the 4th century BCE show evidence of knowledge of this very duo. Zababa, Sumerian god of war and the tutelary deity of the city of Kish, before it became Babylon in ancient Mesopotamia. He is often depicted as a warrior holding a weapon, just like Sabazios was, such as a mace or a bow, and often associated with the protection of the city and its people. Zababa was often linked with the goddess Inanna, either related as brother and sister or husband and wife. The goddess Kubaba, mentioned in the legendary Sumerian king list, though due to her gender, her inclusion is considered unusual. While modern authors refer to her as the queen, the Sumerian title applied to her is Lugal, king, which had no feminine counterpart. A recension from Ur instead states that there was no king while Kubaba reigned. A span of 100 years, she is the only ruler from the 3rd dynasty of Kish listed. The list describes her as the innkeeper and credits her with strengthening the foundation of Kish, and attributes 100 years culminating in the temporary transfer of power from Kish to Akshak before it was regained by Putzer-Suen. The latter ruler is said to be Kubaba's son, which makes her the grandfather of Ur-Zababa. Once again, Zababa, named after the god, a legendary king who reigned for 400 years and was the legendary opponent of Sargon of Akkad, the founder of the first Akkadian dynasty, the Sumerians. The Sargon legend is a Sumerian text purporting to be Sargon's biography. In this text, Ur-Zababa, who is the grandson of legendary Kubaba queen, is mentioned, who awakes after a dream. For unknown reasons, Ur-Zababa appoints Sargon as his cupbearer. Soon after this, Ur-Zababa invites Sargon to his chambers to discuss a dream of Sargon's involving the favor of the goddess Inanna. Also in the Sargon legend, Ur-Zababa is described as being the brother of holy Inanna, just as the god Zababa is the brother of Kubaba, the goddess, and this goddess would end up replacing Kubaba as the main goddess of Babylon, just as Ninurta would replace Zababa as the tutelary deity of Babylon. Ninurta has the same traits as the god Saturn, just as Inanna has the same features as Venus. Could it be that Sargon's triumph over the Ur-Zababa shows a polemic against these ancient earlier traditions that we see in Proto-Indo-European? According to Gonzalo Rubio in the Journal of Cuneiform Studies, Zababa and Kubaba are not Semitic names and are borrowed, in fact, from Proto-Indo-Europeans, which is not common with Sumerian traditions. But we now know that Inanna and Ninurta would replace, in fact, Kubaba and Zababa as the tutelary deities of the city of Kish, which later became the city of Babylon. Inanna and Ninurta have parallels to Venus and Saturn in Roman mythology. And it could be how the king and queen, god of Israel, Yahweh and Asherah, became the head of the pantheon. The golden vines and satyrs in the temple of Yahweh, along with the observance of the Sabbath, reflects the Babylonian connections to Israelite tradition. In ancient Babylonia, the Akkadian word Shabum corresponds to the 15th day of the month as the day of quieting God's heart. These are the Akkadian words Sebbatum, meaning seventh day. The Babylonians observed the full moon as a day of rest and called it the Shabbat. Sabazios The Phrygian descendant of this ancient deity can be seen with the moon on his forehead. Possible early connections between Sabazios and his followers are indigenous mother goddess Phrygia Cybele, may be reflected in Homer's brief reference to the youthful feats of Priam, who aided the Phrygians in their battles against the Amazons, an aspect of the compromised religious settlement, similar to other mythic adjustments throughout the Aegean culture, can be read in the later Phrygian king Gordius' adoption with Cybele of Midas. One of the native religion's creatures was the lunar bull. Sabazios' relation with the goddess may be surmised in the way that his horse places a hoof on the head of the bull in a Roman marble relief at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Whether or not this can be shown as direct influences or just indirect passing down of ideas through the cultural milieu is unknown, but I do think it shows that some aspects of religion are universal and can be traced back to the beginning of civilization. Even the word holy itself, the Proto-Indo-European word, which is Hayag, can be related to both the Greek hagios and the Vedic yagios. So, the word holy being common from one side of the continent to the other side of the continent shows that the religious rites are universally connected. Sumerian stories have had significant influence on various aspects of ancient Near Eastern literature, including the Hebrew Bible, also called the Torah, and the Tanakh. It's important to note that the Bible is a collection of texts written by different authors over a long period of time, and its composition was influenced by various cultural and literary traditions, including those of the Sumerians. Sumerians were an ancient civilization that flourished in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, around 4000 to 2000 BCE. They left behind a rich literary tradition, including mythological and epic text. Some of the Sumerian stories and motifs that influenced the Bible, the Sumerian creation myth, known as the Enuma Elish, bears similarities to the creation account found in the book of Genesis. Both narratives involve the establishment of order from chaos and the separation of the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:2 states that the earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the earth, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Notice how the waters are plural. In the Enuma Elish, it is two waters known as Apsu and Tiamat. Hebrew for deep is Tehom. The word for Tiamat is cognate for deep. So not only is there a connection between the way the story is written off the rip, but we also have cognates in the language, the two waters being Apsu and Tiamat, the primeval waters, just as the surface of the deep hovering over the waters. The Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh contains a flood narrative that predates the biblical account of Noah's flood by thousands of years. The similarities between the two stories, such as the construction of an ark, the preservation of animals, and sending out a dove to find land, suggest that the biblical flood story may have drawn inspiration from the Sumerian tradition. Sumerians developed one of the earliest known legal codes, known as the Code of Ur-Nammu. This influenced subsequent legal codes of the ancient Near East, including the biblical laws found in the books of Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. Similarities in themes and regulations, such as the concept of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, the exact same phrase is found in Sumerian law codes. Now, this is a very specific thing to say, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, which shows up in the Code of Hammurabi, shows up in Leviticus when Yahweh tells Moses an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. These regulations regarding property and slavery suggest a shared legal heritage. The biblical book of Proverbs bears similarities to Sumerian wisdom literature, such as the instructions of Shuruppak, just like the instructions of Amen-Ope, which I'll get to later. Both of these texts offer moral and practical advice on various aspects of life. Hebrew authors and editors transformed and adapted these Sumerian stories to fit the religious and cultural context. The influence of the Sumerian literature is evident in the themes, motifs, and narrative structures found in the Hebrew Bible. This influence is a part of a broader cultural exchange and continuity in the ancient Near East. Ugaritic stories, specifically those discovered in ancient city of Ugarit, modern-day Syria, have also had an impact on the development of biblical literature. Ugarit was a flourishing city-state during the Late Bronze Age, from 1400 to 1200 BCE, and its texts, written in cuneiform script, provide valuable insights into the religious and cultural milieu of the ancient Near East. The Ugaritic texts contain myths, epic poems, and ritual texts that have parallels and influences on certain aspects of the Hebrew Bible. The Baal Cycle, most famous Ugaritic text, a collection of mythological texts about the Canaanite god Baal. The Baal Cycle shares similarities with biblical narratives, particularly in the portrayal of a divine conflict between a storm god and the forces of chaos. These parallels can be seen in passages of the Psalms that describe Yahweh's victory over chaos and the sea, and descriptions of Yahweh's control over the elements. Baal defeats the Leviathan, just as Yahweh defeats the Leviathan in Psalms. Ugaritic texts depict a divine assembly, or a council of gods, with El as the head deity. This assembly plays a role in divine decision-making and governance. Similar concepts are found in the Hebrew Bible, where Yahweh provides over a heavenly council, as seen in passages like Psalm 82 and Job 1:6. Psalm 82 saying, El presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods, the Elohim. But also Job 1:6 states, Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before El, and Satan came also among them. Both of these texts are not even hiding the fact that there are lesser gods below the high God, who is El. Ritual and liturgical texts contain descriptions of religious rituals and liturgies performed in honor of various Ugaritic deities. These texts offer insights into the religious practices and beliefs of the ancient Near East. Some scholars suggest the elements of the Ugaritic rituals may have influenced certain aspects of Israelite worship, such as the structure and content of psalms and other poetic texts. The Ugaritic language, closely related to Hebrew, provides linguistic and lexical parallels that shed light on certain biblical terms and expressions. The study of Ugaritic has helped scholars better understand and interpret Hebrew words and phrases found in the Bible. Egyptian stories and cultural influence are evident in various aspects of the Hebrew Bible. Egypt, a powerful and influential civilization in the Near East, had significant impact on the development of Israelite culture and religious beliefs. The story of the Exodus, which describes the liberation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, is one of the central narratives in the Bible. The biblical account shares the same thematic elements and motifs with the Egyptian literature, such as the idea of the divine deliverer and confrontation between a powerful ruler and figure chosen by God. While the Exodus story primarily reflects Israelite perspectives, it is likely that the historical experience of the Hyksos leaving Egypt may have influenced this narrative. Some Judeo-Christian scholars try to link these as the same event. However, this is not likely considering the dates are separated by several centuries. Within the Hyksos period, we don't see a Moses or a Joshua or Aaron. And the Exodus story is likely a legend because even the Pharaoh is not named. If this was a real story, the Pharaoh should just be named, and scholars would be able to point to these events because we have so much data on every single Pharaoh. We'd be able to know which of these pharaohs lines up with this story. The assumption that this was Pharaoh Ramses is not likely, due to the fact that Ramses conquers Canaan, and in the text of the biblical story, he fails to catch up to the Israelites, which is the opposite of what happens with Ramses. In fact, after Ramses, the land of Canaan was under Egyptian occupation for another 200 years, which would not make any sense if Moses and the Israelites were setting up the covenant during this time under Egyptian occupation. The biblical book of Proverbs contains wisdom sayings and teachings that are similar to those found in ancient Egyptian wisdom literature, such as the instructions of Amen-Ope. In fact, some of the manuscripts from the Septuagint actually still have Amen-Ope in the text. Both traditions emphasize ethical conduct, practical advice for daily life, and the pursuit of wisdom. Egyptian religious symbolism and imagery can be found in certain biblical texts. For example, in the book of Ezekiel, the prophets use symbols reminiscent of Egyptian religious motifs to convey his message. The portrayal of Pharaoh as a powerful ruler and the imagery associated with the Egyptian gods and goddesses also demonstrate the cultural influence of Egypt. Here on the stone of Hezekiah, you can see an Egyptian ankh present. The use of hymnic and liturgical elements in the Hebrew Bible shows similarities to Egyptian religious practices. The Psalms contain hymns of praise and worship that share structural and thematic resemblances to ancient Egyptian hymns and prayers. Some of the legal concepts in the Hebrew Bible bear similarities to Egyptian legal traditions, just as the Sumerian and Babylonian texts do. The Canaanites arguably have the most influence on the Hebrew Bible. The Canaanite pantheon of gods was a diverse and complex system of deities worshipped by the ancient Canaanites, land that would be present-day Israel right now, who inhabited the region corresponding to present-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and parts of Jordan and Syria. Here are some key gods and goddesses from the Canaanite pantheon. Number 1, El. The same name as the god of the Hebrew Bible. El is the chief deity in the Canaanite pantheon and was associated with authority, kingship, and wisdom. He's often depicted as an aged and bearded figure. El presided over a divine council and held a central position in the Canaanite religious beliefs. His son was Baal. Baal was one of the most prominent gods in Canaanite pantheon. He was associated with the storms, fertility, and agricultural abundance. Baal was depicted as a powerful warrior, wielding a lightning bolt, symbolizing his control over the forces of nature. El had a wife named Asherah, the consort of El, considered the mother goddess in Canaanite religion, the queen of heaven. She represented fertility, motherhood, and nurturing. Asherah was often depicted as the divine mother figure, sometimes portrayed alongside a sacred tree or a pole representing her presence. Anat was a fierce and warlike goddess associated with battle, violence, protection, and wisdom. Like Athena, Anat was depicted as a warrior goddess, often shown with a bow, a spear, or a shield. Astarte also known as Ashtaroth, was the goddess associated with love, beauty, and sexuality. She was considered the patron of fertility, both in terms of human production and agricultural abundance. Astarte was depicted as a sensual goddess, adorned with jewelry and symbols of fertility. Dagon, associated with agriculture, grain, fertility. He was often depicted as a fish-like deity, symbolizing abundance with fertility linked to water and agricultural prosperity. Last, but certainly not least, Yahweh, often referred to as Yahu, the deity associated with a specific region or tribe, rather than being a central figure in the broader Canaanite pantheon. The understanding of Yahweh's role in the Canaanite religion is complex and subject to ongoing scholarly debate. He was a tribal deity. He's also one of the sons of El. There are some who suggest that Yahweh and Baal are interchangeable depending on the location, both being the son of El and both being extremely important as princes of the pantheon. This may play into the later tradition of the Hebrew Bible, where the priests of Yahweh are battling with the priest of Baal, such as the story of Elijah and Jezebel. Another perspective suggests that Yahweh emerged through a process of syncretism, wherein the worship of Yahweh merged with elements of Canaanite religious beliefs and practices. This view posits that Yahweh began as a local deity, later absorbed attributes and roles from other Canaanite gods such as El and Baal. Canaanite stories have significant impact on the Hebrew Bible, given the close historical and cultural connections between the Israelites and Canaanites. The Canaanites were the indigenous inhabitants of the land of Canaan, which encompasses modern-day Israel. Canaanite mythology and religious beliefs, cultic practices such as the sacrifices, offerings, and temple worship. Biblical texts frequently mention Israelite interactions with Canaanite religious practices, often presenting them negatively, that Israelites should avoid them. The Canaanite practices and the Israelites' response to them are discussed in the context of idolatry and the centralization of worship in Jerusalem. The absorption of the Canaanite El into the Yahweh religion is a complex process that took place over an extended period of time. El, the chief deity in the pantheon, associated with the authority, kingship, and divine counsel, becomes one and the same with his own son, Yahweh. And throughout the Hebrew Bible, Yahweh and El, or El Elyon, which means God Most High, are interchangeable and mean the same thing at some points. The biblical texts even refer to Yahweh as El Elyon, emphasizing his identification with the supreme deity. This suggests that the early Israelites may have seen Yahweh as a manifestation or an aspect of El. As the Israelites settled in Canaan, they likely interacted and assimilated elements of Canaanite culture and religious practices. The worship of El may have influenced the evolving understanding of Yahweh, with El's attributes and characteristics merging with those ascribed to Yahweh. The process of syncretism, wherein deities from different religious traditions are combined or identified with each other, likely played a role. Over time, the Israelites established their religious identity. There may have been a merging of El and Yahweh, resulting in the understanding of Yahweh as the primary deity, supreme authority. El's association with the divine council, consisting of subordinate deities, can be seen in both Canaanite and early Israelite traditions. As the Israelite religion developed, the concept of the divine council was retained, but with Yahweh as the head of the council. The Phoenician stories and cultural influences left their mark on certain aspects of the Hebrew Bible. The Phoenicians, which are the purple people called by the Greeks, are an ancient seafaring people who inhabited the coastal region of modern-day Lebanon, had significant interactions with the Israelites, leading to the cultural exchanges and influences, with direct evidence of Phoenician stories in the Bible. The Neoplatonist writer Porphyry, stating that a priest named Sanchoniathon of Beirut wrote the truest history because he obtained the records from Hierombolus, priest of Yahweh, that Sanchoniathon dedicated his history to Abibel, king of Beirut, and it was approved by the king and other investigators, the date of this writing being around 1200 BCE. In this text, El, who is also called Kronos, sacrifices his only begotten son, Yehud, as an offering to his Father in heaven, and then circumcises himself, and decreed from that day forward that all of his offspring must also circumcise themselves in honor of Ouranos. And El was deified as the star Saturn, Saturday being the same day as the Sabbath. This story is clearly borrowed by the Hebrew scribes for the book of Genesis, when Abraham, who was offering his only begotten son Isaac as an offering to El, but in this case an angel stops him. However, like in the Phoenician myth, it is Abraham who is the first patriarch to circumcise himself and make this a custom among the Israelites for all males. The Israelites had a tendency to synthesize elements from neighboring cultures, and the Phoenicians played a role in this process. The worship of Canaanite deities, including Baal and Asherah, found its way into Israelite religious practices, as described in the Hebrew Bible. These influences can be seen in the biblical narratives of Israelite idolatry and their struggle to remain faithful to only Yahweh. Phoenician expertise in craftsmanship and maritime trade likely influenced the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem, known as the Solomon Temple. Phoenician artisans and materials were involved in the construction, and some architectural and artistic elements may have been influenced by Phoenician styles. The Hebrew Bible contains references to Phoenician cities such as Tyre and Sidon and their cultural practices. For example, the story of King Hiram of Tyre collaborating with King Solomon in the building of the temple highlights the close relationship between the Israelites and Phoenicians. The First Temple period in ancient Israel refers to the time when the first temple, also known as Solomon's Temple, stood in Jerusalem. This period spans between approximately 10th century BCE until its destruction by the Babylonians in 586 BCE. Understanding the religious landscape during this period is complex, and scholarly views vary regarding the extent of polytheistic practices present during this time. The practice of monotheism seems to be only after the Israelites returned back from Babylon in the 5th century. Scholars suggest that polytheistic elements persisted during this period. They argue that while Yahweh may have been regarded as the primary deity, other gods and goddesses were still acknowledged and worshipped alongside Yahweh. The archaeological evidence, including inscriptions and artifacts found in Jerusalem, indicate the presence of symbols associated with other deities during this time. The Elephantine Jews were a Jewish community that resided in the ancient city of Elephantine, located on an island in the Nile River in Egypt. They lived during the 5th century BCE and left behind a corpus of documents known as the Elephantine Papyri, which provides insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the time. Based on the Elephantine Papyri, it appears that the religion of the Elephantine Jews was a blend of Yahweh worship and syncretic elements influenced by the local religious environment. While they acknowledged Yahweh as the primary deity, they also incorporated certain practices from both Egyptian and Canaanite religious traditions. These Elephantine Jews built and maintained a temple dedicated to Yahweh on the island. They considered Yahweh as the supreme deity and sought his guidance and protection. However, alongside the worship of Yahweh was also other gods and goddesses like Asherah. One of the prominent deities mentioned in the Elephantine Papyri is Yahweh, often identified as a synchronistic form of Yahweh, fused with Egyptian gods like Ammon. Additionally, Egyptian gods, particularly Khnum, Satis, and Anuket, were worshipped in this location. These deities were believed to have protective powers and were invoked for various purposes, such as fertility, health, and general well-being. This Elephantine papyrus indicates a level of polytheism and syncretism, as well as cultural assimilation, where elements of different religious traditions coexisted. Overall, the Elephantine Jews maintain a distinctive religious identity centered around Yahweh, but also incorporated beliefs and practices from their local environment. Their religion demonstrates the complex nature of religious syncretism and the adaptation of religious traditions in a multicultural text. The exact time frame for the final compilation of the Torah, or the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, into its current monotheistic form, is a subject of scholarly debate. Most scholars agree that these texts were written during post-Babylonian exile. As the Israelites returned to their land, religious leaders and scribes likely engaged in the process of collecting, editing, and shaping various religious texts. There is no mention of the Torah by any Greek, Egyptian, Persian, or Syrian sources before the 5th century BCE. Moses and Noah and Abraham are not mentioned in any text before the 5th century BCE. Only the kings like David and Omri show up in some steles, but the stories of the flood, the Exodus, and the 12 tribes of Israel show up in popular culture only after Alexander the Great conquers Persia in the 4th century BCE. There are some scholars who now suggest that the 5 books of Moses were compiled in Alexandria during the Ptolemaic period. Ancient historians like Herodotus, Xenophon, and Thucydides don't even mention Israel in their writings. This suggests that Israel was not a powerful kingdom, just a small city-state. It's possible that these texts existed as independent scrolls during these periods, but they were not known to most of the world outside the Levant until the 4th century BCE. This is the end of our mythological journey through the ancient realms of Sumer, Ugarit, Egypt, Canaan, and beyond. As we've explored this rich tapestry of these captivating civilizations, it became clear that their stories, beliefs, and cultural influences have left an indelible mark on the biblical world. From the epic tales of the Gilgamesh and Sumer to the poetic sagas of Baal and Ugarit, from the mystical hymns of the Egyptian gods to the intricate pantheon of the Canaanite deities, we find a treasure trove of inspiration that seeped into the very fabric of the Hebrew Bible. But the skilled weavers, the biblical authors, and editors didn't simply copy and paste from the neighboring mythologies. Oh no. They expertly blended, transformed, and repurposed these ancient narratives, weaving them into a new tapestry of faith, history, and moral guidance. Let me give you one more example before I go. The story of Esther and Mordecai. Esther and Mordecai look a lot like Ishtar and Marduk. The story of Esther and Mordecai has obvious parallels to the story of Ishtar descending into the underworld to save Tammuz from his death. In the story of Ishtar and Tammuz, Tammuz is taken down to the underworld, the lover of Ishtar. And then Ishtar goes and descends down, and as she goes down from every layer of hell, she has to take off a layer of clothing until she gets to the bottom layer, where she has to face off with the queen of the underworld, where she stays down there for 3 days until her galley eunuchs are sent down from heaven to bring her back to life, where she is able to take Tammuz and raise him out of hell, and thus springtime ensues. In the story of Esther in the Bible, there's a lot of similarities and parallels. Instead of Tammuz, it's Mordecai. Now, why would they use Marduk's name instead of Tammuz's name? Well, it turns out that Marduk and Tammuz are actually synchronized in many texts. The god Bel is actually a synchronization of Marduk and Dumuzi, or Tammuz. So it actually does make sense for Mordecai to be the name of the Hebrew person who is saved by Esther. In this text, Mordecai is taken into a dungeon by Haman, and then Esther has to go into the court of the king of Persia, Xerxes, and she has to plead for the safety of Mordecai, which she is successful when her eunuch priest, just like the Gali eunuchs, her eunuchs actually come to her aid, and she also has to take off layers of clothing as well. It is a clear mimesis of the story of the Sumerians. I am of the opinion that these writers did this with no ill intent, and they were just trying to pass down sacred stories that everyone knew. The Sumerian flood myth finds its counterpart in the story of Noah and the Ark. The Canaanite storm god Baal's conflict with the sea god Yam echoes the biblical portrayal of Yahweh's triumph over chaos, and the grandeur of Egyptian cosmology lends its majesty to the descriptions of heaven and earth in Genesis. Yes, this interplay between mythologies goes beyond mere literary borrowings. It reveals the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations, the vibrant exchange of ideas, and the eternal quest for humanity to understand the mysteries of the world and our place in it. Esther, just like Ishtar, is a story that explains the death of the winter and the resurrection of the spring. Both Ishtar and Esther have their festivals at the same time of the year. The ancient Pelasgians, mentioned by the Greek poet Homer, were a mysterious and enigmatic people who played a significant role in early Greek mythology and history. Homer describes them as a prehistoric civilization, often associated with the region of Thessaly and the city of Argos. However, the exact origins and characteristics of the Pelasgians remain a subject of debate among historians and scholars. According to Homer, the Pelasgians were people who lived in the time before the Trojan War and were associated with the construction of massive structures such as the walls of Mycenae and the palaces of the Minoan Crete in Knossos. They were considered skilled builders and were often depicted as a semi-divine or legendary group. Homer describes the Cretans as an ancient civilization that had 90 city-states surrounded by the palace at Knossos. Some ancient Greek writers even suggested that the Pelasgians were the original inhabitants of Greece, predating other Greek-speaking tribes. Among the Pelasgians dwelling in Crete were the Dorians, who in Greek is gifted people. The historical reality of the Pelasgians is complex and elusive, as they appear in various ancient Greek texts with different interpretations. Some scholars argue that they were a distinct ethnic group, while others propose that the term Pelasgian was used to refer to various indigenous populations of the Aegean region. Ultimately, the true identity and nature of the Pelasgians remain shrouded in the midst of antiquity, leaving us fragments of mythology and historical accounts that continue to intrigue and fascinate to this day. The Proto-Indo-European ancestors of the Greeks in and around the Black Sea region are generally believed to be these very people, who are also called Proto-Greeks and Mycenaean Greeks, even going back to the Minoan Linear A pre-Greeks. The Mycenaean civilization of the mainland Greece, which flourished from around 16th to 12th century BCE, is considered an important precursor to classical Greek civilization. These Mycenaeans were a part of a broader group of Indo-European speakers who migrated into the Balkans and Anatolia during the Bronze Age. These migrations are often associated with the expansion of the Indo-European language family, which includes Greek as one of its branches. The exact origins of the Proto-Greeks are still a subject of ongoing research and debate among historians and philologists. The Mycenaeans established a powerful civilization centered around the southern part of mainland Greece, with major centers such as Mycenae, Pylos, and Tiryns. They were skilled warriors, traders, and builders, known for their impressive palaces and fortifications. Their culture and language laid the foundation for the later development of ancient Greek civilization. It's important to note that while the Mycenaeans and their language are considered a significant part of the Proto-Indo-European ancestry of the Greeks, the complex history of ancient migrations and cultural interactions in the region makes it difficult to attribute the Greek population exclusively to a single ancestral group, such as the Pelasgians. However, civilization around the Black Sea region has had a long, rich history, dating back thousands of years, millennia even. The area has been inhabited by various cultures and civilizations since ancient times. The earliest evidence of human habitation in this region can be traced back to the Stone Age, also called Paleolithic, around 45,000 years ago to 12,000 years ago. In terms of more complex civilizations, one of the notable early cultures in this region was the Cucuteni-Trypillian culture, which flourished around 5,500 to 2750 BCE. This Neolithic culture was known for its advanced agriculture, pottery, and sizable settlements, and could very well be what Homer thought were the Pelasgians. Moving forward in the timeline, the Black Sea region saw the rise and fall of various ancient civilizations. The ancient Greeks established numerous colonies along the coast of the Black Sea. From the 8th century BCE, the Miletians fostered trade and cultural exchange in this region, known as the Bosporus, modern-day Ukraine. In the classical period, the region became a melting pot of cultures, with influence of Greek, Persian, Scythian, Thracian, and later Roman civilizations shaping its history. The Bosporan Kingdom, centered in present-day Crimea, emerged as a Hellenistic state in the 5th century BCE, lasting all the way until the 4th century in the Common Era. During medieval era, though, the Black Sea region witnessed the presence of the Byzantines, Bulgarian, and Khazar empires, among others. The rise of the Muslim Ottoman Empire in the 14th century brought significant changes to the region, with the Ottoman dominance lasting until the early 20th century. Given this rich and diverse historical backdrop, civilization in this Black Sea region spans several millennia, with different cultures and civilizations leaving their mark on the region's heritage. I am one of the people who believe that this is the region that Homer was talking about when he spoke about the Pelasgians, who came down into Mycenaean Greece and Minoan Crete.
This culture, stretching back to 10,000 BCE, in and around the same time that Göbekli Tepe shows up on the radar. This Pelasgian culture, as it's called by Homer, has arguably the oldest religion in the world. This religion would be the main influence for both the Sumerian and Mediterranean world, as well as the later Indian culture, the Hindus, and the Vedics. Do we have anything to show for? The answer is no. However, this Pelasgian creation myth has been reconstructed by Robert Graves in the 20th century. And here's how he did it. If you've seen my last video on the older version of Genesis that predates the Bible, that's a theogony written by Philo of Byblos in the 1st century, who cites a Bronze Age priest named Sanchoniathon from the region of the Phoenicians. With that theogony side by side with the Orphic theogony and the theogony of Hesiod, as well as Sumerian tablets, Homer's Iliad, geography by Pausanias, the Argonautica, and John Tzetzes, also using Pliny the Elder's history, Robert Graves was able to reconstruct the Pelasgian creation myth, and here is how it goes. The Pelasgian creation myth, the oldest creation myth in the world. In the beginning, Eurynome, the goddess of all things, rose naked from chaos, but found nothing substantial for her feet to rest upon, and therefore divided the sea from the sky. Dancing lonely upon its waves, she danced toward the south, and the wind set in motion behind her seemed something new and apart, with which to begin a work of creation. Wheeling about, she caught hold of this north wind, rubbed it between her hands, and behold, the great serpent, Ophion. Eurynome danced to warm herself, wildly and more wildly, until Ophion, grown lustful, coiled about those divine limbs, and was moved to couple with her. Now the north wind, who is also called Boreas, fertilizes, which is why mares often turn their hindquarters to the wind and breed foals without aid of a stallion. So Eurynome was likewise got with child. Next, she assumed the form of a dove, brooding on the waters and the waves, and in due process of time laid the universal egg. At her bidding, Ophion coiled 7 times about this egg until it hatched and split into 2, out-tumbled all things that exist. Her children, which were sun, moon, planets, stars, the earth with its mountains and rivers, trees, herbs, and living creatures. Eurynome and Ophion made their home upon Mount Olympus, where he vexed her by claiming to be the author of the universe. Forthwith, she bruised his head with her heel, kicked out his teeth, and banished him to the dark caves below the earth. Next, the goddess created 7 planetary powers, setting a titaness and a titan over each. Theia and Hyperion for the sun, Phoebe and Atlas for the moon, Dione and Creus for the planet Mars, Metis and Coeus for the planet Mercury, Themis and Eurymedon for the planet Jupiter, Tethys and Oceanus for Venus, Rhea and Cronus for the planet Saturn. But the first man was Pelasgus, ancestor of the Pelasgians. He sprang from the soil of Arcadia, followed by certain others, whom he thought to make huts and feed upon acorns and sew pigskins tunics, such as poor folks still wear, in Euboea and Phocis. That concludes the oldest creation myth ever. And in this archaic religious system, there were, as yet, neither gods nor priests, but only a universal goddess, and her priestess, women, being the dominant sex, and man, her frightened victim. Fatherhood was not honored, conception being attributed to the wind, the eating of beans, or the accidental swallowing of an insect. Inheritance was the matrilineal, and snakes were regarded as incarnations of the dead. Eurynome, which means wide wandering, was the goddess's title as the visible moon. She is also called Phanes by the Greeks in the Orphic Theogony. The Sumerian name for her was called Yahu, exalted dove, a title which later passed to Jehovah as the creator. It was a dove that Marduk symbolically sliced her into two at the Babylonian Spring Festival, known as Akitu, when he inaugurated the New World Order. This god Yahu, who was a goddess, became synchronized with Marduk, who was already synchronized from Dumuzi, and a pre-Semitic god known as Zababa. And Zababa, who is represented by the full moon, would be the origin of the word Shabbat, which in Babylonian means full moon. And the Babylonians celebrated this Shabbat every full moon with rest. This god Sababa, who appears in Anatolia as well as Sumer and other places, is the origin of the god Sabatsios, worshipped on the island of Crete by the Minoans and brought into the Phrygian religion as well, who was married to the mountain god Kababa, later known as Kybele, and Sabatsios is identified by the Greeks as Dionysus or Bacchus, the underworld son of God. The Thracians who worshipped this god as Zelmaxis. As Herodotus states here, the Gitai, the bravest of the Thracians and the most just, they believe they are immortal, forever living in the following sense. They think they do not die, and that when one who dies joins Zelmaxis, a divine being, some call this divine being Gebel-Isis. Gebel-Isis is broken down into two different words, Gebel or Kybele and Zeus, Kybele's Zeus. Every 4 years, they send a messenger to Zelmaxis, who is chosen by chance. They ask him to tell Zelmaxis what they want on that occasion. The mission is performed in the following way. Men standing there for that purpose hold 3 spears. Other people take one who is sent to Zelmaxis by his hands and feet and fling him into the air on the spears. If he dies pierced, they think that divinity is going to help them. If he does not die, it is he who is accursed, and they declare that he is a bad person. And after he has been charged, they send one another. The messenger is told the request while he is still alive. The same Thracians, on other occasions, when he thunders and lightens, shoot up the arrow, up in the air, against the sky, the menace the divinity, because they think there is no god other than this god. Herodotus asserts that Zelmaxis was originally a human being who was this god incarnate, a slave who converted the Thracians to his beliefs. He was a slave of Pythagoras and was initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries near Athens. He built a banquet hall and received the chiefs and his fellow countrymen at a banquet. He taught that neither his guests nor their descendants would ever taste death, but instead would go to a place where they would live forever in complete happiness. He then dug an underground residence. When it was finished, he disappeared from Thrace, living for 3 years in his underground residence. The Thracians missed him and wept for him in mourning. During the 4th year, he rose back up again, and thus they believed that Zalmoxis was Sabazios incarnate. These very Thracians are the origins of the Orphic mysteries. As time went by, as Aristotle talks about, and Iamblichus as well, Zalmoxis became identified with Saturn or Kronos, and in the regions of Phrygia and Cappadocia, he himself would be known as Theos Hypsistos, God Most High, and the origins of monotheism in the Greek world come from this very line. Menasius of Patrae, who also identified Zalmoxis with Kronos, says that he was worshipped side by side with the Hearth Mother. In Plato's writings, Zalmoxis is mentioned as a skilled in the arts of incantation. His realm as a god is not very clear, as some consider him to be a sky god, and it's possible that the origins of heaven come from this god as well. There are a group of scholars who believe that these Getae, like the other Proto-Indo-European peoples, were polytheistic. Diodorus of Sicily tells us that the Getae worshipped Hestia and Zalmoxis as the two prime beings who ruled over a lesser divinities of daemons, least. When you look at the spelling of Zalmoxis and break down what his name means, the word Zelm, coming from the root Zemelo, which means earth, is also cognate with Semele. So Zalmoxis, like Dionysus, is the son of Semele, earthborn, Chthonian son of God. And if you look at his depictions, he has the moon on his head, like horns, and he stands on top of a lunar bowl. Zababa was the god who was replaced by Ninurta, whose name means full moon. The parallels between Zalmoxis, Dionysus, Saturn, and Zababa are uncanny and cannot be ignored, especially when we look at him being worshipped side by side with the Queen of Heaven, or Cybele. With that being said, write in the comments what you think about these Pelasgian myths and gods that are worshipped in the regions of Thrace and Phrygia, this Black Sea region, which happens to be the same location where Göbekli Tepe is, one of the oldest religious sites in the world.
The oldest attested version of Genesis goes back to Sanchoniathon, before the collapse of the Bronze Age, and his writings survived in temples. And according to Philo of Byblos, this is what it says. Philo of Byblos' writings are passed down through Eusebius, and this is all we have left. The first principle of the universe. Dark air with cloud and wind, or rather a blast of cloudy air, and turbid chaos, dark as Erebus, and these were boundless, and for long ages had no limit. But when the wind became enamored of its own parents, and a mixture took place, the connection was called Eros, desire. This was the beginning of all creation of all things, but the wind itself had no knowledge of its own creation. From its connection, Mot was produced, which some say is mud, and others a watery compound. And out of this came every germ of creation, and the generation of the universe. So there were certain animals which had no sensation, and out of them
grew intelligent animals, and were called Zophosimim, that is, observers of heaven. And they were formed like the shape of an egg. Also, Mot burst forth into light, and sun and moon and stars and the great constellations. Such was their cosmogony. Introducing downright atheism. But let us now see how Sanchoniathon states the generation of animals to have arisen. He says, "And when the air burst into light, both the sea and the land become heated. And thence arose winds and clouds, and very great downpours, and floods of waters of heaven. After the waters are separated and removed from their proper place because of the sun's heat, and all met together again in the air, dashing together one against another, thunderings and lightnings were produced. And at the rattle of the thunder, the intelligent animals already described woke up and were scared at the sound, and began to move both on land, sea, male and female. Such is the theory of the generation of animals. Next, after this, Sanchoniathon adds, these things were found written in the cosmogony of Tatus in his commentaries, both from conjectures and from evidences which his intellect discerned and discovered and made clear to us. Tatus is called Thoth by the Egyptians and Hermes to the Greeks. Next to this, after mentioning the names of the winds Notos and Boreas and the rest, he continues, but these were the first who consecrated the productions of the earth, and regarded them as gods, and worshipped them as being the support of life, both to themselves and to those who were to come after them, and to all before them, and they offered to them drink offerings and libations. These were the notions of worship corresponding to their own weakness and timidity of the soul. Then he says that from the wind Colpius and his wife Bao, which he translate as night, were born Aeon and Protogonus, mortal men, so called, and that Aeon discovered the food obtained from trees, that their offspring were called Ginos and Genea, and inhabited Phoenicia, and that when droughts occurred, they stretched out their hands to heaven towards the sun. For him alone they regarded as God and Lord of heaven, calling him Bilsamen, which in the Phoenician language means Lord of heaven, and in Greek, Zeus. And after this he charges the Greeks with error, saying, for it is not without cause that we have explained these things in many ways, but in view of later misinterpretations of the names are in history, which the Greeks in ignorance took in a wrong sense, and Protogonus were begotten again mortal children, whose names are light, fire, and flame. These, says he, discovered fire from rubbing pieces of wood together, and taught the use of it. And they begat sons of surpassing size and stature, whose names were applied to the mountains, which they occupied, so that from them were named Cassius, Lavinus, Antilobinus, and Brathi. From these were begotten Memrumus and Hypsiranius, and they got their names from their mothers, as the women in those days had free intercourse with any whom they met. Hypsirianus inhabited Tyre, and contrived huts out of reeds and rushes and papyrus, and he quarreled with his brother Ausuos, who first invented a covering for the body from skins of wild beasts, which he was strong enough to capture. And when furious rains and winds occurred, the trees in Tyre were rubbed against each other and caught fire, and burnt down the wood that was there. And Ausuos took a tree, and having stripped off the branches, was first who ventured to embark on the sea, and be consecrated 2 pillars to fire and wind, and worshipped them, and poured libations of blood upon from the wild beasts that he took in hunting. But Hypsironius and Ausios were dead. Those were left consecrated staves to them, and year by year worshipped their pillars and kept festivals in their honor. But many years afterwards, from the race of the Ellipsirenius were born Agrius and Halius, the inventors of hunting and fishing, from whom were named huntsmen and fishermen. And from there were born 2 brethren, discoverers of iron and mode of working it. The one whom Chrysor practiced oratory and incantations and divinations, and that he was Hephaestus, and invented the hook, bait, line, and raft, and was the first of all men to make voyage. Wherefore they reverenced him also as a god after his death. And he was also called Zeus Melikios. And some say that his brothers invented walls of brick. Afterwards there sprang from their race 2 youths, one whom was called Technites, the artificer, and the other Gynos Autochthon, earth-born aboriginal. These devised the mixing of straw with the clay of bricks and drying them in the sun, and moreover invented roofs. From them others were born, one whom was called Agros, and the other Agrarios, and or Argros. And of the latter there is in Phoenicia much venerated statue, a shrine drawn by yokes of oxen, and among the people of Byblos he is named the greatest of the gods. These 2 devised, in addition, 2 houses of courts and enclosures and caves. From them came husbandmen and huntsmen. They are also called Elatae and Titans. From these were born Aminos and Magus, who established villages and sheepfolds. From them came Misor and Sidak, that is to say, just or righteous. These discovered the use of salt. From Misor was born Tautus, who invented the first alphabet of the Egyptians, who calls him Thoth, the Greeks Hermes. From Sidak came the Dioscuri, or the Cabieri, or Corybantes, or Samothraces. These, he says, invented the first ship, from having sprung others, who discovered herbs and healing of venomous bites and charms. In their time is born another called Elion, the Most High, and female named Beruth, and these dwelt in the neighborhoods of Byblos. And from them is born Abigeus, or Autochthon, whom they afterwards called Aranos, so that from him they named the element above as Aranos, because of the excellence of its beauty. And he has a sister of the aforesaid parents, who is called Gaia, Earth. And from her, he says, because of her beauty, they call the earth the same name. And their father, the Most High, died in an encounter with wild beasts, and was deified, and his children offered to him libations and sacrifices. And Aranos, having succeeded his father's rule, takes to himself in marriage his sister Gaia, and gets by her 4 sons: El, who is called Kronos, Baetalus and Dagon, who is Ceton, and Atlas. Also by other wives, Ouranos begot a numerous progeny, on which account Gaia was angry, and from jealousy began to reproach Ouranos, so that they even separated from each other. But Ouranos, after he had left her, used to come upon her with violence whenever he chose, and consort with her, and go away again. He used to try also to destroy his children by her, but Gaia repelled him many times, having gathered to herself allies. And when Kronos, who was called El, had advanced to manhood, he, with the consulship and help of Hermes Trismegistus, who was his secretary, repelled his father Ouranos and avenged their mother Gaia. To El are born children, Persephone and Athena. The former died a virgin, but by the advice of Athena and Hermes Trismegistus, El made a sickle and a spear of iron. Then Hermes talked magical words to the allies of El, and inspired them with the desire of fighting against Ouranos on behalf of Gaia. So Kronos, who was called El, and Saturn, inspired them with a desire of fighting against Ouranos on behalf of Gaia. And thus Kronos engaged in war and drove Ouranos from his government and succeeded that to the kingdom. Also there was taken in battle the beloved concubine of Ouranos, being great with child, who El gave in marriage to Dagon, and in his house she gave birth to the child begotten of Ouranos, and she named him Damaris. After this, El builds a wall around his own dwelling and found the first city, Byblos, in Phoenicia. So after this he became suspicious of his own brother Atlas. With the advice of Hermes, threw him into a deep pit and buried him. About this time, the descendants of the Dioscuri put together rafts and ships and made voyages, and being cast ashore near Mount Cassius, consecrated a temple there. And the allies of El, who was called Kronos, were surnamed the Elohim, as these same who were surnamed after El, who would be called the Croni, after Kronos. And El, having a son Sedidas, dispatched him with his own sword, because he regarded him with suspicion and deprived him of life, thus becoming the murderers of his own son. In like manner, he cut off the head of his daughter, so that all the gods were dismayed at the disposition of El. But at this time, Ouranos, being in banishment, secretly sends his maiden daughter Astarte with 2 of her sisters, Ea and Dione, to slay El by craft. But El caught them, and though they were his sisters, made them his wedded wives. And when Ouranos knew it, he sent Imarmene and Hora with the other allies on an expedition against Kronos. And these El won over to his side and kept with him. Further, he says, the god Ouranos devised the Batilia, having contrived to put life into stones. In El there were born of Astarte 7 daughters, Titanides or Artemides, and again the same that were born of Rhea 7 sons, of whom the youngest was deified at birth, and of Dione females, and of Astarte again 2 males, Desire and Love. And Dagon, after he discovered corn and the plow, was called Zeus Aerotrios, and of the Titans united to Sidak, who was called the Righteous, gives birth to Asclepius or Ashmun, the 8th son. In Perea, there also was born to El 3 sons: Cronos, named after his father, Zeus Belus, and Apollo. In their time are born Pontus, Typhon, Nereus, father of Pontus, and son of Belus. And from Pontus is born Sidon, who, from the exceeding sweetness of her voice, was first to invent the musical song, and Poseidon. And to Damaris is born Melcarthus, who is called Hercules. Then again Ouranos makes war against Pontus, and after revolting attaches himself to Damaris, and Damaris attacks Pontus, but Pontus puts him to flight, and Damaris vowed an offering if he should escape. And then, in the 32nd year of his power and kingdom, El, that is Cronos, also known as Saturn, having waylaid his father Ouranos in an inland spot, got him into his hands, emasculates him near some fountains and rivers. There Ouranos was deified, and he breathed his last. The blood from his wounds dropped into the fountains and in the waters and in the rivers, and the spot is pointed out to this day. That is to say, the story of El. And such are the glories of the mode of life, so vaunted among the Greeks, of the men in the days of Cronos, whom they also affirm to have been the first golden race of articulate speaking men, that blessed happiness of the olden time. But Astarte, the greatest goddess, and Zeus Damaris, and Adonis, king of gods, reigned over the country with the consent of El. And Astarte set the head of a bull upon her own head as a mask of royalty. And in traveling around the world, she found a star that had fallen from the sky, which she took up and consecrated in the holy island of Tyre. And the Phoenicians say that Astarte is Aphrodite and Venus. El, going around the world, gives the kingdom of Attica to his own daughter Athena. But on the occurrence of a pestilence and mortality, El offers his only begotten son as a whole burnt offering to his father Ouranos, his son Yehud. And he circumcises himself, and compelling his allies to do the same. And not long after, another of his sons by Rhea, named Muth, having died, he deifies him, and the Phoenicians call him Thanatos, or Death, and Pluto. And after this, El gave the city of Byblos to the goddess Baltis, which is also called Dione, and Beirutis, to Poseidon, and the Cabiri, and Agrote, and Helios, who is also consecrated the remains of Pontus at Beirut. But before this god, Tautis, who is called Thoth, imitated the features of the gods who were his companions, El and Dagon and the rest, and gave form to the sacred characters of the letters, 4 eyes in front and behind, but 2 of them quietly closed, and upon his shoulders 4 wings, 2 spread for flying and 2 folded. And the symbol meant that El could see when he was asleep and sleep while waking. And similarly, in the case of the wings, that he flew while at rest and was at rest when flying. But to each of the other gods he gave 2 wings upon the shoulders, as meaning that they accompanied El in his flight. And to El himself, again, he gave 2 wings upon his head, one representing all ruling mind and one sensation. And when El came into the south country, he gave all of Egypt to Thoth, that it might be his royal dwelling place. And these things, he said, were recorded first by Sidoc's 7 sons, the Cabiri, and their 8th brother, Eshmun, known as Asclepius, as the god Thoth commanded them. All these stories, Thebion, who was the first hierophant of all the Phoenicians from the beginning, allegorized and mixed up the physical and cosmical phenomena and delivered to the prophets, who celebrated the orgies and inaugurated the mysteries, and they, proposing to increase their vain pretensions from every source, handed them on to their successors and to their foreign visitors. One of these, Osiris, the inventor of the 3 letters, brother Kana, who was first to have been named the Phoenix. Then afterwards Philo of Byblos adds, the Greeks, surpassing all in genius, appropriated most of the earliest stories, and then variously decked them out with ornaments of tragic phrase, and adorned them in every way with the purpose of charming by the pleasant fables. Hence Hesiod and the celebrated cyclical poets framed theogonies of their own, and battles of the giants and battles of the Titans, and castrations, and with these fables, as they traveled about, they conquered and drove out the truth. But our ears, having grown up in familiarity with their fictions, and being for long ages preoccupied, guard as a trust the mythology which they receive, just as I said at the beginning. And this mythology, being aided by time, has made its hold difficult for us to escape from, so that the truth is thought to be nonsense, but the spurious narrative truth. Let these suffice as quotations from the writings of Sancho Neathan, translated by Philo of Byblos, and approved as true by the testimony Porphyry the philosopher. The same author in History of the Jews further writes thus concerning El. Tautus, who the Egyptians call Thoth, excelled in wisdom among the Phoenicians, and was the first to rescue the worship of the gods from their ignorance of vulgar, and arrange it in the same order of intelligent experience. Many generations after him, a god, Sormeblos, and Thuro, whose name was changed to Eusarthus, brought the light of theology of Thoth, which had been hidden and overshadowed by allegories. Porphyry then adds, it was a custom of the ancients in great crises of danger for the rulers of a city or nation, in order to avert a common ruin, to give up the most beloved of their children for sacrifice as a ransom to avenging daemons, and those who were thus given up were sacrificed with the mystical rites of the Phoenicians. Kronos, who the Phoenicians call El, who was a king of the country and subsequently, after his decree, was deified as the star Saturn, had by a nymph of the country named Anobret an only begotten son, whom on this account was called Yedud, the only begotten being still so called among the Phoenicians. And when very great dangers from war had beset the country, he arrayed his son in royal apparel, prepared an altar, and sacrificed him, and then circumcised himself, and made it a custom among the Phoenicians from that day forward. Porphyry then talks about how the same author, Philo of Byblos, in his translation from Sancho Neathan about the Phoenician alphabet, says concerning the reptiles and venomous beasts, which contribute no good service to mankind, but work death and destruction to any in whom they inject their incurable and fatal poison. This also he describes, saying a word for as follows: the nature of the dragon and of serpents Thoth himself regarded as divine, and so again after him did the Phoenicians and Egyptians, for this animal was declared by him to be of all reptiles most full of breath and fiery, in consequence of which it also exerts an unsurpassable swiftness by means of its breath, without feet and hands or any other of the external members by which the other animals make their movements. It also exhibits forms of various shapes, and in progress makes spiral leaps as swift as it chooses. It is also most long-lived, and its nature is to be put off its old skin, and so not only to grow young again, but also to assume a larger growth, and after it has fulfilled its appointed measure of age, it is self-consumed in the manner as Thoth himself has set down in his sacred books, for which reason this animal has been also adopted in temples and in mystic rites. We have spoken more fully about it in the memoirs entitled Ethiopia, in which we prove that it is immortal and self-consumed, as I stated before, for this animal does not die by a natural death, but only is struck by a violent blow. The Phoenicians call it the good daemon. In like manner, the Egyptians also surname it Kneph, and they add to the head of a hawk because of the hawk's activity. Apius also, who is called among them the chief hierophant and sacred scribe, whose work is translated into Greek by Arius of Heracleopolis, speaks in an allegory, word for word, as follows. The first and most divine being is a serpent, with the form of a hawk, extremely graceful, which whenever he opened his eyes, filled all with light in its original birthplace. But if he shut his eyes, darkness came on. Epius here intimates that he is also a fiery substance by saying he shone through, for to shine through is peculiar to light. From the Phoenicians, Pherecydes also took the first ideas of his theology concerning the god by him Ophion, and concerning Ophionade, of whom we shall speak again. Moreover, the Egyptians, describing the world from the same idea, engrave a circumference of circle of the color of the sky in fire, and a hawk-shaped serpent stretches across the middle of it, and the whole shape is like that of the Greek letter theta, representing the circle of the world and signifying the serpent which connects it in the middle of the good daemon. Zoroaster, the Magus, in the sacred collection of Persian records, says in express words, "And God has the head of a hawk. He is the first, incorruptible, eternal, uncreated, without parts, most unlike all else, the controller of all good, who cannot be bribed, the best of all the good, the wisest of all the wise, and he is also father of good laws and justice, self-taught, natural, perfect, and wise, and the sole author of the sacred power of nature." Zoroaster is the first of all the mortals to oppose El, who is called Kronos. The same also is said of him by Astanes in the book entitled Octateuch. From Thoth, as is said above, all received their impulse towards physiological systems, and having built temples, they consecrated in the shrines the primary elements represented by serpents, and in their honor celebrated festivals and sacrifices and mystic rites, regarding them as the greatest gods and the rulers of the universe. So much concerning serpents. Such then is the character of the theology of the Phoenicians and the Egyptians.
The Derveni Papyrus is an ancient Greek papyrus roll found in 1962, attributed to the Thracian bard Orpheus himself. It's a theogony that lines up very well with the Sancho and the Eighth in Genesis story that I did a video on a few months ago. According to the UNESCO Memory of the World Register, this papyrus is the oldest known European book in the world and one of the oldest books in world history that still survives. Here is what it says. Irenaeus, Irenaeus, they honor the souls, drink offerings, bring honors, offer to each of them some sort of bird, harmonized to music. Irenaeus, but a daemon comes into existence for each one. Persons who are wiped out, but those below are called daemons, and do not have of the gods, but are called serpents. They are like wicked men who are punished with death, and they are responsible for such persons as an initiate. He who changes established penalties, give rather than causes harm, did not let the world accept vicissitudes of destiny. Is not the world ordered as a result of these? Likewise, Heraclitus, deeming the shared sensations important, overturns those that are individual. Speaking like an allegorist, he said, Helios, in according to his own nature, is the breadth the size of a human foot, and does not surpass its limits, for it surpasses its own breadth at all. The Irenaeus, the allies of justice, will discover it. Surpassing, they sacrifice of justice by the moon, and terrors ask an oracle. They ask an oracle, for them we will enter the prophetic shrine to inquire with the regard to what is prophesied, whether it is permissible to believe in the terrors of Hades. Why do they disbelieve in them? Since they do not understand dream visions or any other occurrences, what sort of proofs would induce them to believe? For since they are overcome both by error and pleasure as well, they do not learn or believe. Disbelief and ignorance are the same thing. For if they do not learn or comprehend, it is impossible for them to believe even when they see dream visions. Disbelief appears. Prayers and sacrifices placate souls. An incantation by Magoi can dislodge daemons that become a hindrance. Daemons that are a hindrance are vengeful souls. For this reason, the Magoi perform the sacrifice as if they are paying a blood price. Onto offerings they make libations of water and milk, with both of which they also make drink offerings. They sacrifice cakes that are countless and many-humped, because the souls too are countless. Initiates make a first sacrifice to the Eumenides in the same way as Magoi do. The Eumenides are souls, hence a person who intends to sacrifice to the gods first sacrifices a bird. They are souls, this but as many souls they wear. I shall also prove that Orpheus composed a vision, a hymn, that says wholesome and permissible things, for he was speaking allegorically with his composition, and it was impossible for him to state the application of his words what are meant. His composition is a strange one, riddling for human beings, but Orpheus did not wish to state with it unbelievable riddles, but important things in the riddles. In fact, he is speaking allegorically from his very first word through his last, as he reveals even his well-known verse. For when he tells to them, shut the doors on the ears, he means that he is not making laws for most people, but he is only addressing the few who have ears to hear, those who are pure in hearing. But in the next verse, as he been revealed in the following verse, those who were born of Zeus, the Almighty King, that the world is ruled, Orpheus reveals in the following verses, when Zeus took from his father the predicted rule and strength in his arms, and the illustrious Daemon. It has not been noticed that these verses are in altered order. They, in fact, run as follows. When Zeus took strength from his father and the illustrious Daemon, since they run this way, one must understand them not as Zeus takes his father's power, but as he takes strength from him, having it, contrary to predictions. For this too, necessity being considered and having learned. To be so, Orpheus made the rule belong to the strongest, as a son belongs to its father. But those who do not comprehend what is meant suppose that Zeus takes the strength and the daemon from his own father. So understanding that when fire has been mingled with other elements, it agitates the things that exist and stops them from coming together because of heat. Zeus alters it, and that it is unstable once altered, to stop the things that exist from calcining. Those elements that are ignited are dominated. And once they are dominated, they mingle with the other elements. But we understand that Orpheus put a riddle in the words he took in his arms, just as the other elements. The firmest elements are intended strongly. He stated that Zeus seized the daemon as if belonged to a strong one. The next verse is, Night, Nyx, the gods' immortal nurse, who voices all things, said. Voicing all things means teaching all things. For a voice and utterance are the same thing. To voice means the same as to utter, and to utter means the same as to say. For it is impossible to say if one does not utter, and Orpheus deemed say and utter the same thing. Say and teach have the same sense, for it is impossible to teach without saying whatever is taught by means of words, and teaching is deemed to be a kind of saying. So teach was not distinguished from say, and say was not distinguished from utter, but utter, say, and teach have the same sense. Thus, there is nothing to stop voicing all things from meaning the same as teaching all things. When Orpheus terms Nyx, nurse, he is hinting that whatever elements the sun warms and dissolves, night cools and solidifies them. Whatever elements the sun warmed, of night, Orpheus, that says that night, or Nyx, prophesied from the Adaiton, because he makes the judgment that depth of Nyx is Adaiton, for it does not set Danaia like the light, but the light overtakes it as it stays the same point. Prophecy means the same as suffice. One must reflect that prophecy is used under the same conditions as suffice. For example, as they consider that this god prophesies, they go to ascertain what they should do. In the next verse, Orpheus says, she prophesied all that is permitted him to hear. In these words, Orpheus revealed that, beside the things that exist, able to, and to take his rule away, the next verse runs as follows. So that on snowy Olympus, lovely seat Zeus, ruler of all. Olympus is the same thing as time, but those who suppose that Olympus is the same thing as sky or Ouranos are quite mistaken, as they do not comprehend that it is impossible for sky to be longer rather than broader. But if someone termed time long, he would not be at all mistaken. Wherever Orpheus intended to say that sky, he added the epithet broad. But wherever he meant time, he did the opposite, since he never added the epithet broad, but long. By saying that Olympus is snowy, he used the meaning snow-covered, white, bright, gray. When Zeus had heard his father's prophecies, the verse, for neither did he hear them, but it has been revealed that he had already heard them, nor does Nyx order him, but Orpheus reveals this by saying as follows. He ingested the phallus that first procreated the ether. Since Orpheus is speaking about reality in a riddling way throughout his composition, one must discuss it verse by verse. He used this verse likening the sun to a genital organ because he saw that people think procreation resides in genital organs and does not arise without the genital organs. For without Helios, it is impossible for things to exist, to have become to be as they are. And when the things that exist had come about, the sun, everything, nor for the things that exist to surround. Helios procreated the brightest, whitest element, once it had been separated from itself. So Orpheus states that this Kronos was born to Gaia by Helios, because he caused the elements to be thrust against each other on account of the sun. This is why Orpheus says, he who did a great deed. The next verse, Ouranos, son of Nyx, he who was the first king. After he was named Mind, Nous, Kronos became, he thrust the elements against one another. Orpheus states that he did a great deed. To Ouranos, he states that sky and his kingship taken away. Orpheus named him Kronos after his action, and named the other elements in accord to the same principle for all the things that exist, as he sees with nature. Orpheus states that Ouranos had his kingship taken away when the things that exist were thrust together. When mind caused them to thrust and against each other, and made the things that exist, once they had been separated, stand apart from each other. For as Helios was being separated and cut off in the middle, mind fixed both elements above the sun and those below, and holds them fast. Next verse, from him in turn came Kronos, and next was crafty Zeus. Orpheus means that his rule has existed since he became king, but his rule is explained because by thrusting the things that exist against each other, he caused them to stand apart and created the present transmutation, not creating different things from different ones, but different ones from the same. The phrase, and next was crafty Zeus, reveals that he is not a different god, but the same one. Orpheus states the following: seizing kingly honor, he swallowed Metis too. It has been revealed that Orpheus stated that the sun is a genital organ, he says that the things which now arise from existent things, of the phallus of the firstborn king, and on him grew all the immortals, blessed gods and goddesses, the rivers, lovely springs, and all the rest. All that had been born, he himself alone became. In these words he hints that the things which exist have always existed, and those which now arise from existent things. The phrase he himself alone became, by saying this, he reveals that mind itself, existing on its own, is equal to everything else, as if the rest were nothing. For it is impossible for these things that exist to exist without mind. Mind equal to everything, king of all. Next verse, Zeus was firstborn. Zeus of the shining bolt was last. This verse proves that Zeus existed before he was named. Then he was named. For air was pre-existent, and even before those things which now exist were put together, and he will always exist, for he did not come to be but existed. Why Zeus was called air has been revealed earlier in this treatise, but he was believed to have come to be because he was named Zeus. As if he had not existed before, Orpheus said that air would be last because he was named Zeus, and this will continue to be his name so long as things which now exist have been put together in the same element in which they were suspended when they were pre-existent. Orpheus is stating that things which exist became such as they are on account of air, and having come to be all in air. He only gives hints in these verses. Zeus is head. Zeus is center. All things come from Zeus. By saying head, he says in a riddling way that those things which exist have air as their head. His rule comes about to have been put together. The next verse, fate. In saying this, Orpheus meant that, and the elements that are borne downwards, which he meant in stating this, but that the earth and all the other elements are in the air, as he is breath. So Orpheus named this breath fate, but the rest of mankind say fate spun. For them, as the saying goes, what fate spun will be. Speaking rightly, but not knowing what either fate or spun is. For Orpheus called wisdom fate. This appeared to him to be the most apt of the names that all mankind has given him. For before being called Zeus, fate, the wisdom of God forever and always, but being called fate was called Zeus. They suppose that he came to be, although he had existed even before, but was not yet named. This is why Orpheus says Zeus was firstborn, being first. Those people who do not grasp what is meant suppose that Zeus. Each individual thing has been called after the dominant element in it. All things were called Zeus by the same principle, for air dominates all things to extent that he wants. When people say fate spun, they mean that wisdom of Zeus sanctioned that what exists has come to be and will come to be, must have come to be, exist and cease to be. Orpheus likens him to a king, for this among the names that were current appeared to him to be apt when he says as follows: Zeus the king, Zeus ruler of all, he of the shining bolt. Orpheus said that he is king because although there are many rulerships, one rule dominates and brings everything about. For not one to bring about, ruler. The world is ruled. As for the initiates, I am less amazed at those persons who have performed the rites and been initiated in the cities do not comprehend them, for it is impossible to hear what is said and learn it simultaneously. But those who have been initiated by someone who makes a profession of the rites are worthy of amazement and pity. Amazement because although they suppose before they perform the rite they will have gnosis, after they have performed it, they go away without getting paid beforehand. But they also go away bereft of their judgment too. Before performing the rites they expect to have gnosis, after they have performed them, they go away even of their expectation. To one who hears the verses, the story appears to say that Zeus had intercourse with his own daughter, with his mother, but with his sister, when he saw. The verse, when Zeus first mounted heavenly Aphrodite, and begat from her persuasion and harmony. When neither the hot had come together with the hot, nor the cold with the cold, by saying when Zeus mounted, Orpheus reveals that the elements divided into little bits, moved on and mounted into the air, and by mounting were put together with each other. They kept mounting until the point when each had come to its like. Heavenly Aphrodite, Zeus, Aphrodise, Mount, Persuasion, and Harmony are conventional names for the same god. A man uniting sexually with a woman is said to Aphrodise, as the saying goes, for when the things that now exist were united with the other, God was named Aphrodite. He was named Persuasion because the things that exist gave way to each other. To give way is the same as persuade. He was named Harmony because he fitted together Hermos, many elements, to each of the things that exist, for they had existed even before, but they were named as coming to be after they had been separated. The fact of their separation reveals that governs that now. So Orpheus named everything likewise as best he was able to, since he understood that people do not have similar nature and do not all desire the same things. When they have the most power, they say whatever comes into their minds, whatever they may have to desire, not all the same things driven by greed, but on occasion by ignorance as well. Gaia, Mother, Rhea, Hera are the same. She was called Gaia or Earth by convention. Mother because everything comes to be from her, Gaia, and Gaia in accord with individuals' dialect. She was called Demeter, like Ge Meter, a single name from both, for it was the same name. There is a statement in the hymns too, Demeter Rhea Ge Meter Hestia Deo, for she is called Deo because she was injured in sexual union. Orpheus will reveal this when, according to his verses, she comes to be. She was called Rhea because many animals of all sorts were born easily from her. Rhea means easily among the poets. She was called Hera. The next verse, he contrived the great strength of wide flowing ocean. This verse has been composed in a misleading way and is obscure to most people, but to those who comprehend it with ears to hear, it alright is obvious that ocean is air, and that air is Zeus. Hence, when Zeus did not contrive another Zeus, but he himself contrived great strength for himself. But those who do not comprehend it suppose that ocean is the river, because Orpheus added that the epithet wide flowing But Orpheus hints at his own judgment in everyday and colloquial words. For people say that those who have great power among mankind have wide influence. The next verse, he put in the might of silver-swirling Acolius. Orpheus gives water, generally, the name Acolius. The phrase put in the might means that Zeus' rule arises in each but wanted. The phrase equal-limbed moon, for the things are round and equal and measured from the middle, but it is impossible for such things are not round to be equal-limbed. The following verse reveals it. Luna, or Selene, moon, who shows for many mortals across the endless earth. One might suppose that this verse was intended differently because if the moon surpasses its limits, the things that exist show more clearly than before it surpasses them. But Orpheus does not mean this when he states that it shows, for he had meant this, he would have not stated it. He shows for many, but for all, at once both, for those who farm the land and for sailors, showing when one must sail, the season for the former. For had Selene not come into existence, people would not have found the number of either the seasons or the winds, and all other things. The element of which the sun consists are hot, very bright, and those of which the moon consists are whitest of all, and divided up in accord with the same principle, but are not hot. There are other elements too, now suspended in the air, far away from each other, but by day they are visible, as they are dominated by the sun, whereas by night they are visibly exist, but are dominated not by the moon, on account of their smallness. Each of them is suspended by necessity, so that they cannot join up with each other, for were it otherwise, all those elements that had the same power as from which the sun was put together would join up in a lump. Had not Theos desired the existence of those things that now exist, he would not have created the sun, but he created it, and it became of such a kind of dimension as explained at the start of my treatise. The verse after these are composed as an obstacle, since Orpheus does not want everyone to comprehend them. In the following passage, he only gives hints. But when the mind of aegis-bearing Zeus and all-contrived Zeus wished to unite with his highest mother in love, Orpheus says mother, because mind is the mother, and other elements, Hyas, because she is good. He reveals that Hyas signifies good in the following words too. Hermes, Maia's son, guide and giver of goods, Ion. It is clear in the following passage too, for double jars are placed on Zeus's floor of gifts of evil, and the other full goods, Ion. Those who do not understand the phrase Metros Heias suppose it means his own mother. But Orpheus wanted to present the god as wanting to unite with his own mother in love. He could have said his own Heo mother by changing some letters, for in this way it would become his own. Obvious that both good mother. And that is the end of this papyrus, this fascinating papyrus, which seems to me to be probably a precursor to Epicurean thought. Very scientific, very taking the allegories and making it into some sort of reality that exists in this world that we're in. And so you have this succession that we see from the Hesiod Theogony or Sancho and the Athens text. You see that there. But it also is changed in a way where it's becoming sort of a scientific treatise, if you will. And the Orphics are very fascinating in this sense. You can see how this is the precursor in the mystery cult world, with the emphasis on getting initiated. The initiates have ears to hear, and they are the ones who are going to be reincarnated as transmigrated souls and will have the good destiny. And those who don't have ears to hear, those are the ones we need to pity. That is the Orphic cosmology. And so this papyri is so fascinating. It is the Orphic poems of distinctive verses of the pre-Socratic philosophers. And like I said earlier, Anaxagoras is the one who is credited for this. And from the time of Philip of Macedon, right before Alexander the Great conquers the East. So this was being written when Persia was still ruling. Lucius Plutarch was the high priest of Apollo at Delphi, a Middle Platonist philosopher from the end of the 1st century, who wrote dozens of books and almost 100 essays on topics that stretch from epistemology, ethics, history, and metaphysics. He was a student of Ammonius of Athens, one of the founders of Middle Platonism, and focused much of his life on the topic of religion. In his Symposiacs, Book 4, question number 6, he says, "Which god is worshipped by the Jews?" Now, if you were to compare Yahweh and Dionysus, you could think of a million things that separate the two. Number one, Yahweh is not the god of wine and parties and orgies. And Dionysus is not a god who wants a grand temple and a high priesthood, and definitely no Messiah. There are definite things that separate these two gods. In some ways, they are almost opposites. You can almost say that Dionysus is closer to Satan than he is to Yahweh. And all of those points are fair. However, Plutarch makes some good points here. He says, the tutelary god called Evius, the inciter of women, famous for the honors he has conferred upon him by madmen, to be inscribed and enrolled in the mysteries of the Jews? Or is there any solid reason that can be given to prove Adonis to be the same with Bacchus? And no man is able or fit to bring the chief confirmation of this truth, but those amongst us who are initiated and skilled in Greek, or chief mysteries of the god. But what no religion forbids to speak of among friends, especially over wine, the gift of Bacchus, I am ready at the command of these gentlemen to disclose. He then says, when all the company requested and earnestly begged it of him, first of all, the time and manner of the greatest, most holy rites of the Jews is exactly agreeable to the holy rites of Bacchus. For that which they call the fast, they celebrate in the midst of vintage, furnishing their tables with all sorts of fruits, while they sit under the tabernacles made of vines and ivy. In the day which they immediately goes before this, they call the Holy Day of Tabernacles. Within a few days after, they celebrate another feast, not darkly, but openly, dedicated to Bacchus. For they have a feast amongst them called Cradiphoria,
from carrying palm trees and thrysophoria when they enter into the temple, carrying the thrice. What they do within I know not, but it is very probable that they perform the rites of Bacchus. First, they have little trumpets, such as the Greeks used in their bacchanalia, to call upon their gods with. Others go before them playing upon harps, which they call Levites, whether so named from Lucius or Evius. Either word agrees with Bacchus, and I suppose that their Sabbaths have some relation to Bacchus, for even now many call the Bacchae by the name Sabbatios, the Sabbath god, and they make use of that word at the celebration of Bacchus's orgies. And this may be discovered out of Demosthenes or Menander, nor would it be out of place were anyone to say that the name Sabbath was given to this feast from the agitation and excitement with the priest of Bacchus display. The Jews themselves witness no less, for when they keep the Sabbath, they invite one another to drink until they are drunk, or if they chance to be hindered by some more weighty business, it is the fashion at least to taste wine. Some perhaps may surmise that these are mere conjectures, but there are other arguments which will clearly evince the truth of what I assert. First may be drawn from their high priest, who on holidays enters their temple with his mitre on, arrayed in a skin of hind embroidered with gold, wearing buskins and a coat hanging down to his ankles. Besides, he has a great many little bells, depending from his garment, which make a noise as he walks. So in the nocturnal ceremonies of Bacchus, as the fashion is among us, they make use of the music and call the gods nurses. High upon the wall of their temple is a representation of the thyrsus and timbrels, which surely suits no other god than Bacchus. Moreover, they are forbidden to use honey in their sacrifices, because they suppose that a mixture of honey corrupts and deads the wine, and honey was used for a libation in former days, and with it the ancients were wont to make themselves drunk before the vine was known. And at this day, barbarous people who want wine drink, allaying the sweetness of the honey by bitter roots, much of the taste of our wine. The Greeks offered to their gods these temperate offerings, or honey offerings, as they called them, because the honey was of a nature quite contrary to wine. But this is no inconsiderable argument that Bacchus is worshipped by the Jews, in that, amongst other kinds of punishment, that was most remarkably odious, by which malefactors were forbid the use of wine for so long a time as the judge thought fit to prescribe. The interesting thing that Plutarch lays out is the imagery in the temple. The vines and animals and gold and purple would be very familiar to somebody from Athens or Eleusinian Mysteries would see this and think of Bacchus and Demeter. In the book 2 Chronicles, there is a in-depth description of the building of the temple by Solomon, in which much of it is built with gold and ivy, and depictions of the heavens and the sea, and many animals. This particular verse in chapter 11:15 says, "He set up priests of his own for the high places, for the satyrs, and the calves which he had made." Calves and satyrs are the exact model for the worship of Dionysus. In fact, Dionysus is even worshipped in the form of a satyr. He leads an army of satyrs
in the Dionysica from Nonus. And to top it all off, Leviticus 17:7 says that they shall no more offer their sacrifice to satyrs, after whom they have gone whoring. This shall be a statute forever to them throughout their generations. This verse in Leviticus acknowledges an ancient rite that the Jews used to practice before it was outlawed. Right around the same time, Tacitus, in his Histories Book 5, says something very similar to this. In Book 5, Tacitus talks about the Jews possibly being refugees from the island of Crete, claiming that their name Judea is actually from the Mount Ida, and that Asherah is a translation for Rhea, the great mother of the Idaean mountain. The god that was worshipped there was Saturn, also known as Sabazios. He says that Moses, wishing to secure the future of his authority over the nation, gave them a novel form of worship, opposed to all that is practiced by other men. Things sacred with us, with them have no sanctity, while they allow what with us is forbidden. In their holy place they have consecrated an image of the animal, by whose guidance they found deliverance from their long and thirsty wanderings, which would be the image of the donkey. They slay the ram, seemingly in derision of Ammon, and they sacrifice the ox, because the Egyptians worship it as Apis. And he's arguing that the reason why their rites are the opposite of the Greeks is because of this. But then he says, by their frequent fast, they still bear witness to the long hunger of former days, and the Jewish bread, made without leaven, is retained as a memorial of their hurried seizure of corn. We are told that the rest of the seventh day was adopted, because this brought with them termination of their toils, after a while of indolence, beguiled them into giving up the seventh year also. But others say it is observance of honor of Saturn, either in the primitive elements of their faith having been transmitted from the Idaea, who are said to have shared the flight of that god, and to have found that race, or the circumstance that the 7 stars, which rule the destinies of men, Saturn moves in the highest orbit, and with the mightiest power, and that many of the heavenly bodies complete their revolutions and courses in multiples of 7. In this passage, Tacitus is speaking of the Idaean Sabazios, the god of the Cretans, who was brought to Anatolia by migrants. They call those profane who make representations of God in human shape out of perishable materials. They believe that being to the supreme and eternal, neither capable of representation nor of decay. They therefore do not allow any images to stand in their cities, much less in their temples. This flattery is not paid to their kings, nor this honor to our emperors. From the fact, however, that their priests use the chant to the music of flutes and cymbals, and wear garlands of ivy, and that of a golden vine was found in the temple, some have thought that they worshipped Father Liber, Dionysus, Bacchus, the conqueror of the East, though their institutions do not by any means harmonize with the theory, for Liber established a festive and cheerful worship, while the Jewish religion is tasteless and mean. So you can see in this passage that Tacitus is wondering why there's so much similarities, but also at the same time, they seem to be almost opposite in the sense of the rites. Plutarch also says that when Pompey the Great sacked Jerusalem, the only thing he found in the Holy of Holies was the golden ivy diadem that Bacchus wears.
both of these sources, Tacitus and Plutarch, being late 1st, early 2nd century sources, are a little late in the game. But if we go back to Herodotus, the father of history himself, there might be something in there that I think might be interesting for this conversation. Herodotus, who's writing about all of the Mediterranean world, from Babylon to Spain to the north in Germany and down into Africa, even India, he's got everyone covered. Not that he's correct in everything that he says, but he does seem to know his geography pretty well. And the question is, what does he say about Israel? Nothing. In fact, Israel as a word is never mentioned by Herodotus. Herodotus lived in the 5th century BCE. This would have been not only after the exile to Babylon, but would have been right when they were coming back, during the time of the Persian rule of the Middle East. So the question is, how does he not know about Israel? I think the answer to that question is that Israel just wasn't that big. It might have been a collection of city-states, loosely connected through culture. Herodotus writes about the gods that are worshipped in this region. He talks about the Egyptian religion. He talks about the Arabian religion. He talks about the Syrian religion and the Phoenician religion. The Sinai Peninsula, according to Herodotus, is just part of the Arabs. And interestingly enough, Herodotus, when he's speaking about this part of the world, he says that there are only 2 gods worshipped here. Drum roll. Guess who these 2 gods are? Dionysus and Venus. Here's what he says. He says, now after the Persians conquered Egypt, they established this system of stored water along the desert road mentioned earlier. But before this time, there was no water available at all. So Cambyses, acquiring information from Phanes and the Helicarnassian visitor, sent messengers to the Arabian king, asking him for safe conduct for his army, which he obtained by exchangeable pledges with him. The reason why I pointed this verse out first, this would be the exact route that would lead from Persia to Egypt. This would be the Sinai Judean region. This would be where the Israelites would be dwelling. Maybe he didn't know they're called the Israelites. And this is what he says after this. The Arabians, who regard pledges made to their fellow men with special reverence, enter into a pledge in this way. Between the 2 men who wish to make a pledge stands another man, who cuts the palm of each along the thumb with a sharp stone. Then, taking a small strip of cloth from the cloak of each man, he daubs 7 stones that have been set up between them with their blood. And as he does so, he invokes Dionysus and Urania. Upon completion of this ceremony, the man offering the pledge commends the visitor or fellow citizen who is receiving his pledge to his own friends and family, who then consider themselves as rightful guarantors of the pledge too. These Arabians believe that Dionysus and Urania are the only gods who exist, and they claim that they cut their hair to look just like the haircut of Dionysus. They shear the hair around the head in a ring and shave under the temples. Dionysus they call Oraltot, Urania, Alatot. The interesting part about this is that the only part of this region who would worship only 2 gods would possibly be the Israelites, because this would be the time when Asherah and El would be worshipped side by side? Could it be that this is a similar tradition that's not the same as Jerusalem, but maybe a little more south, a little more of a privatized rite with the similar idea, the Semitic version of Dionysus out in the Sinai desert? Urania is the name for Queen of Heaven. This would have been the title that Asherah or Rhea would have had as well. Another interesting part of that passage was the blood oath and the 7 times of dabbing. For purification in Leviticus, it says, the priest shall sprinkle the blood of the victim 7 times on the man that is to be purified. The 7 times is exactly what Herodotus speaks about. The incenses, frankincense and myrrh, onycha and galbanum, popular incenses burned in the Orphic and Eleusinian rites, also found in Arabia for Yahweh and El. Herodotus says when he talks about the Bacchic origins, it is originally an Egyptian custom. So we're already dealing with that region of the world, the same place where the Israelites supposedly come out of. Herodotus says that the Orphics or Bacchants wear linen tunics called calarices, which are fringed with tassels around their legs. Over these garments they drape white wooden cloaks when they enter sanctuaries or when they are buried. However, they never wear wool, for to do so would be offend their religious sensibility. In this, they agree with the ritual practices called Orphic and Bacchic, which are in reality Egyptian and Pythagorean. For the participants in these rites also find it religiously offensive to be buried in woolen garments, and there is a sacred story concerning this. The tassels hanging down the garments is exactly what you see with the Levite priest, and they're also wearing white. There's an exact match here. Herodotus speaking on the Orphics and Pythagoreans who worship Dionysus. Now I will describe the way they mourn and bury their dead. When someone highly esteemed in their household dies, the women of that household plaster their heads and faces over with mud. Then, leaving the corpse, they wander throughout the city, beating their chest, binding up their garments and exposing themselves, and they are accompanied by their female relatives. The men beat their chest and bind up their garments. When they have finished performing this ritual, they carry the body away to be embalmed. He says this is an Egyptian custom, and they even use Phoenician date palm wine. In Ezekiel 21, when speaking on mourning, Ezekiel says, "Cry out and wail, Son of man, for it is against my people. It is against all the princes of Israel. They are thrown to the sword, therefore beat your breast." The idea of beating their breast over mourning is something we see common between both Islam and Judaism. Isaiah in 32 says, "Beat your breast in mourning for the pleasant fields, fruitful vines, for the land of my people producing thorns and briars, for all the happy homes in a joyful city. For the palace will be abandoned, the crowded city deserted, Ophel and fortress wastelands forever, a delight for wild donkeys and a pasture for flocks." The beating of the breast, the mourning over the dead for 7 days. An author named Menasius from the 3rd century BCE talks about when Antiochus Epiphanes raided the temple in Jerusalem. There was one idol, a golden donkey with a man on it. This is an image that looks exactly like Dionysus. Dionysus, as you see in this ancient image, Dionysus on top of a donkey. Once again, we have another match of images. The image found in the temple matches the image of Dionysus riding the donkey. There's actually a tribe in Athens, an ancient tribe, and the name of them is Yaobakai, spelling very similar to Yaakov or Jacob. The name Yaakov looks a lot like the Bacchic chant, Yake, Yake. And also, the wife Rebecca looks like Rebecca, Rebecca. The names of the patriarchs in the Old Testament look a lot like Bacchic chants. Adam and Eve resemble Hades and Iwa. Iwa is the Bacchic chant for Persephone, or Quarry, the maiden, who was taken down to Hades by Pluto. And Pluto's name, spelled Hades, looks very similar to Adam. The patriarch Joseph has a lot of similarities to Dionysus as well. Joseph is constantly compared to Serapis and Osiris, who is an Egyptian rendering of the ancient Bacchus. We know from Philo of Byblos that El, or Saturn, has a story written about him that is very much paralleled to the story of Abraham.
Kronos, who the Phoenicians call El, who was a king of the country and subsequently, after his decree, was deified as the star Saturn, had by a nymph of the country named Anobret, an only begotten son, whom, on this account, was called Yedud, the only begotten being still so called among the Phoenicians. And when very great dangers from war had beset the country, he arrayed his son in royal apparel, prepared an altar, and sacrificed him, and then circumcised himself, and made it a custom among the Phoenicians from that day forward.
And Sarah being paralleled to the nymph Anobret, which turns out to look a lot like Ops in the stories of Saturn and Ops. In Genesis, Joseph is sold into Egypt, just like Dionysus is sold into slavery as well. Both are arrested and put in dungeons, and both rise out and become avengers. When Joseph is in jail, he interprets two dreams. The first dream, a vine in front of the chief cupbearer. The vine was 3 branches, and it barely budded, and when blossoms came out, it clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in his hand, and he took grapes and pressed them into his cup and put them into Pharaoh's hand. Joseph interprets this dream. The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up his head and restore him to his post, and he will be handing Pharaoh his cup. The imagery of the vine and the grapes could be possibly perceived as very Bacchic. The next passage, though, I think makes it a little more convincing, because the other chief baker has a dream in which he had 3 wicker baskets on his head, and the top on were all kinds of bakery products, but the birds were pecking at them. Joseph says that these 3 baskets are 3 days, and 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and have you impaled on a stake. The imagery of the grain and the vine are both of these dreams. Those could be seen in the Eleusinian mysteries as Bacchus and Demeter, which is possibly where Christianity might even have the idea of a Eucharist from. You have Isaac, whose name also appears very similar to a Bacchic chant, Iakis, Iakis. You have Yaakov, Iakis, Isaac, Jacob, and then the brothers Esau, the brother of Jacob. And his name, which could mean red or hairy, his nickname being Edom. And as the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter, a man who lived in the open, whereas Yaakov was a simple man who kept to his tents. Isaac preferred Esau because he was fond of game. But Rebecca, notice all these names, Rebecca, Yaakov, Isaac, All these names sound so Bacchic. Anyways, once when Jacob was cooking a stew, Esau came in from the open famished. He said to Jacob, "Let me gulp down some of that red stuff." In Hebrew, it's Adom, another play on the word red, which is also a Bacchic chant. And it says, "Let me gulp down some of that red stuff. I'm starving." But Jacob replied, "First give me your birthright in exchange for it." "Look," said Esau, "I'm on the point of dying. What good will any birthright do to me?" But Yaakov insisted, "Swear to me first." So he sold Yaakov his birthright under oath. Jacob then gave him some bread and lentil stew, and Esau drank, got up, and went his way. Esau cared very little for his birthright. This appears to be very similar to the dynamic between Pentheus and Dionysus, where Dionysus demands full devotion from Pentheus, almost like a birthright. Pentheus was the chosen heir of Cadmus, but Dionysus ends up taking this birthright, if you will, from him through the use of persuasion, the same way that Yaakov persuades Esau to give up his birthright. So could it be that the story of Genesis is a euhemerization of the ancient Bacchic traditions? And I don't want to say the same traditions that we find in Athens. What I think is more likely is that both Athens and Jerusalem are coming from a common source that possibly dates to the Bronze Age. We do know from archaeology that Dionysus or Bacchus is one of the oldest gods of the Mediterranean, his worship going back before alphabets in Linear B. The oldest mention of Moses that exists in the historical record, outside of any biblical manuscript or source, is from Hecataeus of Abdera, who's writing in the 4th century BCE in Alexandria. And he is cited by Diodorus of Sicily, who claims that Moses claimed to have received his laws from a god named Ya'o. And Ya'o happens to be also a Bacchic chant, and when we see his name in the Greek sources, for example, Diodorus of Sicily says, "Amongst the Jews, Moses pretended that the god named Ya'o gave him his laws." Macrobius Saturnalia wrote, "The sacred things ye learn, to none disclose. A little falsehood, much discretion shows. Regard Yaos as supreme above. In winter Pluto, in spring's opening Jove. Phobos through blazing summer rules the day, whilst autumn owns the mild Yaos sway." Here we find Yahoo expressed, recognized as the title of the supreme god. And Orpheus also says that Jove, Pluto, Phobos, and Bacchus are all one. In these Orphic hymns, the word Ya'o would be chanted, and it would be accompanied with the burning of frankincense and myrrh, and musicians with using cymbals and drums and flutes, the same way that the Psalms of David would be performed. Orpheus and David are an identical match. Plato insisted that Orpheus was the father of Musaeus or Moses, and the Orphics were a huge part of Jewish society in Alexandria in the 1st century BCE and 1st century of the Common Era. The Romans confused Yahweh with Jupiter Sabazios, and in the 2nd century BCE, when the Jews were persecuted, along with the worshippers of Dionysus, there were 2 decrees in that century, one in 186 for the worship of Dionysus to be suppressed, and another one in 148 BCE, where the Jews and Chaldeans, along with the worshippers of Sabazios, who also is one with Dionysus, was kicked out of Rome that year. Gnaeus Cornelius Hispalis, Praetor Peregrinus, in the year of the consulate of Marcus Populus Laenas and Lucius Calpurnius, ordered the astrologers by an edict to leave Rome and Italy within 10 days, since by a fallacious interpretation of the stars they protrude fickle and silly minds, thereby making profit out of their lives. The same praetor compelled the Jews who attempted to infect the Roman custom with the cult of Jupiter Sabbatios to return to their homes. Some have even gone as far as saying that the spelling or pronunciation of Jehovah Yetzavot is Jove Sabbatios, which brings us back to Plutarch, who maintains that this Egyptian Typhon is the same as the Jewish Yahweh, and the monotheistic Hypsisterians all over the eastern realms of the Roman Empire worship this version of Saturn, whose worship day is the Sabbath, Saturn's day. The Byzantine Greek Encyclopedia writes, Sabbatios is the same as Dionysus. He acquired this form of address from the rite pertaining to him. For the barbarians call the Bacchic cry Sabbatian. Hence some of the Greeks too follow suit and cry Sabbasmos. Thereby Dionysus becomes Sabbatios. They also used to call Saboy and Iwa and Yaol and Yake and Yako those places that had been dedicated to him and his Bacchants. Demosthenes says some of the Saboy, for those who are dedicated to Sabbatios, that is the Dionysus, are called Bacchoi. And they say that Sabbatios and Dionysus are the same. Thus, some also say the Greeks called Bacchoi Saboy. He also later on says, on attaining manhood, you abetted your mother in her initiations and her other rituals, and read aloud from the cultic writings. You rubbed the fat-cheeked snakes and swung them above your head, crying, Iwa, Sabao, Hues, Attis, Hues. And so, in 186 BCE, when we look at the suppression and outlawing of the worship of Dionysus, it makes you wonder, why was this god singled out, and why were these people persecuted? Is this the same God that is worshipped by the Jews? Or both of these traditions come from a common ancestor tradition? So we have the names of the patriarchs looking like Bacchic chants. Iwa and Adam, Eve and Adam. Could it possibly be that these two characters are a euhemerization of Persephone in Hades, and that Persephone, who takes a bite of the pomegranate, is stuck in Hades, which would be a parallel to Eve taking a bite of the fruit and being cast out of paradise? With all that being said, this could be all a stretch. However, if there is some truth to this, it brings a whole new light to Christianity and the origins of Christianity. Because if Tacitus and Plutarch were able to understand these connections between the Bacchic, Orphic, and Judaic, then it's not a stretch to say that the gospel writers would have saw these things as well, which is why you have some stories that look like mimesis between Dionysus and Jesus, which is why Jesus, looking like the true vine, as he calls himself, my Father is the husbandman, and I am the true vine. That looks a lot like Sabbatios, who is Saturn, holding the scythe, who is the husbandman, who reaps the dead, and he is the true vine, like Dionysus. Helios is the sun god, the all-seeing eye in the sky. He is known to the Egyptians as Ra, or Atum, later known as Amun-Ra, and to the Babylonians as Shemesh. He is the son of Hyperion and Thea, the brother of Selene, the moon, and Eos, dawn. He's also the uncle of Lucifer. To the Egyptians, he was not created by any marriage or couple. He came straight out of the abyss of chaos and became the creator of the gods, the Aeneid of Heliopolis, where all the gods were created. The beginning of all Egypt begins here. He comes from the Proto-Indo-European god and goddess Sihol, or Soul. According to Plato, through the mouth of Socrates, his Doric name is Alios. Throughout the myths given by Homer and Hesiod and others, he's always seeing when no one else can see. For example, when Persephone is picked up by Hades and brought to the underworld, he's the one that saw what happened and tells Demeter what to do to find her. In the Odyssey, Odysseus' men, despite the warnings of Odysseus, impiously kill and eat sacred cattle kept at Thrinacia, a sacred island. Helios was there to see it when no one else would, so he informs Zeus, and Zeus punishes them by throwing a thunderbolt at their ship. Nothing escapes the eye of Helios, or should I say, the eye of Ra. Helios is one of the 12 titans. All the gods gathered in front of Zeus to cast lots to see which place or country they would rule over. Helios happened to be absent for this and missed out. So, Zeus gave him the rule of the sky and of the island of Rhodes, and married Rhodos, the daughter of Poseidon. And they have 7 sons who found the civilization of Rhodes, or the megalith colossal of Rhodes, one of the ancient wonders of the world, would stand in honor of Helios himself. His 7 sons were known as the Heliadae. They were Ochimus, Cheriphus, Macarius, Actus, Tanagus, Triopas, and Candalas. They were expert astrologers and seafarers, and the first to introduce sacrifices to Athena at Rhodes. Tanagus was the most highly endowed of the Heliadae, the sons of Helios, most favored by Helios himself. He was the best at science and the best looking, and so his other brothers, Macarius, Candylus, Triopas, and Actus, were jealous of him. So what they did is they found him and killed him in their jealousy. Those 4 sons had to flee the wrath of Helios after what they did. Macarius fled to Lesbos. Candylus flees to Kos. Triopas flees to Caria. And Actus flees to Egypt. Now Actus goes down into Egypt and finds the city of Heliopolis. But what's so striking about this story is it looks really similar to Genesis 37, where Joseph, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, is the most favored and best looking favorite of Jacob, where his jealous brethren tried to kill him, but he survives, and he goes down into Egypt and gets sold by the Midianites into slavery in Egypt. Now, at first glance, yes, the stories are different in many ways. One of them has 7 sons, the other one has 12 sons. In one of them, the jealous brethren kill the favored son. And with Joseph, he actually survives. But there are some striking similarities which we point out. In both stories, one of the brothers flees to Egypt. Now, at first you're like, okay, that's not that crazy, until you figure out that Joseph, he marries Potiphar's daughter. Potiphar is the high priest of the city Heliopolis. So now we have both characters that flee to Egypt end up in the city of Heliopolis in some way or another. It gets even crazier. According to Josephus in Against Apion, Book 1, Chapter 26, verse 250, it was also reported that the priests who ordained their polity and their laws was by birth of Heliopolis, and his name Osiriph, or Osiris, who was the god of Heliopolis. But that when he was gone over to these people, his name was changed, and then he was called Moses. This is what the Egyptians relate about the Jews, with much more, which I admit for the sake of brevity. But still, Manetho goes on that after this, Amenophis returned back from Ethiopia with a great army, as did his son Ramses, and another army also, and that both of them joined battle with the shepherds and the polluted people, and beat them, and killed a great many of them, and pursued them to the bounds of Syria. Turns out that Manetho himself was a high priest of Heliopolis. Now, Alexander the Great, when he went to Egypt, the first city he went to after he entered the gates and set up his garrisons was Heliopolis. And upon leaving Heliopolis, they decided to build Alexandria. Alexandria's library, according to Manetho, got most of its information of Egyptian history from the library of Heliopolis. Manetho tells us that Heliopolis had records of the world going back thousands of years to the Atlanteans. When Alexandria was built, they took most of the resources from Heliopolis and brought it up to Alexandria and basically swapped the center of learning and philosophy from Heliopolis to Alexandria. Now, Moses is the lawgiver and the one who sets up the state of Israel. Solon was said to have traveled down to Heliopolis to learn the ways of the priests of Heliopolis and then brought back the laws to Athens. So we have, in both cases, a lawgiver coming out of Heliopolis and bringing back civilization to the people in their respected lands. Going back to the Joseph and Helios comparison, in both myths we have two stories that have sons that are jealous of another son, one of them going down into Egypt and settling in Heliopolis, and then laws coming out of Heliopolis in the form of Solon the lawgiver, who got his name Solon from Sol from Heliopolis, where he was renamed, and Moses, who brings out laws from Heliopolis as well. When we put that together with what Josephus, Manetho, and Plutarch tell us about the greatness of Heliopolis and its records of the ancient past, teachings of philosophy, we have no choice but to take consideration, is this a very important ancient city to people who wrote the Bible or Greek mythology? Frequented by Orpheus, Homer, Pythagoras, Plato, as well as Solon. Ptolemy II had Manetho collect all of his history of the ancient kings of Egypt from its archives and bring him to Alexandria, just as he had 70 elders of the Jews bring the history, his unique one, who come into being through him, the glorious image of the Lord of all, whose beauty the souls of Heliopolis created, who seizes the two lands like the self-created one, glorious nursling of the two magicians who Ammon himself caused to ascend to the throne. One of the most ancient Egyptian texts from the Egyptian Book of the Dead states, "Behold now, O ye luminaries in Heliopolis, maketh his way, he has grasped firmly. Osiris new is strong with them to direct the implement of the gods." And then it says on the bottom, "Shall be said over a figure of the deceased, which shall be placed in a model of a boat of the sun. And behold, he that reciteth this shall be washed, and shall be ceremonially pure. and he shall have burnt incense before Ra, and shall offer wine, cakes, and roasted fowl for the journey of the deceased in the boat of Ra. Now every Khu, which is a mummy, for whom such things are done, shall have an existence among the living ones, and he shall never perish, and he shall have being like unto that of the holy God. No evil thing whatsoever shall attack him, and he shall be like unto a happy Khu in Amentet, and he shall not die a second time. He shall eat and he shall drink in the presence of Osiris each day. He shall be born again with the kings of the north and of the south day, even those Horus. He shall live and shall become unto a god, and he shall be hymned among the living ones, even as is Ra, each and every day, continually and regularly forever. When we look at the Temple of Heliopolis, we notice that it has a similar layout to the Temple of Jerusalem, a rectangle with a square with a Holy of Holies within the middle. There is another temple that is designed this way in Canaan, known as Baalbek, but also this exact location was named Heliopolis by the Romans. The god that was worshipped there is Jupiter Heliopolis, a sort of equivalent of Amun-Ra. Amun being Jupiter, Ra being Helios, Amun-Ra, or Jupiter Heliopolis. After the war between Mark Antony and Augustus, when Mark Antony lost and killed himself, Augustus, upon visiting Heliopolis, decided to bring back the great obelisk, and it is still standing in Rome today at St. Peter's Square in the Vatican. When Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty became pharaoh, he introduced a henotheistic worship of the deified solar disk. As part of his construction projects, he built a Heliopolitan temple named Elevating Aten, whose stones can be seen in the summit of the gates of Cairo's medieval city. The cult of the Menevis bull, another embodiment of the sun, had its altar here as well. The bull's formed burial ground was situated north of the city. Now, in this very area of greater Memphis, which stretches out for Heliopolis, Giza, and Saqqara, these two bulls, Apis and Menevis, were located in Memphis and in Heliopolis. And even Alexander the Great offered sacrifice to the Apis bull on his way through Egypt. What I find is very interesting is that when we get into the 3rd century, there was a Syrian named Elagabalus, who was the high priest of the temple in Syria, Allah Jabal, the god of the mountain, but he's also a sun god, Heliogabalus. He became the Roman emperor and introduced this cult into the Roman imperial cult. According to Cassius Dio, Emperor Elagabalus also introduced the rites of the Christians, Samaritans, and Jews and combined it with Elagabalus. The historian Augustus says, he enshrined Heliogabalus on the Palatine Hill next to the temple of the emperors and built a temple for him, being eager to transfer to that temple both the emblem of the mother goddess and the fire of Vesta, the palladium, the sacred shields, and all the objects sacred to the Romans, so that no god should be worshipped at Rome except Heliogabalus. He used to say furthermore that the religion of the Jews and the Samaritans and the rites of the Christians ought to be transferred there, so that the priesthood of Heliogabalus might include the mysteries of every cult. This would plant the seeds for Roman religion going up to the time of Constantine. What that did was, in the eastern realms of the Roman Empire, the two biggest competing cults became Christianity and Sol Invictus, modern version of the worship of the sun god, the unconquerable sun. There are coins of Helios being titled the unconquerable sun, going back to the 1st century. So when Constantine became the emperor, he decided that these rites are the most important ones, and he became a Christian. But the unconquerable sun, Sol Invictus, was still arguably the most popular god to the people of the Roman legions. And it wasn't until the time of Theodosius where this Sol Invictus cult would be replaced by pure Christianity. The book of Isaiah, chapter 19, gives a prophecy of the destruction of Egypt. But in verse 18, it says, "On that day there shall be 5 cities in the land of Egypt, speaking the language of Canaan, and swearing by the Lord of hosts. One shall be called the city of the sun."
The first generation of men in Egypt, contemplating the beauty of the superior world, admiring with astonishment the frame and order of the universe, supposed there were 2 chief gods that were eternal, that is to say, the sun and the moon, the first which they call Osiris, and the other Isis, both names having proper etymologies, for Osiris in the Greek language signifies a thing with many eyes, which may be properly applied to the sun, darting his rays into every corner, and as it were, with so many eyes, viewing and surveying the whole land and sea, in which agrees the poet, the sun from lofty sphere, all sees, all hear. Is Dionysus, and surname him Sirius, among Eumolpus in his Bacchanal verses. Dionysus darts his fiery rays. And Orpheus, the bard, calls Thanates and Dionysus. Some, likewise, set him forth clothed with the spotted skin of a fawn, called Nebris. From the variety of stars that surround him, Isis likewise, being interpreted, signifies ancient, that name being ascribed to the moon from the eternal generations. They add likewise to her horns, because her aspect is such an increase, and in her decrease representing a sickle, and because an ox among the Egyptians is offered into her sacrifice. They hold that these gods govern the whole world, cherishing and increasing all things, and divide the year into 3 parts, that is to say, spring, summer, and winter, by an invisible motion, perfecting their constant course in that time, and thought they are in their very natures, very differing one from another, yet they complete the whole year with the most excellent harmony consent. They say that these gods and their natures do contribute much to the generation of all things, the one being a hot and active nature, the other moist and cold, but both having something of the air, and that by these all things are both brought forth and nourished, and therefore that every particular being in the universe is perfected and completed by the sun and the moon, whose qualities, as before declared, are 5: a spirit or quickening efficacy, heat or fire, dryness or earth, moisture or water, and air, of which the world does consist, as man made up of head, hands, feet, and other parts. These 5 are reputed for gods, and the people of Egypt as a great god, as he that greatly contributed to the generation and perfection of all beings whatsoever. The earth as the common womb of all production they call Matera, as the Greeks in process of time, by a small alteration of 1 letter and the omission of 2 letters, called the earth Demetra, which was very anciently called Gen Matera, or Mother Earth, as Orpheus attests in this verse. The Mother Earth, Demeter, also called, brings forth most richly water or moisture, the ancients called Oceanus, which by interpretation is a nourishing mother, and so taken by the Grecians, of which the poet says thus: the father of the gods the ocean is, Tethys the mother called. But the Egyptians account their Nile to be Oceanus, of which all the gods were born. For in Egypt, among all countries in the world, are many cities built by the ancient gods, as by Jupiter, Sol, Mercury, Apollo, Pan, Eileithyia, and many others. To the air they gave the name Minerva, signifying something proper to the nature thereof, and called her the daughter of Jupiter, and counted a virgin, because the air naturally is not subject to corruption, and is the highest part of the universe, whence rises the fable that she was the issue of Jupiter's brain. They say she is called also Tritogenes, or thrice begotten, because she changes her natural qualities thrice in a year, the spring, summer, and winter, and that she was called Glaucopis, not that she has gray eyes, as some of the Greeks have supposed, for that is a weak conceit, but because the air seems to be of a gray color to the view. They report likewise that these 5 gods travel through the whole world, representing themselves to men sometimes in the shapes of sacred living creatures, and sometimes in the form of men, or some other representation. And this is not a fable, but very possible, if it be true that these generate all things. And the poet who traveled into Egypt in some parts of his works affirms this appearance to be learnt from the priest. The gods also, like strangers, come from far, in diverse shapes within towns appear, viewing men's good and wicked acts. And these are the stories told by the Egyptians of the heavenly immortal gods. And besides these, they say, there are others that are terrestrial, which were begotten of the former gods, and were originally mortal then, but by reason of their wisdom to all mankind have obtained immortality, of which some have been kings of Egypt, some of whom, by interpretation, have had the same names with the celestial gods. Others have kept their own proper names, for they report that Sol, Saturn, Rhea, Jupiter, also known as Ammon, Juno, Vulcan, Vesta, and lastly, Mercury, who is called Thoth, reigned in Egypt, and the Sol was the first king of Egypt, whose name was the same with the celestial planet called Sol, with the priesthood in Heliopolis. But there are some of the priests who affirm Vulcan to be the first of their gods, and that he was advanced to all dignity upon account of being the first that used fire, which was so beneficial to all mankind. For a tree in the mountain, happening to be set on fire by lightning, the wood next adjoining was presently all in a flame, and Vulcan, thereupon coming to that place, was mightily refreshed by the heat of it, being then winter season, And when the fire began to fail, he added more combustible matter to it, and by that means preserving it, calling it other men to enjoy the benefit of that which he himself was the first inventor, as he gave out. Afterwards, they say Saturn reigned and married his sister Rhea, and that he begat of her Osiris and Isis. But others say Jupiter and Juno, who for their great virtues ruled all over the world. That of Jupiter and Juno were born 5 gods, one upon every day of the 5 Egyptian intercalary days. The names of these gods: Osiris, Isis, Typhon, Apollo, and Venus. That Osiris was interpreted Bacchus, and Isis plainly Ceres. That Osiris married Isis, and after he came to the kingdom, did much, performed many things for the common benefit and advantage of mankind. For he was the first that forbade men eating one another. And at the same time Isis found out the way of making bread and wheat and barley, which before grew here and there in the fields amongst the other herbs and grasses, and the use of it unknown, and Osiris teaching the way and manner of tillage, and well management of the fruits of the earth. This change of food became grateful, both because it was naturally sweet and delicious, and the men were thereby restrained from the mutual butcheries of one another. For an evidence of this, first finding out the use of these fruits, they allege an ancient custom among them. For even this day, in the time of harvest, the inhabitants offer the first fruits, the ears of corn, howling and wailing about the handfuls they offer, invoking this god Isis. And this they do in return of due honor to her, that invention at the first. In some cities, when they celebrate the feast of Isis in a pompous procession, they carry out vessels of wheat and barley in memory of the first invention, by the care and industry of this goddess. They say likewise that Isis made many laws for the good of human society, whereby were restrained from lawless force, violence, one upon another, out of fear of punishment, and therefore Ceres was called by the ancient Greeks Themophoros, that is, lawgiver, being the princess that first constituted laws for the better government of her people. Osiris, moreover, built Thebes in Egypt, the 100 gates, and called it after his mother's name. But in following times it was called Diospolis and Thebes, of whose first founder not only historians but the priests of Egypt themselves are much in doubt. For some say it was not built by Osiris, but by many years after by a king of Egypt, whose history we shall treat hereafter in its proper place. They report likewise that he built 2 magnificent temples, and dedicated to his parents Jupiter and Juno, and likewise 2 golden altars, the greater to the great god Jupiter, the other to his father Saturn, who had formerly reigned there, whom they call Ammon. That he has erected golden altars to other gods, and instituted their several rites of worship, and appointed priests to have the oversight and care of the holy things. In the time of Osiris and Isis, projectors and ingenious artists were in great honor and esteem, that therefore in Thebes there were the goldsmiths and braziers, who made arms and weapons for the killing of wild beasts, and other instruments for the husbanding of the ground, and improvement of tillage, besides images of the gods and the altars in gold. They say that Osiris was much given to husbandry, and that he was the son of Jupiter, brought up by Nisa, a town of Arabia the Happy, near to Egypt, called by the Greeks Dionysus from his father and the place of his education. The poet in his hymns makes mention of Nysa as bordering upon Egypt, where he says, "Far off from Phoenicia stands the sacred Nysa, where streams of Egypt's Nile begins to rise, on mountain high with pleasant wood adorned." Here, near unto Nysa, they say he found out the use of the vine, and there planting it, was the first that drank wine, and taught others how to plant it and use it, and to grasp in their vintage, and keep and preserve it. Above all others, he most honored Hermes, one of the admirable ingenuity and quick invention in finding out what might be useful to mankind. This Hermes was the first that taught how to speak distinctly and articulately, and gave names to many things that had been known before. He found out letters, and instituted the worship of the gods, and was the first to observe the motion of the stars, invented music, taught the manner of wrestling, invented arithmetic, and the art of curious graving and cutting of statues. He first found out the harp with 3 strings, in resemblance of the 3 seasons of the year, causing 3 several sounds, the treble, bass, and mean. The treble to represent the summer, the bass the winter, and the mean the spring. He was the first that taught the Greeks eloquence. Thence he is called Hermes, a speaker or interpreter. To conclude, he was Osiris's sacred scribe, to whom he communicated all his secrets, and was chiefly steered by his advice in everything. He, not Minerva as the Greeks affirm, found out the use of the olive tree for the making of holy oils. It is moreover reported that Osiris, being the prince of a public spirit and the very ambitious of glory, raised a great army with which he resolved to go through all parts of the world that were inhabited, and to teach men how to plant vines and how to sow wheat and barley. For he hoped that if he could civilize men and take them off from their rude and beast-like courses of life, by such public good and advantage, he should raise a foundation amongst all mankind for his immortal praise and honor, which happened accordingly. For not only that age, but posterity, ever after honored those among the chiefest of their gods, that first found out their proper and ordinary food. Having therefore settled his affairs in Egypt and committed the government of his whole kingdom to his wife Isis, he joined her with Thoth as her chief counselor of state. He far excelled others in wisdom and prudence. But Hercules, his near kinsman, he left general of all his forces within his dominions, a man admired for all his valor and strength of body. As to those parts which lay near Phoenicia and upon the sea coast of them, he made Busiris Lord Lieutenant of all Ethiopia, Libya, Antiochus. Then, marching out of Egypt, he began his expedition, taking along with him his brother, whom the Greeks call Apollo. This Apollo is reported to have discovered the laurel tree, which all dedicate especially to this god, and wear diadems of laurel leaves. To Osiris they attribute the finding out of the ivy tree, and wear ivy diadems instead of laurel, and dedicate to him, who the Greeks call Bacchus. Therefore, in the Egyptian tongue, they call ivy Osiris's plant, which they prefer before the vine in all their sacrifices, because this loses its leaves, and the others always continue fresh and green, which rule the ancients have observed in other plants that are always green, dedicating myrtle to Venus, laurel to Apollo, olive to Pallas, and ivy to Osiris. It is said that 2 of his sons accompanied their father Osiris in his expedition, one called Anubis and the other Makedo, both valiant men. Both of them wore coats of mail that were extraordinary, remarkable, covered with the skins of such creatures as resembled them in stoutness and valor. Anubis was covered with the dogs, and Makedo with the skin of a wolf. And for this reason, these beasts are religiously adored by the Egyptians. He had likewise for his companion Pan, whom the Egyptians have in great veneration. For they not only set up images and statues in every temple, but built a city in Thebes after his name, called by the inhabitants Khamen, which by interpretation is Pan's city. There went along with them likewise those that were skillful in husbandry, as Mero in the planting of vines, and Triptolemus in sowing of corn, gathering the harvest. All things being prepared now, Osiris, having vowed to the gods to let his hair grow till he returned into Egypt, marched through Ethiopia. And for that very reason, it is a piece of religion and practice among the Egyptians this very day. And those that travel abroad suffer their hair to grow till they return home. As he passed through Ethiopia, a company of satyrs were presented to him, who, as it is reported, were all hairy down to their loins. For Osiris was a man given to mirth and jollity, and took great pleasure in music and dancing, and therefore carried along with him a train of musicians, of whom 9 were virgins, most excellent singers and experts, and many other things, who the Greeks call the Muses, whom Apollo was the captain, the brother of Osiris, who is thence called the leader of the Muses. Upon this account, the satyrs, who are naturally inclined to skipping and dancing and singing and all other sorts of mirth, were taken in as part of the army. For Osiris was not for war, nor came to fight battles and to decide controversies by the sword, every country receiving him for his merits and virtues as a god. In Ethiopia, having instructed the inhabitants in husbandry and tillage of the ground, and built several cities among them, he left there behind some of the governors of the country, and others to be the gatherers of his tribute. While they were thus employed, it is said that the river Nile, above the dog days, at which time it uses to be the highest, broke down its banks and overflowed the greatest part of Egypt, and that part especially where Prometheus was the governor, insomuch as almost all the inhabitants were drowned, so that Prometheus was near unto killing himself for the grief of heart. And from the sudden and violent eruption of the waters, the river was called Eagle. Hercules, who was always high in difficult enterprises, and ever a stout spirit, presently made up breaches and turned the river into its channel, and kept it within the ancient banks, and therefore some of the Greek poets, from this fact, have forged a fable that Hercules killed the eagle that fled upon Prometheus' heart. The most ancient name of this river was Oceanus, which in the Greek pronunciation Okeanos, afterwards called Eagle, upon the violent eruption. Lastly, it was called Aegyptus, from the name of a king that reigned there, which the poets attest, who says, "In the river of Aegyptus, then I placed the galley swift." For near Thonis, as it is called, an ancient mart town of Egypt, the river empties itself into the sea. The last name, which still remains, derives from Nilus, a king of those parts. Osiris, being come to the borders of Ethiopia, raised high banks on either side of the river, lest in time of its inundation it should overflow the country more than was convenient, and make it marsh and boggy, and made floodgates to let the water by degrees, as far as was necessary. Thence he passed through Arabia, bordering upon the Red Sea, as far as to India, and the utmost coasts that were inhabited. He built likewise many cities in India, one which he called Nisa, willing to have remembrance of that of Egypt, where he was brought up. At this Nisa in India, he planted ivy, which grows and remains here only for all other places in India, or the parts adjacent. He left likewise many other marks of his being in those parts, by which the later inhabitants are induced to believe and to affirm that this god was born in India. He likewise addicted himself much to hunting of elephants, and took care to have statues of himself in every place, and lasting monuments of his expedition. Thence, passing the rest of Asia, he transported his army through the Hellespont into Europe, and in Thrace he killed Lycurgus, the king of the barbarians, who opposed him in his designs. Then he ordered Maro, at the time of an old man, to take care of the planters in that country, and build a city and call it Maronez, after his own name. Macado, his son, he made king of Macedonia, so calling it after him. To Triptolemus he appointed a culture and tillage of the land of Attica. To conclude, Osiris, having traveled through the whole world by finding out food fit and convenient for man's body, was a benefactor to all mankind. Where vines would not grow and be fruitful, he taught the inhabitants to make drink of barley. He brought back with him into Egypt the most precious and richest things that every place did afford, and for the many benefits and advantages by the common consent of all men, he gained the reward of immortality and honor equal to the heavenly deities. The story of Osiris's death is as follows. Seth invited Osiris to a banquet with some of Seth's wicked friends. After the feasting, a casket was carried in, a gift from Seth to anyone who could fit inside. Seth's friends tried in vain to squeeze, stretch, or slide themselves in the casket. None of them fit. Then Osiris took his turn and fit perfectly in the casket. In a flash, Seth slammed down the lid and sealed it shut. The coffin was then thrown into the Nile. It floated off toward the sea. Isis was heartbroken at the loss of her husband. Isis was pregnant at this time with Horus. Leaving her baby son behind with Hermes, she set out to find Osiris's body. After many weeks, Isis reached the city of Byblos in Phoenicia. With the help of her magic, she discovered Osiris's coffin with a great ivy tree growing from the coffin. She hurried back to Egypt, but before she could place Iris in his tomb, Seth found the body. He chopped his brother into 14 pieces and scattered them across the land of Egypt. Isis set out once again to search for the pieces of Osiris's body. After weeks of searching, she found all but one part of Osiris's body, his phallus, which had been swallowed up by a fish. To protect Osiris from Seth, Isis buried Osiris in 13 different places. The spirit of Osiris passed into the underworld, where he became the king of Hades. Osiris transmigrated his soul into his son, Horus. The birth of Horus, the avenger of the father, was seen by some as a resurrection of Osiris. Seth became Pharaoh of Egypt. One day when Horus was just a child, Seth took on the shape of a scorpion, came into Horus's room, and stung him and killed him. Horus was then sent to the underworld with his father, where he would stay there until he was of age, so he can avenge his father. And when he was of age, Amun, the father of Osiris, the ruler and creator of the universe, took Horus and brought him back to the land of the living by the sacred boat. Seth was already waiting for his return, charged at Horus, and aimed fire at his eyes and blinded him. After many weeks, Horus regained his sight. Horus gathered a great army and chased down Seth up the river Nile, where they reached the island of Elephantine. Horus saw Seth standing there in the form of a vast red hippopotamus, uttering a terrible curse. Horus threw with much force a javelin in the roof of Seth's mouth and into his brain. The red hippopotamus sank dead into the Nile. The darkness vanished, and the people of Egypt rejoiced of the victory of Horus, son of Osiris, the Avenger. Peace came to Egypt, and Horus was crowned pharaoh. Now, after the death of Osiris, Isis and Hermes celebrated his funeral with sacrifices and other divine honors as to one of the gods, and instituted many sacred rites and mystical ceremonies in memory of the mighty works wrought by his hero, now deified. Anciently, the Egyptian priests kept the manner of the death of Osiris secret in their own registers among themselves, but in after times it fell out that some that could not hold blurted it out, the secret mysteries of Osiris. And so it came abroad, for they say that Osiris, while he governed Egypt with all justice imaginable, murdered by his brother, who was known as Typhon to the Greeks, and that he mangled his body into 26 pieces, and gave to each of his confederates in the treason a piece. By that means bring them all within the same horrid guilt, and thereby the more to engage them, advance him to the throne, and defend and preserve in the possession. But Isis, with the assistance of her son Horus, avenged the death of Osiris, and got revenge upon Seth and his accomplices, and possessed herself of the kingdom of Egypt. In the time of Osiris, she found all the pieces of his body, except for the phallus, and having a desire to conceal her husband's burial, yet to have him honored by a god, by all Egyptians, she thus contrived it. She closed all the pieces together, cementing them with wax and aromatic spices, and so that to the shape of a man, of the bigness of Osiris, she sent for the priests to her, one by one, and swore them all that they should not discover what she should then entrust them with. Then she told them privately that they only should have the burial of the king's body, and recounting the many good works he had done, charged them to bury the body in proper place among themselves, and to pay unto all the divine honor as to God, that they should dedicate to him one of the beasts bred among them, which of them they pleased that it was alive. They should pay it with some veneration as they did before Osiris himself, and when it was dead, they should worship it with the same adoration and worship given to Osiris, but being willing to encourage the priests at these divine offices by profit and advantage, she gave them a third part of the country for maintenance of service of the god and their attendance at the altars. In memory, therefore, of Osiris's great deeds, being incited thereunto the commands of the queen, and in expectation of their own profit and advantage, the priests exactly performed everything that Isis enjoined them, and therefore every order of the priests at this day are of opinion that Osiris is buried among them, And they have those beasts in great veneration, that were so long since thus consecrated, and renew their mournings for Osiris, the weeping for the dead god, over the graves of those beasts. There are 2 sacred bulls, especially the bull Apis and the other Menavis, that are consecrated to Osiris and reputed as gods generally all by Egyptians. For this creature of all others was extraordinary, serviceable to the first inventors of husbandry, both as to sowing corn and the other advantages concerning tillage, of which all reaped the benefit. Lastly, they say that after the death of Osiris, Isis made a vow never to marry another man, and spent the rest of her days in exact administration of justice among her subjects, excelling all other princes in her acts of grace and bounty towards her people. And therefore, after her death, she was numbered among the gods, and as such had divine honor and veneration, and was buried at Memphis, where they show her sepulchre at this day in the grove of Vulcan. Yet, there are some that deny that these gods are buried in Memphis, but near the mountains of Ethiopia and Egypt, and the Isle of the Nile, lying near a place called Phyllis, and upon the account also called the Holy Field. They confirm this by undoubted signs and marks left in the island, as a sepulchre, built and erected to Osiris, religiously reverenced by all the priests of Egypt, wherein are laid up 360 bulls, which certain priests appointed for that purpose fill every day with milk, and call upon the gods by name, with mourning and lamentation. For the cause, none go into the island except the priests. The inhabitants of Thebes, which is the most ancient city of Egypt, account as great oath, and by no means to be violated, if a man swear by Osiris that lies buried at Philae. The several parts, therefore, of Osiris being found, Typhon, because none of his partners would receive them, and yet that they were divinely honored by Isis, for she commanded an image of this very part to be set up in the temples, and to be religiously adored, and in all their ceremonies and sacrifices to this god, she ordered that part to be held in divine veneration and honor, and therefore Grecians, after they learned the rites and ceremonies of the feast of Bacchus and the origin, solemnities, the Egyptians and all their mysteries and sacrifices to this god, they adored the member of the phallus. And the growing of corn is the growing of the phallus of Osiris. From Osiris and Isis to a reign of Alexander the Great, who built a city after his own name, the Egyptian priests reckon above 10,000 years. They affirm that those that say this god Osiris was born at Thebes in Boeotia of Jupiter and Semele relate that which is false, for they say that Orpheus, after he came into Egypt, was initiated into the sacred mysteries of Bacchus or Dionysus, and being special friend to the Thebans in Boeotia, and of great esteem among them, to manifest his gratitude, transferred the birth of Bacchus or Osiris over into Greece, and the common people, partly out of ignorance and partly out of desire they had about this god should be a Greek, readily received these mysteries and sacred rites among them, and that Orpheus took the occasion following to fix the birth of the god and his rites and ceremonies among the Greeks, and thus Cadmus, they say, was born at Thebes in Egypt, and amongst other children begat Semele, that she was got with child by one unknown, and was delivered at 7 months' end of a child very like to Osiris, as the Egyptians describe him. But such births are not used to live, either because it is not the pleasure of the gods it should be, or that the law of nature will not admit it. Semele was not with a man, and was miraculously pregnant with Dionysus, who the Egyptians know as Osiris. This is the second birth of Osiris, the matter coming to Cadmus, being before warned by the oracle to protect the laws of his country. He wrapped the infant in gold and instituted sacrifices to be offered to him, as if Osiris had appeared again in this shape, and caused it to be spread abroad, that it was begotten of Jupiter, thereby both to honor Osiris and to cover his daughter's shame. And therefore it is a common report among the Greeks that Semele, the daughter of Cadmus, was with child by no other than Jupiter, and by him had Osiris. In after times, Orpheus, by reason of his excellent art and skill in music, and knowledge in theology, and institution of sacred rites and sacrifices to the gods, was greatly esteemed among the Greeks, and especially was received and entertained by the Thebans, and by them highly honored above all others, who being excellently learned in the Egyptian theology, brought down to the birth of the ancient Osiris to a far later time, and to gratify the Cadmeans or Thebans, instituted new rites and ceremonies, at which he ordered that it should be declared to all that were admitted to those mysteries that Dionysus or Osiris was begotten by a virgin Semele by Jupiter. The people therefore, partly through ignorance and partly by being deceived with their dazzling lust of Orpheus' reputation, and with their good opinion of his truth and faithfulness in this matter, especially to have this god reputed a Greek, being used to these rites, as it before declared, and with these stories the mythologists and poets have filled all the theaters, and now it is generally received as truth, not in the least to be questioned. To conclude, the priests say that the Greeks have arrogated themselves both their gods and demigods or heroes, and say that the divers colonies were transported over to them out of Egypt, for Hercules was an Egyptian, and by his valor made his way into most parts of the world, and set up a pillar in Africa, and this they endeavor to make proof that the Greeks themselves. For whereas it is owned by all that Hercules assisted the gods in the Giants' war, it is plain that at the time when the Greeks say Hercules was born, the earth had not then the strength to produce giants, neither were there any in those days, that is to say, in the next before the Trojan War, but rather, as Egyptians affirm, the first generation beginning of mankind, from which the Egyptians account above 10,000 years. But the Trojan War, not 1200, and according to this computation of the Egyptians, a club and lion skin may agree well enough with the ancient Hercules, for the use of arms not being at the time found out. Men fought with clubs and staves, and covered their bodies with skins of beasts. This ancient Hercules, they say, was the son of Jupiter, but know not who was mother. He who was the son of Alcmena, they affirm, was born above 10,000 years after the other, and was called at first Alcaeus, but afterwards Heracles. Not that he had honorable surname from Juno, as Matris says, but assumed to himself the name of emulation, desirous to do as great as the ancient Hercules, and so to inherit as well his fame and glory as his name. Moreover, the Greeks have very ancient tradition, which agrees with the Egyptians that Hercules freed the earth from wild beasts, which cannot possibly be applied to him who flourished about the time of the Trojans, when most parts of the world were free from such annoyances, by improvement of lands and multitudes of populous cities, by the reduction of the world to a more civil course of living, agrees best with ancient Hercules. When men were yet vexed and plagued with wild beasts, and especially in Egypt, whose upper part is wilderness and full of wild beasts, at this very day, and it is but very reasonable to think that Hercules should mind the prosperity and welfare of Egypt in his own country, and free the land from wild beasts, and so deliver it into the hands of husbandmen, and improved by tillage, that upon his account was honored as a god. They report likewise that Perseus was born in Egypt, and that the Greeks say transferred from thence the birth of Isis into Argos, inventing a story that she was the same with Io, who was metamorphosized into a bull. And indeed, there are great differences in disputes discerning these gods, for some call the same goddess Isis, others call her Ceres, some Themosphorus, others Luna, others Juno, and some other names like the Great Mother and Demeter. They term Osiris sometimes with Serapis, sometimes Dionysus, sometimes Pluto, and also Ammon, sometimes Jupiter, often Pan. There are some likewise that say Serapis is the same as the Greek Pluto. Also, some who identify Ashmun, the Phoenician god, as Osiris, or Baal. The Egyptians report that Isis found many medicines for the recovery of men's health, being very expert in the art of physic, and contrived many remedies for that purpose, and therefore even now, when she is advanced to an immortal state, she takes pleasure in curing men's bodies, and that those that desire her assistance in their sleep can clearly manifest her presence, and affords ready and effectual relief to them that stand in need of it. For clear proof of all this, they say, they have not only usual fables of the Greeks, but the undoubted evidence, and that almost the whole world bears testimony to this, by the respect and honor they pay to this goddess, the account of her great fame in curing diseases. For in sleep she is present with persons and applies remedies to the sick, and wonderfully cures those that are her votaries. That many that have been given up by the physicians are incurable have been restored by Isis, and that many who have been blind and lame were restored by Isis. Many who have sought to her help have been perfectly restored to their former sight and soundness of body. They say that she found out a medicine that would raise the dead to life. The Sumerians tell a story about Isis and Osiris, and Isis going down into the underworld, bringing Osiris up and raising the dead among them at the spring equinox. She not only raised her son Horus, that was killed by the Titans and found dead in the water, but that the application made him immortal. This Horus was the last of the gods that reigned in Egypt after the translation of Osiris his father. This Horus, they say, by interpretation is Apollo, who being taught by his mother Isis the art of psychic and divination, and very beneficial to mankind in these respects. The Egyptian priests in their computation of time do reckon above the years, and the latter no less than 300 years apiece, whereas this great number of the sun, not being then known, the year was reckoned according to the course of the moon, and therefore the solar year, consisting then but of 300 days, some of them were sure to live 1200 lunar years. And even in this day now, that there are 12 months in the year, many live 100 solar years. The like they say of them that reigned 300 years, for in their time, they say, the year was made up of 4 months, every 4 applicable to each of the 3 seasons. Of the solar years, that is to say, spring, summer, and winter, which is the reason that some of the Greeks call the year Horus. Seasons and historical annals, horography. The Egyptians, moreover, among their fables report that it is the fame of Isis there were men of vast bodies, whom the Greeks called giants, and whom they place in their temples, prodigious shapes, who were whipped and scourged by them that sacrificed to Osiris. Some idly give forth that they sprang from the earth, when at first being the living creatures. Others report that from many extraordinary things done by men of strong bodies, the fables and stories of giants arose. But in the most agree that for the war they raised against the gods, Jupiter and Osiris, they were all destroyed. It was a law, likewise, they say, in Egypt, against a caution of other nations, the brothers and sisters might marry one another, which accordingly was preposterous, and successful in the marriage of Isis, who married her brother Osiris, and after his death made a vow never to marry another man. After she had revenged her husband's death upon his murderers, she governed the kingdom and reigned justly all her days, and did good universally to all sorts of people, obliging them with many and extraordinary benefits and advantages. And for her sake it is a custom among them that they honor a queen and allow her more power, authority than a king. And in their contracts of marriage, authority is given to the wife over her husband, at which time the husbands promise to be obedient in their wives in all things. Isis was buried at Memphis, where at this day her shrine is to be seen in the grove of Vulcan, although some affirm that these gods lie buried in the Nile at Philas, as said before. Neither am I ignorant that some writers say their sepulchres are at Nisa in Arabia, whence Dionysus is called Nisaeus, where they say a pillar is erected to each of these deities, with inscriptions and sacred letters upon them, and one which that belonging to Isis are these words: I am Isis, queen of all this country, scholar of Mercury. What laws I have made, none ought to disannul. I am the eldest, daughter of the youngest god, Saturn. I am the wife and sister of King Osiris. I am she that first found out corn for man's use. I am the mother of King Horus. I am she that arises in the dog star. The city of Bubastis was built in memory of me. Farewell, rejoice, O Egypt, that was my nurse that brought me up. Upon Osiris's pillar there are these that follow. My father was Saturn, the youngest of all the gods. I am Osiris, that led an army through all the nations as far as the deserts of India, and in the countries lying to the north as far as to the head, springs of the river Ishtar, and the other parts as far as the ocean. I am the eldest firstborn son of Saturn, a branch of a famous noble stock, cousin, German to the day. There is not a place in the world where I have not been, and what I have discovered I have imparted to all. So much of the inscriptions on the pillars, they say, may be read, the rest is defaced and worn out through the length of time. Thus, therefore, many disagree concerning the sepulchres of these gods, because the priests who were secretly instructed in the perfect knowledge of these matters would not suffer them to be spread abroad, out of fear of these punishments, that such were liable unto who revealed the secrets of the gods. They reported that afterwards many colonies out of Egypt were dispersed over all parts of the world, that Belus, who was taken up to be the son of Neptune and Libra, led a colony into the province of Babylon, having fixing his seat at the river Euphrates consecrated priests, and according to the custom of the Egyptians freed from all public taxes and impositions. These priests the Babylonians call Chaldeans, who observe the motions of the stars, in imitation of the priests, naturalists, astrologers of Egypt. That Danaus likewise, from thence another colony, planted them in Argos, the most ancient city of all Greece. And that the people of Colchos in Pontus, and the Jews, lying between Arabia and Syria, were colonies of Egypt, and that therefore it is ancient custom among these nations to circumcise all their male children after the rites and customs received from the Egyptians. That the Athenians likewise are a colony of the saints, which came out of Egypt, and are kindred, they endeavor to prove by these arguments, that is to say, that only of all the Greeks call the city Asotu, from Asotu, a city among these people of the saints, and that for the better government of the commonwealth, they divide their people into the same ranks and degrees as they do in Egypt, to wit, into 3 orders. The first they call Eupatride, employed for the most part in studying liberal arts and sciences, and are advanced in the highest offices and places of performance in state, as the priests of Egypt are. The second order of men are the rustic and country people, who are the soldiers and take up arms upon occasions for the defense of the country, like to those who are called husbandmen in Egypt, who furnish out soldiers there. And the third rank are reckoned tradesmen and artificers, who commonly bore all the necessary and public offices, which agrees exactly with the orders among usage of the Egyptians. They say likewise that there are some Athenian generals that came out of Egypt, for they affirm that Peteos, the father of Menethnius, was captain in the Trojan War, an Egyptian, and afterwards a king of Athens. The Athenians had not wit enough to find out the true reason why 2 natures were ascribed to him. For every man knows that he was called half beast, that is, half man, half beast. And the true ground was because he was a member of 2 several commonwealths, Greek and barbarian. Eurystheus, likewise, one of the kings of Athens, they say was an Egyptian, which they prove by these arguments, that whereas there was a great drought, as all confess, almost over all the world except Egypt only, because of a peculiar property of the place, which destroyed both men and the fruits of the earth together. Eurystheus transported a great quantity of corn to Athens out of Egypt, because they and the Egyptians were of the same kindred, which the kindness of the citizens were so affected that they advanced him into the kingdom, which after he instituted the festivals and taught the Egyptian rites and mysteries of Demeter, Eleusina. They say, moreover, that it is reported upon good ground that the goddess herself came into Attica at the time when corn and other good fruit, and her name, were transported thither, and that therefore it seemed as if she had again renewed the invention of seed. She did at the beginning. Likewise, the Athenians themselves confess that in the reign of Erechtheus, when the drought had burnt up all the fruits of the earth, Ceres came thither and gave them corn, and that the rites and mysteries of this goddess were then begun in Eleusina, and the sacrifices of ancient ceremonies, both of the Athenians and Egyptians, are one and the same, and that they took their original from the Empylide of the Egyptian priests, and their heralds from the Pastori. Further, that only the Greeks swear by the name of Isis, and that in all their manners and customs they are altogether like the Egyptians. These and many other such like arguments bring and maintain this colony out of ambition because of the glory and renown of that city, that any ground of truth they have for their assertion. To conclude, the Egyptians say that many parts of the world were planted by their ancestors, by colonies sent from thence, by means of the state and grandeur of their kings and their vast number of their people, which reports not to being supported with sufficient arguments nor attested by credible authors, we think them not worthy of any further account. But this much we thought fit to say of Egyptian theology.
An animal is offered up. Thou receive a garment of finest linen from the hands of the ministrate of Ra. Eat the bread upon the cloth which the goddess herself hath prepared. Drink the wine from the cup which Ra has prepared. Whoever does this in my name shall be reborn. Osiris and Ammon, Hermetic tradition. The official cult established by the second Ptolemy, Philadelphos, interestingly included an assumption into heaven. Theocritus and Callimachus, both court poets, both whose works have passed down to us, treat this theme with apparent seriousness, imitated by the Seleucids in Syria, as we know from an edict of Antiochus III, dated from 205, establishing a priesthood for his wife Laodice, quite distinct from the external municipal honors paid to the royal house. The Attalids, though cultivated in this manner by various Greek cities, and indeed by their own ministers, offered a cult and most flattering eulogy to Attalus I's wife, Apollonius, on her removal to the gods, instituted an official royal cult themselves till after 188. Even then, deification remained strictly posthumous. Attalus III came close to being worshipped in his own lifetime, but got no farther after military. This emerges with some clarity in curious efforts of the first two Ptolemies and the Seleucids to establish syncretic, anthropomorphic, Greco-Egyptian deities who could serve the needs of the polyglot, non-Egyptian ruling community of Alexandria, Memphis, Ptolemais, and other administrative and commercial centers of the country. Also Asia Minor and parts of Hellas, where Ptolemy had a lot of support as well. Our evidence, especially with Ptolemy I, is sketchy, but as you'll see later, Pausanias tells us the widespread Egyptian cults all over central Greece make it clear how widespread these ideas became. Serapis, one among many deities both Greek and local, received royal support during this period. Tradition inherited from Alexander himself, who propitiated a variety of deities wherever he went. According to the Greek Alexander Romance, he spoke with Serapis. Now, obviously this is written afterwards, but the people of the 2nd century BC, 1st century BC, and even 1st century AD clearly wanted to tie this god to Alexander himself, who was the son of Ammon, the god of gods, the Jupiter, Saturn god, the god of what we basically are trying to create with Serapis himself. But the case of Serapis does not seem to have unique features. The metamorphosis and promotion of this deity as a prop of the royal cult were carried out by Greek intellectuals of Alexandria. Demetrius, the savior, gave the god a splendid early boost in his paeans by claiming a miracle. The god had restored his failing eyesight, also echoed later on with Vespasian. Miracles multiplied as in other healing shrines such as Epidaurus, the process known as sleeping in, something we see with the cult of Asclepius. For the sick, they would sleep in the temple overnight to be healed. This is a practice that would happen in Egypt for Serapis, also pointing out his Asclepius-like qualities. Strabo gives a vivid picture of the Cyaxares, who designed the huge seated cult figure, bearded and benign, half Zeus, half Pluto, head crowned with the grain modios, symbolic of fertility, often seen in the cult of Eleusis, where we see Demeter and Dionysus wearing similar modios, signifying grain and vine, the mysteries of fertility, of agriculture, of death and rebirth. And the fact that he's Pluto and Zeus gives him underworld and heaven rule. He much resembled Zeus, which in whom he became to be synchronized in the Roman period, giving rise to the popular slogan, "There is but one Zeus Serapis." Onto this composite figure, there were also grafted the healing attributes of Asclepius, and later, Helios, the sun, placed behind his head, as Isis would get the moon placed behind her head. Father and mother, sun and moon. And the underworld connection from being Osiris as well as Pluto, though with Greek Cerberus rather than Egyptian Anubis seated at his feet. The intention may have been to appeal Egyptians as well as Greeks, but we can also detect in this heavily synchronized deity a growing trend toward monotheism, a general assimilation of local or specialized cults like that the Stoic world Sol was a natural product, oikoumene, and would reach its local climate under the early Roman Empire. Serapis was also, reasonably enough as a creation of the establishment, very soon accorded special respect by Ptolemaic bureaucrats as a god who could, if properly appropriated, boost their official reputations or give them a leg up in the promotional ladder. One letter to Ptolemy II's financial minister Apollonius reminds him pointedly that Serapis could still further improve even his already exalted position in the king's eyes. The implications of this patronage for the nexus between monarch, priesthood, and civil service are fascinating. Soldiers, of course, another powerful lobby in the Ptolemaic Egypt, would particularly appreciate the god's supposed ability to cure wounds and offer protection in battle. It was Ptolemy II's officers, civil servants for the most part, who introduced the cult of Serapis to Greece and the Aegean, and indeed, throughout the Oikoumene, would have to make a clear distinction between the public, official, established creed, inevitably a political phenomenon which tended to fall off in the 3rd century abroad after Ptolemaic loss of naval hegemony, and at home, with the native resurgence that followed Raphia and considerable popularity enjoyed by the oldest, oddest ancient deities, from his launching in Alexandria until his final eclipse and partial absorption by Christianity. But hold that thought about Christianity. A cynic might argue that a god who promised his devotees both physical health and material riches could hardly go wrong with Hellenistic devotees, so long as he made good on even a small percentage of his promises. But there was more to it than this. Serapis answered prayers, gave dreams and visions, answered the need for the intimate contact with divinity, a personal god, more than just a autonomous, sovereign lord of other gods. He came in your room at night and visited you in your dreams and told you to your face what was needed. Children in all walks of life, named Serapion after the god. Chance has preserved a late 3rd century erotology of Serapis from Delos, which offers a glimpse of a family priesthood there, and building of a shrine, prosecution of the priest by a group of xenophobic Delians on the excuse that he had failed to obtain a building permit, and his acquittal and triumph thanks to the arete of the god, who regularly gave his acolyte instructions during nocturnal visitations. In Alexandria itself, on the other hand, the Serapis cult was rather slow to catch on outside official circles. And when it did, this was due in great part to the accident of its association with the cult of Isis, well addressed as Thou of countless names, the goddess who indeed became all things to all men, slaves included. Isis, the Egyptian belief, the wife of Osiris and the mother, via his resurrected body, of Horus, now Hellenized as Harpocrates, was now refurbished as Serapis' official spouse, in which she enjoyed an even greater and more widespread success. She offered salvation for the wicked, for the people who repent, and there was also a baptism involved by looking at the text from Apuleius, the Golden Ass, and it was a faith-based salvation as well. The balance in the new syncretic Isis between Greek and Egyptian elements is complex and perhaps ultimately impossible to determine, though her more Promethean qualities, associated with the discovery of a whole range of inventions, from writing to husbandry, essential for civilized life, have decidedly sophisticated flavor, and her mysteries similarly suggest Eleusis rather than Memphis, and Romans did not hide this at all. The shrines of Demeter sometimes would just say Demeter Isis, or even sometimes Persephone Isis, and basically it was public knowledge that Demeter was Isis. Isis was the goddess of the mysteries. The Isis cult began to spread throughout the Mediterranean world as early as the 4th century, largely carried by Egyptian sailors. The establishment of a temple of Isis in Piraeus, the cult acquired dynastic currency, as it were, among Egyptian Greeks through its adoption by Arsinoe II as part of the joint Serapis-Isis promotion campaign, and because of her own subsequent assimilation after death in 270 to the goddess's persona or avatar, we found dedications made in the name of Isis or Sinuae Philadelphios, and sacrificial vases inscribed with the same title for the use of Alexandrian ladies who hoped for a share of her beauty, intelligence, and success. Ptolemy III's day, Isis and Serapis were included together with the deified rulers and royal oath. By the Greco-Roman period, Isis had become the most influential and emotionally potent deity known to the ancient world. Statues, shrines of every sort associated with her worship have been found throughout the length and breadth of the Roman Empire. Isis came to assimilate not only in a wide assortment of goddesses, most notably Demeter, but also quite extraordinary range of functions, as is apparent from her surviving erytologies. She is queen of every land, the goddess among women. She's Demeter, she's Ceres, she's Ishtar, she's Inanna, she's Magna Mater, the goddess among women, giver not only of fruitfulness, but also of literacy, who came down to earth from heaven, traced out the courses of the stars, brought salvation, resurrected Osiris, gave birth to the holy child Horus, taught men the ways of the sea, and thus became the patron and protectress of sailors, revealed the holy ministries. I am the lady of the thunderbolt. I calm and swell the sea. I am in the rays of the sun. I am the sun's attendant in its journey, that which I will find fulfillment. All things yield before me. I free those in bonds. I am mistress of seafaring. I raise up islands from the depths to the light. I am lady of rains. I vanquish destiny. These are strong mystical undertones about Isis, as is clear from the famous description of her by Apuleius. With her long rippling hair and lunar aureole, she supplied the essential iconography, and perhaps also some of the early liturgical material subsequent cult of the Blessed Virgin Mary. But to begin with, this was wholly unforeseen development. The Hellenization of Isis Serapis offers a vivid glimpse into a kind of spiritual black hole. Egypt's Greco-Macedonian elite was suffering from something worse than cultural alienation, materialism, and bred its own two human god kings, Caesar worship, apotheosis, while the Olympians, anthropomorphic tribal patriarchs that they were, had simply reverted to type and left a void that neither affluence nor astrology could fill. During the regular season of the summer winds to ensure safe voyage back to Rome, there occurred miraculous events manifesting the goodwill of heaven and a certain favor of providence towards him, whose eyes were well known to have been wasted away to blindness. On the advice of an oracle by Serapis, whom this superstitious people worship as their chief deity, fell at Vespasian's feet, demanding with sobs a cure for his blindness, and imploring the emperor would deign to moisten his eyes and eyeballs with the spittle from his mouth. Another man with a maimed hand, also inspired by an oracle of Serapis, besought Vespasian to imprint his footmark on it. Vespasian laughed at them and refused, but they insisted. He half feared a refutation of gullibility, but was half moved to hope by their petition and the flattery of his courtiers. He eventually told the doctors to form an opinion whether such cases of blindness and deformity could be remedied by human aid. The doctors discussed the question from various angles, saying that in one case the power of sight was not extinct and would return if the impediments were removed. In the other case, the limbs were distorted and could be set right again by the application of an effective remedy. This might be the will of heaven, and the emperor had perhaps been chosen as the divine instrument. The man's blindness was recovered, and he can see again, and the other arm grew back from its deformity. This convinced Vespasian that there were no limits to his destiny. It deepened Vespasian's desire to visit the holy place of Serapis in Egypt, about the fortunes and the empire. He gave orders that no one else was be allowed to enter the temple, and that when, while absorbed in his devotions, he saw behind him an Egyptian noble named Basilides, whom he knew to be lying ill several days' journey from Alexandria. He inquired the priest whether Basilides had entered the temple that day. He inquired of everyone he met whether he had been seen in the city. He even sent horsemen, who discovered that at the time Basilides had been 80 miles away. Vespasian therefore took what he had seen for a divine apparition, and from that name Basilides deduced the tenor of the oracle's response. The origins of the god Serapis have not yet been canvassed in any Roman authorities. The priests of Egypt give the following account. King Ptolemy, the first of the Macedonians, building walls and temples and instituting religious cults for the newly founded city of Alexandria, when they appeared to him in his sleep a young man of striking beauty and superhuman stature who looked like Asclepius, who advised him to send his most faithful friends to Pontus to fetch his image. This would bring blessings to the kingdom, and its resting place would grow. Great and famous, the youth then appeared to ascend into heaven in a sheet of flame. Impressed by this miraculous omen, Ptolemy revealed his nocturnal vision to the priests of Egypt, who are used to interpreting such things. As they had but little knowledge of Pontus or foreign matters, he consulted an Athenian named Timotheus, a member of the Eumalpid clan, whom he had brought over to Eleusis to act as priest of the religious rites, and asked him what a strange cult and what god was meant. Timotheus, a high-ranking initiate of the Eleusinian mysteries, found some people who had traveled to Pontus and learned from a near town called Sinope, same place Diogenes was from. There was a temple which had long been famous in the neighborhood as the seat of Jupiter Dis, or Father Dis, Pater Dis. Indeed, near it there also stood a female figure who was commonly called Persephone, sometimes Isis. Ptolemy was like most despots, easily terrified at first, but liable, when his panic was over, to think more of his pleasures than religious duties. The incident was gradually forgotten, and other thoughts occupied his mind until the vision was repeated in a more terrible, impressive form than before, and he was threatened with death and destruction of his kingdom if he failed to fulfill his instructions. He at once gave orders that an embassy should be made ready with presents for King Sidrathimus, who was then reigning at Sinope. He was a magi. He instructed them to consult the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. They made a successful voyage and received a clear answer from the oracle. They were to go bring back the image of Apollo's father, but leave behind his sisters. This story is anchoring itself in the mysteries of Delphi, Eleusis, as well as Egypt, but also conflating Father Dis with Jupiter and Pluto. Jupiter Dis is usually conflated with Uranus, the heaven. Pluto is usually the underworld god, and Jupiter is the sky god. So this is like a father god archetype who looks like Asclepius, but has all the traits of the god the father. On their arrival at Sinope, they laid their king's presence petition and instructions before Sidrathimus. He was afraid of the god, and yet alarmed by the threats of his subjects who opposed the project. Then again, he often felt tempted by the envoy's presence and promises. 3 years passed. Ptolemy's zeal never abated for a moment. He persisted in his petition and kept sending more and more distinguished envoys, more ships, more gold. Then a threatening vision appeared before the king of Sinope, bidding him no longer thwart the gods' desire. When he still hesitated, he was beset by every kind of disease and disaster. Like Pharaoh, the gods were plainly angry, and every day the burden of their wrath grew greater. He summoned an assembly and laid before it the divine commands, his own and Ptolemy's vision. The king found the people unfavorable. They were jealous of Egypt and fearful of their own future. They surged around the temple. The story now grows grander still. The god himself, it says, embarked, unaided, on one of the ships that lay beached on the shore. It doesn't say if he teleported or if the statue literally walked. This is unclear, but it somehow made its way by itself from the location in Sinope to a boat destined to Alexandria, accompanied by a miracle of accomplishing a long sea journey for 3 days and 3 nights. A temple worthy of so important a city was then built in the quarter called Rhacotis, on the site of the ancient shrine of Serapis and Isis. This was the most widely accepted account of the god's origin and arrival. Some people maintain that the god was brought from the Syrian town of Seleucia during the reign of Ptolemy. Others, again, say it was this same Ptolemy, but make the place of origin the famous town of Memphis. Once the bulwark of ancient Egypt, many take the god for Asclepius because of its beard and hair, because he also cures diseases as well. And others plainly for Osiris, as intended to be, and many other, Jupiter, because he sits on the throne and holds the thunderbolt, sovereign lord of the world. But the majority of people, either judging by what are clearly attributes of the god or by ingenious process of conjecture, identify him with Father Dis, Etruscan and European descent. Dis Pater. I mean, it's really the ultimate composite god, the father figure archetypal god. And this would be the most important, most famous cult of Alexandria going forward. According to Plutarch, in On Isis and Osiris, he tells the same story that is Tacitus about the Pluto statue being taken out of Sinope by Ptolemy the Savior. Serapis, they say, is no other than Pluto, and Isis is Persephone, as Archimachus of Euboea informs us. He also says that Pluto is no other than Dionysus himself, according to Heraclitus and Plutarch. For Serapis is a common god to all, as they all participate of divine matters best understand. For the Phrygians say that Heracles and that Typhon was the son of Asiachus, son of Heracles. No more than we have not to condemn Phylarchus when he writes that Dionysus first brought 2 bullocks out of India into Egypt, and the name was Apis, and the other was Osiris, but that Serapis is the name of him who orders the universe. And from these sentiments of Phylarchus are foolish and absurd, but theirs are much more to affirm Serapis to be no god at all, but only the name of the chest in which Apis lies, and that there are at Memphis certain great gates of copper, called the Gates of Oblivion and Lamentation, which being opened when they bury Apis, make a doleful and hideous noise straight from hell, which say that they is that reason that, when they hear any sort of copper instrument sounding, we are presently startled and seized by fear. But they judge more discreetly, who suppose his name to be derived from Sarathea, which signifies to be born again, and so make it mean that the motion of the universe is hurried and borne along violently. But the greatest part of the priests do say that Osiris and Apis are both of them but one complex being, while they tell us in their sacred commentaries and sermons that we are to look upon the Apis as the beautiful image of the soul of Osiris. I, for my part, do believe that the name Serapis be Egyptian. It may not be improperly denote joy and merriment, because I find the Egyptians term the festival, which we call merrymaking, in their language, Saria. Besides, I find Plato to be of opinion that Pluto is called Hades because he is the son of Ado, which is modesty, and because he is gentle God to such as the conversant with him. And among the Egyptians there are a great many other names that are definitions of which they express. So they call the place whither they believe men's souls to go after death Amentus, which signifies in their language the receiver and giver. But whether this be of those names that have been anciently brought over and transported out of Greece into Egypt, we shall consider other time. But the present we must hasten to dispatch the remaining parts of the opinion handled. Osiris, therefore, and Isis passed from the number of good daemons into that of the gods, but the power of Typhon being much obscured and weakened in himself, besides in great dejection of mind and agony, as it were, at the last gasp. They, therefore, whilst use certain sacrifices to comfort and appease his mind, and another, while again have certain solemnities, wherein they abase and affront him by mishandling and abusing such men as they find to have red hair, and by breaking the neck of an ass down a precipice, as they do to the Coptites, because Typhon was red-haired, and the ass's complexion. Moreover, Pythagoreans look upon Typhon as a daimonic power, and they say he has produced an even proportion of numbers, to wit, that of 56. And again, they say the property of the triangle appertains to Pluto, Dionysus, and Mars; of the quadrangle, Rhea, Aphrodite, Demeter, and Hestia, and Hera; of the figure of 12 angles to Zeus; and of the figure of 56 angles to Typhon, Eutychus relates. Plutarch goes on about Typhon for a little bit, and talking about this connection between the red hair and the ass, he says, moreover, The ass suffers for being like him, as hath already spoken of, as much for the stupidity and sensualness of his disposition, as for the redness of his color. Wherefore, because of all Persian monarchs, they had the greatest aversion for Ochus, as looking upon him as villainous and abominable person, they gave him the nickname of an ass. Upon which he replied, "But this ass shall dine upon your ox, and he shall be slaughtered, the Apis." And so he slaughtered the Apis, as Dinon relates to us in his history. As for those that tell us that Typhon was 7 days flying from battle upon the back of an ass, and having narrowly escaped with his life, afterwards begot 2 sons, called Hiroshima, or Jerusalem, and Judaeus, they are manifestly attempting, as shown by the very matter, to wrest into this fable relations to the Jews. Now this is mind-blowing, because if we actually go back earlier in this treatise by Plutarch, he mentions that the god Ammon, who is pretty much the same god as Serapis, he is sort of the father god figure, but predates Serapis by about 1,000 years. He is related by Plutarch in the following manner. He says that Ammon, the Egyptian Zeus, Manetho, relates that the word Ammon is a word that signifies hidden and hiding. But Hecataeus of Abdera saith, the Egyptians use this word when they call any of the gods, not just Ammon, any of the gods. It is a word of invoking, for that it is a term of calling. Therefore, they must be of the opinion that the first God is the same with the universe, and therefore, while they invoke him who is unmanifest and hidden, and pray him to make himself manifest and known to them, they cry, Ammon. Now, the question is this the root word for Amen? They're both words that are used to invoke deity. This makes sense because the Jews and Israel was part of Egypt for about 1,500 years, maybe more. Now, even if you look at, for example, some of the oldest archaeology, for example, this is Hezekiah's stone. You notice the Egyptian Ankh on the right. Clearly, this is a nation that came out of Egypt, and not in the sense of a exodus, but in the sense of a colony detaching itself and gaining freedom. When I think of Ammon and Alexander the Great in the Greek Alexander romance, it is said that Ammon is the father of Alexander. Alexander the Great goes and visits the oracle of Ammon in the Siwa desert of Egypt and is told that today I have begotten you. He is the son of Ammon. And for Serapis and for Ptolemy I to go to great lengths to set up this cult of Serapis that so much resembles Ammon as this father god figure who is God of all gods and God of all humans. To me, I think it's pretty obvious. This is an attempt to create a one world, universal, monotheistic religion with a sort of trinity with Isis, Serapis, and this sun god, Harpocrates. As far back as Herodotus, in the mid-5th century BCE, people were already identifying Osiris with Dionysus and Isis with Demeter, and the mysteries of Egypt being tied to the mysteries of Eleusis. So, according to Pausanias, 9 miles from Tithra, there's a shrine of Asclepius called the first founder. Almost looks identical to the shrine of Serapis. Inside the ring wall, the ritual suppliants of any of the god slaves have cottages. In the middle is the temple, and a bearded stone statue over 12 feet high of what looks like Serapis, but was known to these people in focus as Asclepius. However,
5 miles from there is a sanctuary to Isis, and this Isis sanctuary is the holiest ever temple built by Greece for the Egyptian goddess. The Tithrans have a sacred tradition that no one should live there, and no one can go into the holy place except those chosen by Isis and summoned by Serapis in their sleep by visions. The gods of the underworld do the same in the cities of Mainder, sending visionary dreams when they wish a man to enter the holy palaces. This is thought to be the location that Apollos was in the Golden Ass, in his dream of Isis. I was keen to purify myself, so I bathed myself in the sea waters, plunging my head 7 times beneath the waves. For Pythagoras, of godlike fame, proclaimed that number to be especially efficacious in sacred rites. Then, with my tears, in my eyes, I addressed this prayer to the supremely powerful goddess. Queen of heaven, at one time you appear in the guise of Ceres, bountiful and primeval bearer of crops. In your delight at recovering your daughter, you have dispensed with ancient barbaric diet of acorns and schooled us in civilized fare. Now you dwelled in the field of Eleusis. At another time you were heavenly Venus, and in giving birth to love, Eros, when the world was first begun, you united the opposing sexes and multiplied the human race by producing ever-abundant offspring. Now you are venerated at the wave-lapped shrine of Paphos. At another time, you are Phoebus' sister. By applying soothing remedies, you relieve the pain of childbirth and have brought teeming numbers to birth. Now you are worshipped in the famed shrines of Ephesus. And another time, you are Persephone, whose howls at night inspire dread, and whose triple form restrains the emergence of ghosts. As you keep the entrance to the earth above firmly barred, you wander through diverse light of yours, diverse groves, and are appeased by varying rites. With this feminine light of yours, you brighten every city and nourish the luxuriant seeds with your moist fire, bestowing your light interminably according to the wandering paths of the sun. It sounds a lot like hymn to Attis, which was repurposed for Jesus. It's synchronizing all these ancient goddesses and saying that they all were just Isis the whole time. They thought they were other gods, but really it was Isis. Or really they thought they were worshiping Osiris, but really it was Jesus. This very sanctuary is disappeared now, but the sense of personal calling by the god is very strong in the cult of Isis at this time. It has been analyzed by A.D. Nock in Conversion in 1933. This is the very location of Apollos Golden Ass, and which seems to have relation to the cult images of Isis. At this Tithrid sanctuary, they celebrate a festival to Isis twice a year, one in spring, the other in autumn. 2 days before each festival, those allowed to enter clean out the holy place in a way not to be spoken about. On the last of the 3 days of the festival, they hold a fair. Everything sacrificed goes in procession. They say an unsanctified man with no right to go down to the holy place once went inside of it with curiosity. As the fire was just beginning to burn, he saw spirits of the dead thronging everywhere. He went home to Tithra, told the story of what he had seen, and then breathed his last. Pausanias says he's also heard something similar from a Phoenician. The Egyptians celebrate a festival for Isis when they say she grieves for Serapis. At the time the Nile begins to rise, and many people say it is the tears of Isis that swell the river and the water, the plowed land. However, James Fraser even thinks that when corn grows, this is the erection of Serapis. A Roman who was governor of Egypt bribed a man and sent him into the holy place of Isis at Coptos. The man he sent in did return from the holy place, and he found the same thing happened to him. He described what he had seen, spirits flying out of the holy place, and immediately after he told the story, he died. one of the major cults of Rome, paraded a particularly clear, distinctive identity through its public monuments and rituals, the sanctuary of Isis and Serapis, one of the, arguably maybe even the biggest temple built in Rome under the Augustan era. Sanctuary of Isis and Serapis on the Campus Martius differed from the normal Greco-Roman temples in its design and decoration, and much of it was not open to non-initiates. This was a mystery cult that you had to have initiation to get into. It seems to have been started by Augustus and Gaius and dedicated in the 1st century BC, but the sanctuary as we know dates from later 1st century AD with some later additions and alteration. St. Peter's Basilica, there is a obelisk that was brought from Augustus, which has the words, "Here is the king who will rule the world, who Ammon loves." And this is adjacent to St. Peter's Square, where St. Peter was crucified. 2 arches formed the entrance to a large courtyard, 70 meters across, within which an obelisk honoring the Emperor Domitian had rebuilt the temple, perhaps a new plan, after its destruction by fire in 80. This courtyard was open to passers-by, but 2 sanctuaries opened off of it, accessible only to the narrow doorways and probably not evident to general public. To the south was a sanctuary of Isis. Here, at the center of a great semicircle apse, was a colossal statue of the deity, flanked in other niches by statues of Serapis and Anubis, projecting into the water. In the middle of the apse were giant statues in Greek style, Tiber, Nile, and Ocean, water gods, symbolizing the position of the cult of the Roman world. To the north was a great courtyard, up to 70 meters across and 100 meters long. Its layout and purpose are not wholly clear, as the Severan marble plan largely breaks off at this point. Lines of obelisks, or trees perhaps, forming a processional route, and at the far end probably shrines of Isis and Serapis, in the Egyptian style, and Serapis in Greek style. The plan of this northern area was probably modeled on the sanctuary of Serapis at Saqqara in Egypt. Overall, some of the decoration came directly from Egypt, including several sphinxes and, of course, the obelisk that I mentioned before, and portraits of earlier Egyptian rules, pharaohs and Ptolemies, and also several of the obelisks were reused centuries later to decorate the Renaissance piazzas of Rome. Other items, including baboons and crocodiles, were imitations of genuine Egyptian products, further enhanced the Egyptian atmosphere. In addition, the priests of the cult obeyed bizarre regulations of dress and diet, shaved heads, white robes, prohibition on eating pork and fish, and drinking of wine. Elaborate daily rituals took place in these sanctuaries behind closed doors, but outside the sanctuary, individual initiates could be seen performing actions that seemed quite weird to some observers, such as leaping into the river Tiber for baptism, and on festival days, grand carnival processions passed through the streets of Rome.
Now, we can see pretty clearly through iconography the connection between Isis and influences it has on Mary going forward. And I think the same applies with Serapis and Jesus. And there's actually some information that I think you should know that might not be true. It's from the Historia Augusta. So we should take it with a grain of salt. But there's very well could be true. It just would need some more evidence. And when I say that, you'll understand after I read this to you. This is a letter to Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century, where it says, "To the Egyptians, whom you are pleased to commend to me, I know thoroughly from a close observation to be a light, fickle,
inconstant people, changing with every turn of fortune. The Christians among them are worshippers of Serapis, and those calling themselves bishops of Christ scruple not to act as the votaries of that god. The truth is, there is no one, whether ruler of a synagogue, or Samaritan, or presbyter of the Christians, mathematician, astrologer, magician, magi, that does not homage to Serapis, the patriarch himself of the church. When he comes to Egypt, is some compelled to worship Serapis, and others Christ. It is a race of men, of all most seditious, vain, and mischievous. Hadrian also went on to find his own dying and rising mystery cult, based on the strange death of his lover Antonius, who, undergoing a special mystery rites in the Nile, drowned at a young age. To connect us with the Christians that were actually living in Egypt at the time, the reason why I think there might be some truth to this is we look at Harpocrates, who is a early Christian Alexandrian. His name literally means Horus, or Horus the Child. And this deification process, apotheosis process, that is so common among the cult of Serapis seems to be prevalent in this cult of Harpocrates. So I'm starting to look at this with more concern now. Another thing that I think I should point out is a group of Egyptian Christians known as the Nassenes, 2nd century, and they were another synchronistic group of Christians who had a hymn purposed to Attis, but was repurposed for Jesus. And it goes like this: Blessed One, born of Kronos, Zeus or Rhea, I loudly hail thee, Jesus. You, the Osirians call thrice Adonis. Egypt calls you Osiris. Samothracians call you Adamus. The Phrygians Papus, a corpse, a god, unfruitful, goatherd. Green ear of harvested grain, fruitful, almond-born, Orpheus player of the pipes.
The term orgia designated certain ceremonies and religious rites, with particular reference to the initiation into a specific cult. Usually, there were secret rites that had a symbolic function. The term mystery is also used. As Walter Burkett remarks, ancient mysteries were a kind of personal religion, since the initiation depended upon a person's decision to participate in a cult, and its practice enforced hope and belief in prosperity and future life after death. Such cults usually consisted of a variety of activities, such as purification, processions, sacrifices, dramatic enactments. The word mystery, or mysterion in Greek, comes from the verb mein, meaning to close. The mystai, those who participated were required to keep their mouths closed and do not reveal secrets to those who had not been initiated. The word orgiastic, in its modern sense, probably best describes certain cults, because probably towards the end of the Hellenistic time, when a fusion of religions from various origins took place, the most important cults of this Eleusinian, Thesmophoria, Dionysia, Orphica, Cabieria, and the mysteries for the worship of Cybele, Isis, and Sabazios. The general idea of passing beyond the limits of morality in as many directions as possible lies behind the existence and performance of the orgiastic cults. Moreover, psychological need to ritualize all possible polarities of human nature, so to not be excluded from a community but rather belonged to one, is another factor that explains the wide reception they had in antiquity. Herodotus speaks of 30,000 people attending the mysteries. The roots of many orgiastic cults are hidden in the mist of prehistory, since they developed from rural festivals that celebrated the power of nature and fertility. The notions of death and resurrection are associated with many principal figures of the mysteries, for example, Dionysus, Persephone, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, and the Mithraic Bowl. The Eleusinian were a mystery cult centered around the myth and rape of Persephone, the daughter of Demeter by Hades, and the search of the mother for her daughter. The explanation of the natural phenomena and the human hope for rich agricultural production and fertility were treated in a symbolic manner. A series of purification rites took place, and although there is some uncertainty as to what went on, there are plenty of literary and archaeological sources to help us reconstruct the image of the Eleusinian mysteries. They continued to exist throughout the Roman period until the 4th century AD, when the Emperor Theodosius abolished them. The Dionysiac cults, which had more of an orgiastic character in the modern sense of the word, included much wildness and extravagance. The cult of Dionysus had many festivals, for example, the city and the Rutal Dionysia, the Antestria, and the Oschophoria. Besides the official celebration in honor of the god, there were private celebrations that involved ecstatic worship of the god, going beyond oneself. The phenomenon, Maenadism, as described in Euripides' Bacchae, is one example of extravagant rites that, even if they are mythical, still retain the element of self-transcendence that orgiastic cults promoted. Women in a state of ecstasy abandoned their homes and joined frenzied dances on the mountain, swinging the thrice and the torches. This cult involved a sacramental meal and devouring of an animal as it was bleeding. There is evidence of orgia of this type on Mount Parnassus by women controlled by Apollo, who admitted Dionysus to Delphi and assisted the establishment of his cult in a milder form. The Orphic cult promised life after death, and it was related to the Oriental and Egyptian ideas of the afterlife. It involved many expiation rites. The worship of Cybele, the Great Mother, is the result of much religious syncretism. The orgiastic character is strongly associated with her due to the institution of the eunuch priest, the self-castrating Galloi. Eleusinian mysteries, there is the mythic narrative corresponding to the ritual practice. Attis, the young lover of the goddess, who castrated and became her follower. Various rites were associated with the worship of Cybele, such as the Torbolia, slaughter of the bull, and the Creobolia, sacrifice of a ram, perhaps dating to the 2nd century AD, when the initiate had to be drenched in the blood of a sacrificial bull or lamb. The Cabiaria was a mystery cult that took place in Samothrake and acquired importance second only to the Eleusinian mysteries. Ancient writers talk about the cult of the great gods in Samothrace. It is possible that the great mother of the gods, as well as Hecate and a certain Zerinthia Aphrodite, were worshipped in Samothrace. Archaeology reveals that the shrines were active until the 3rd century and possibly the 4th century, as well as Eleusis. The two important stages were those of preparation and initiation. whereas the Eleusinian mysteries, one had to wait for at least a year between the two. In Samothrace, they had to be achieved on the same day. All the initiation rites occurred at night. The most important buildings found, Anaktoron, where the initiation took place, built in the 1st century BCE. The Hiera Oikia, where all the preparations were made. The Arsinoian, built in 289 and 281 by Arsinoe, the wife of Lysimachus, a place for sacrifices and gatherings, and an actual shrine. Many votives offerings have been excavated at Eleusis, and it is possible to see the ruins of a theater. Cults associated with foreign gods, such as Mithras, Serapis, and Isis, were important in Greek religious life until late antiquity. Orgiastic cults continued to exist even after pagan times and within Christianity, and some blended into Christian ceremonies, although there was conscious opposition, particularly by the Church Fathers. After the establishment of Christianity, many of the places that were important for ancient mysteries were destroyed, as happened at Samothrace. Here's what Clement of Alexandria has to say about the orgiastic rites. Clement of Alexandria, Exhortation to the Greeks. But what if I were to recount the mysteries for you? I will not burlesque them as Alcibiades is said to have done, but will thoroughly lay bare, in accordance with the principle of truth, the trickery they conceal. And as for your so-called gods themselves, to whom the mystic rites belong, I will display them on stage of life, as it were, for the spectators of truth. The raving Dionysus is worshipped by Bacchants with orgies, in which they celebrate their sacred frenzy by a feast of raw flesh. Wreathed in snakes, they perform the distribution of portions of their victims, shouting the name Eva, Eva, that Eva through whom error entered the world. And a consecrated snake is the emblem of the Bacchic orgies. At any rate, according to the correct Hebrew speech, Hevia, with an aspirate, means female snake. Demeter and Persephone have come to be the subject of a mystic drama, and Eleusis celebrates with torches the rape of the daughter and the sorrowful wandering of the mother. Now it seems to me that the term orgy and mystery must be derived from the former, from the wrath, orge, of Demeter against Zeus, and the latter from the pollution, missos, that took place in connection with Dionysus. But even if they are named after a certain Maius of Attica, who according to Apollodorus was killed in hunting, I make no objection. Your mysteries have received the glory of funeral honors. You may also, in another way, suppose them to be hunting stories, mytheria, since the letters correspond. For as surely as there are men who hunt wild beasts, so do legends like these hunt the rudest among the Thracians, the silliest among the Phrygians, and the demon-fearers among the Greeks. A curse, then, upon the man who started this deception for mankind, whether it be Dardanus, who introduced the mysteries of the mother of the gods, or Iasios, who founded the Samothracian orgies and rites, or the Phrygian Midas, who learnt the artful deception from Odysseus and then passed it on to his subjects. For I could not be beguiled by the claims of the islander Cinyras of Cyprus, who had the audacity to transfer the orgies of Aphrodite from night to day, in his ambition to deify a harlot of his own country. Others say it was Melampus, the son of Amithaon, who brought into Greece from Egypt the festivals of Demeter, who is Isis, that is, the story of her grief celebrated in the hymns. These men, I, for my part, would call originators of mischief, parents of godless legends and deadly daemon worship, seeing that they implanted the mysteries in human life to be a seed of evil and corruption. But now, in high time too, I will convict your orgies themselves of being full of deception and jugglery, and if you have been initiated, you will smile the more at least these legends you are wont to honor. I will tell openly the secret things and will not shrink from speaking of what you are not ashamed of. There is the foam-born, Cyprus-born goddess, the darling of Cinyras, Aphrodite, Venus, who received the name Philomedes because she was born from the Medea, the lustful members that were cut off from Ouranos, and after the separation did violence to the wave. See how lewd are the members from which so worthy an offspring is born. And in the rites which celebrate this pleasure of the sea as a symbol of her birth, the gift of a cake and salt and a phalos is made in those who are initiated in the art of fornication, and the initiated bring their tribute of coin to the goddess as lovers do to a mistress. The mysteries of Demeter commemorate the amorous embraces of Zeus with his mother Demeter. The wrath of Demeter, I do not know what to call for the future, mother or wife, on account of which she is said to have received the name Brimo. Also, the supplications of Zeus, the drink of bile, the tearing out the heart of the victims, and the unspeakable obscenities. The same rites are performed in honor of Attis in Cybele and the Corybantes by the Phrygians, who have spread it abroad how that Zeus tore off his testicles of a ram, and then brought and flung them into the midst of Demeter's lap, thus paying a sham penalty for his violent embrace by pretending that he had mutilated himself. If I go on further to quote the symbols of initiation into this mystery, they will, I know, move you to laughter, even though you are in no laughing humor when your rites are being exposed. I ate from the drum, I drank from the cymbal, I carried the sacred dish, I stole in the bridal chamber. Are not these symbols an outrage? Are not the mysteries a mockery? But what if I were to add the rest of the story? Demeter becomes pregnant. The maiden grows up, and Zeus, who begot her, has further intercourse, this time with Persephone herself, his own daughter, after his union with her mother Demeter. Totally forgetful of his former pollution, Zeus becomes the ravisher as well as father of the maiden, meeting her under the form of a serpent, his true nature being thus revealed. At any rate, the Sabazean mysteries, the sign given to those who are initiated, is the god over the breast. This is a serpent drawn over the breast of the votaries, a proof licentiousness of Zeus. Persephone also bears a child, which has the form of a bull. Sure, we are told by a certain mythological poet, the bull begets a snake. The snake begets a bull. On hills, the herdsman bears the mystic goad. The herdsman goad being, I think, a name for the wand which the Bacchics wreath. Would you have me also tell you the story of Persephone, gathering flowers of her basket, and how she was seized by Hades of the chasm that opened up in the earth, and of the swine of Euboleus that were swallowed up along the two deities, which is the reason given for the custom of casting swine into the sacred caverns at the festival of Thesmophoria? This is the tale which the women celebrate at their various feasts in the city: Thesmophoria, Scirophoria, Eratophoria, where in different ways they work up the tragedy of the rape of Persephone. The mysteries of Dionysus, of a perfectly savage character. He was yet a child, and the Curites were dancing around him with warlike movement when the Titans stealthily drew near. First they beguiled him with childish toys, and then these very Titans tore him to pieces. Though he was but an infant, Orpheus of Thrace, the poet of the initiation, speaks of top wheel, the jointed dolls, with beauteous fruit of gold from the clear voice Hesperides. And it is worthwhile to quote the worthless symbols of this right of yours in order to excite condemnation. Knuckle bone, the ball, the spinning top, apples, wheel, mirror, fleece. Now Athena made off with the heart of Dionysus and received the name Pallas from its palpitating. But the Titans, they who tore him to pieces, placed a cauldron upon a tripod, and casting the limbs of Dionysus into it first, boiled them down, then piercing them with the spits, they held them over Hephaestus. Later on, Zeus appeared. Perhaps since he was a god, because he smelt the steam of the flesh that it was cooking, which your gods admit they receive as their portion. He plagues the Titans with thunder and entrusts the limbs of Dionysus to his son Apollo for burial. In obedience to Zeus, Apollo carries a mutilated corpse to Parnassus and lays it to rest. If you would like a vision of the Corybontic orgies also, this is the story. Two of the Corybontes slew the third one, who was their brother, covered the head of the corpse with a purple cloak, and then wreathed it and buried it, bearing it on a brazen shield to the skirts of Mount Olympus. Here we see what the mysteries are in one word: murders and burials. By the way, Clement, that's 2 words. Anyways, back to the story. The priest of these mysteries, whom such as are interested in them call presidents of the prince's rights, add a portent to the dismal tale. They forbid wild celery root placed on the table, for they actually believe the wild celery grows out of the blood that flowed from the murdered brother. It is a similar custom, of course, that is observed by the women who celebrate the Thesmophoria. They are careful not to eat any pomegranate seeds which fall to the ground, being of the opinion that pomegranates spring from the drops of Dionysus' blood. The Corybontes from the drop are called by the name Cabieri, which proclaims the right of the Cabieri, for this is the very pair of fratricides got possession of the chest in which Virilla of Dionysus were deposited. They are sojourned being exiles, and communicated their precious teaching of piety, the Virilia and the chest to Tuscans for purpose of worship. For this reason, not unnaturally, some wish to call Dionysus Attis, because he was mutilated. Also, Osiris. How can we wonder if Tuscans who are the barbarians, are thus consecrated to base passions, when Athenians and the rest of Greece, I blush even to speak of it, possess that shameful tale about Demeter. It tells how Demeter, wandering through Eleusis, was in a part Attica in search of her daughter, the maiden, the virgin, becomes exhausted and sits down at a well in a deep distress. This display of grief is forbidden up to the present day to those who are initiated, lest the worshipper should seem to imitate the goddess in her sorrow. At the time, Eleusis was inhabited by aborigines whose names were the Balbo, the Dusalius, the Triptolemus, and the Eumalpus, and the Eubalius. Triptolemus, Balos, a swineherd. These were progenitors of the Eumapoli and the heralds who formed the priestly clan at Athens. But to continue, for I will not forbear to tell the rest of the story. Balbo, having received Demeter as a guest, offers her a draught of wine, a meal. She declines to take it, being unwilling to drink on account of her mourning. Balbo is deeply hurt, thinking she has been slighted, and thereupon uncovers her secret parts and exhibits them to the goddess. Demeter is pleased at the sight, and now at last receives the draught, delighted with the spectacle. These are the secret mysteries of the Athenians. These are also the subjects of Orpheus' poems. I will quote you the very lines of Orpheus, in order that you may have the originator of the mysteries as witness of their shamelessness. This said, she drew aside her robes, and showed a sight of shame. Child Iacchus was there, and laughing, plunged his hand below her breast. Then smiled the goddess in her heart, she smiled, and drank the draught that come from the glancing cup. And the formula of the Eleusinian mysteries is as follows. I fasted, I drank the draught, I took from the chest. Having done my task, I placed it in the basket, and from the basket into the chest. Beautiful sights indeed, and fit for a goddess. Yes, such rites are meet for night and torch fires, and for the great-hearted, I should rather say empty-headed, Erechtheidae, with the rest of the Greeks as well, whom after death await such things as they expect. Against whom does Heraclitus of Ephesus utter this prophecy? Against the night roamers, magicians, Bacchants, Lenaean revelers, and devotees of the mysteries. These are the people who he threatened with the penalties that follow death. For these he prophesies the fire. For in unholy fashion they are initiated into the mysteries customary among men. These are the mysteries of the atheist, and I am right in branding as atheists men who are ignorant of the true God, but shamelessly worship a child being torn to pieces by titans, a poor grief-stricken woman, and parts of the body which a sense of shame are truly too sacred to speak of. It is twofold atheism in which they are entangled. First, the atheism of being ignorant of God, since they do not recognize the true God. And then, the second error of believing in the existence of beings that have no existence, and calling them by the name of gods, those who are not really gods, nay, more, who do not even exist. No doubt this is the reason why the apostle convicts us when he says, "And ye were strangers from the covenants of the promise, being without hope, and atheists in the world." In one form or another, magical beliefs and rituals have always found a place in Greek tradition, although it must be said that magic as a distinct and easily recognizable category, one no longer readily accepted by modern scholarship. For the sake of this video, however, while acknowledging the considerable debate on the topic, it may be understood in the present context to indicate that the end of a continuously large, undifferentiated spectrum of religious thought and behavior deemed unacceptable to the dominant culture at any given period because of the purposes for which it is employed, because of the methods and the powers it is believed to use, and because of the assumptions it makes about the nature of the cosmos. The ancient Greek religious tradition included a vast array of magical techniques through which it is believed that people could attain material enrichment and success, could discover hidden information, or can cause those they wanted to love them and those they hated to suffer or die. It seems likely that most people's religious beliefs and practices contained much that they may be categorized at the magical end of the spectrum. In an atmosphere of general uncertainty, insecurity, and helplessness, magic claimed to provide a method that worked directly and relatively, dependably, to solve all the problems, difficulties, and unfulfilled aspirations of everyday life. Firm evidence of belief in magical power and practice goes back to the earliest Greek literature, although this undoubtedly represents a far older tradition in prehistory. Circe, in Homer's Odyssey, for example, knows how to summon spirits of the dead and uses magic rituals to transform humans into animals, while in the myth, Medea possessed the power of the evil eye and can cause all manner of harm by magical means. Important references to magical practices and beliefs are found in literature from the entire span of the ancient Greek culture. For example, in Hesiod, Plato, Aristotle, Theocritus, Apollonius of Rhodes, Plutarch, Lucian, Plotinus, and Iamblichus. Knowledge derived from this material is supplemented by archaeological artifacts, and particularly curse tablets, figurines, and amulet gemstones. The most detailed information concerning magic in the older Hellenic tradition comes from the Greek magical papyri from Egypt and dates between the 2nd century BCE to the 5th century. This very rich collection of material demonstrates clearly that the Greek tradition of magic cannot be taken in isolation from the Egyptians, Jews, and other Eastern traditions, and confirms that the magic was practiced at many levels, from villages to courts, and by practitioners ranging from itinerant to highly institutionalized individuals. The magic revealed by these sources is primarily concerned with using the supernatural forces believed to control and influence the world in which humans exist, whether these are gods and goddesses, intermediary powers, such as angels, demons, deacons, spirits of the dead, and those associated with nature, such as solar and astral powers, feature prominently while in the papyri. With their particularly cultural context, the Jewish god Ya'al is the most frequently named, but in general, the forces of the underworld, notably Hecate, were undoubtedly those thought most helpful and potent. Magical practice, ranging from the crude and casual to elaborate and formal, was thought to be empowered
in almost all cases by a combination of speech and ritual action. Although sometimes no more than vestigial at a low level, these words and actions, which are often involved overt symbolic linkage to desired outcome, were underpinned at the most complex end of the scale by a vast system of knowledge of numerous levels of often highly individualized supernatural powers, and of the names, words, and practices to make the responsive or submissive. It was vital to know all natural materials, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral, thought to be particularly favorable or potent in relation to purposes of magic in hand and either sympathetic or antipathetic to the powers being used. Important too was knowledge of correct timing, generally determined by complicated astrological lore and location. For example, the crossroads, or a place of a violent death. Just as most people today, however, use modern technology with almost no knowledge of the underlying science behind it, so most of the employed magical techniques in the ancient world had no real understanding of their formal and complex intellectual basis. Magical practice in the Greek tradition may be said to fall into one of three general categories: protection, manipulation, and the discovery of normally hidden knowledge. For protection, amulets were most commonly used. These operated at all levels, from individual and communal, and were either worn on the body or placed strategically on the doorpost of a house, for example, or on a city gate. All manner of materials were used, but all were thought to have some special, whether physical or symbolic. This might be increased by combining elements, by adding written formulae, and by preparing them at the proper time and place. Best known among enormous range of popular techniques of magical manipulation is the use of a curse tablet, or a voodoo doll. In the former case, magic formula most often inscribed on a lead tablet that was then associated with the enforcing powers by, for example, being inserted in a tomb or a burial at crossroads. The tablet was also frequently bound or fixed symbolically during the ritual, perhaps being tied with elaborately knotted thread or pierced with a nail. Practices involving magical figurines were generally similar, although wax or clay might be used, and rituals of piercing and binding were often more complicated. Symbolic melting or severing of the image might occur, and it might be associated with the victim by using personal materials and by inscribing personal names on specific body parts. In both cases, ritual action was carefully timed and located, and was accompanied by equally elaborate verbal elements. Such practices were believed to cause general loss of performance, overwhelming lust, or even death. These effects might extend not only to human but to livestock and crops as well. Other manipulatory techniques involving summoning and the compelling supernatural powers or spirits in their more elaborate forms, complex rituals of invocation took place, and the interaction with the powers might be thought to occur in a trance state or by means of visions seen, perhaps in a shining surface of a vessel of water or a mirror. The latter practices relate closely to some use for determining hidden knowledge. Also, related to these manipulatory techniques are the late antique rites of theurgy, talked about by Neoplatonists like Iamblichus. This is a form of divination. Divination, the supposed ability to acquire knowledge of the future or other normally inaccessible matters, by supernatural means has always found a place in the Greek tradition from antiquity to the present day. But while some forms have enjoyed cultural approval, others have been condemned. All the methods of divination in Greek tradition, from the most sophisticated to the most crude, operate on the same basic principle: the belief that the supernatural forces, whether gods, angels, demons, or spirits of the dead, endowed with greater understanding than humans, may reveal part of their superior knowledge through the phenomena being experienced or observed. Scholarship, following distinctions drawn in antiquity, has traditionally divided the methods of divination known in the Greek world between the natural or intuitive and the artificial or inductive. Such groupings, however, tend to be confusing, since even in the most apparently intuitive methods, some manipulation may be thought possible or necessary. They also impose a distinction not perceived by the great majority of actual participants, and have further been understood in different ways by different scholars. Oracular prophecy undoubtedly enjoyed the highest cultural esteem in the ancient Greek world. It was conducted at all manner of holy places, some of which transcended state boundaries and were highly institutionalized, although most were very local, catering to small communities and individuals. It also encompassed a broad spectrum of techniques, ranging from ecstatic utterance or frenzied behavior to the interpretations of the rustling leaves in a sacred tree or ripples in a sacred pool. The most famous site was Delphi, where Apollo was believed to speak through an inspired individual, the Pythia. But there were a number of other major oracles of similar standing, that of Zeus at Dodona, for example. At these important centers, a variety of complex rituals of consultation were conducted in elaborate physical surroundings to produce the oracular response. Questions were often posed by the representatives of cities and other such groups, and concerned important matters of state policy and law, although individuals might also make inquiries. Another type of oracle operating at high cultural level, and best exemplified by the tradition of the Sibylline ecstatic prophecy, did not offer answers to specific questions, but rather spoke generally about the future. Closely related to oracular prophecy was the interpretation of dreams, which were taken to be inspired by supernatural powers. At some major sites, and at great number of lesser ones, a god was believed to inspire the sick who slept there with dreams that either healed directly or told how to cure might be affected, incubation. Most notable perhaps was the shrine of Asclepius. People also commonly interpreted their own dreams as predictions of the future. Or else they might employ professionals who had training and access to the many textbooks of dream interpretation that developed over the centuries, and in some cases incorporated material from outside Greek tradition. Dreams interpretation illustrates quite clearly, the problems of drawing sharp distinctions between natural and artificial forms of divination. For although it might appear to be a purely intuitive technique, in many cases there was an obvious perception that dreams might be induced, either in the self or another, and the powers producing them manipulated. Related to this notion was a whole range of other divinatory techniques that involved the inducement of inspiration. Thus, in practices such as hydromancy, lectomancy, ketopromancy, where the behavior of objects or substances in a vessel of water was observed, or in more complex forms, medium saw visions on the surface of water or some other shining reflective material. It was believed that supernatural forces could be induced or forced by a diviner or a sorcerer to reveal hidden knowledge. Often these powers were thought to be the spirits of the dead, and hence such techniques were perceived to be forms of necromancy. Other common and highly developed methods of divination in the pre-Christian Greek world included augury, in which that believed the behavior of birds was noted, horoscopy, in which the behavior of sacrificial victims, and even more importantly, the formation, development, and marking of their various organs, such as the liver or shoulder blades, were observed. Also subject to interpretation were the chance utterances of people and involuntary movements of the body, such as twitching or sneezing, itching, as well as the patterns found on various parts of the body, like the palms, palm checking. Natural signs were thought to predict coming weather, while heavenly events from thunder and lightning to the appearance of comets and shooting stars were believed to be very significant. From Hellenistic times, the sometimes immensely complex and scientific technique of astrology developed under Eastern influence, using observation of the regular and irregular movements of heavenly bodies. This either predicted the future or determined the most appropriate course of timing of action. Other simple and consequently very common techniques involving the reading the pattern in which this cast objects, such as dice, grain, knuckle bones, or lots, fell, or the order in which they were extracted from a container. The point at which spinning objects stopped was believed to be revealing, for example, of the identity of a thief, and the significance might be derived from passages determined by some random method of selection in written text. With the rise of Christianity to dominance in the Greek world, the old, officially sanctioned forms of divination ceased to be culturally acceptable. Most had formerly banned by the 4th century, and gradually fell into disuse. Oracular prophecy thus almost completely disappeared as a result of the Church's need to preserve the authority of its canon, despite having enjoyed some prominence in the form of directly inspired utterance in primitive Christianity, and in some heretical sects, the various types of divination related to animal sacrifice also vanished, along with the sacrificial rituals themselves. But although the new Christian orthodoxy claimed that all forms of pagan divination were evil and nothing but vehicles of demonic deceit, practice at popular level dictated that some at least would continue relatively unchanged. In the public sphere, incubation, for example, carried on without interruption, churches taking the place of pagan shrines and Christian holy figures, substituting as the source of inspiration. There is also abundant evidence throughout the Byzantine times and down to modern period that very many of the more private individual forms of divination continued to be practiced, and not only at local level, but sometimes even such places as the imperial cult itself. Mysticism, in fact, characteristic of the Greeks not to have invented a separate abstract term for the kind of experience they deemed inseparable from true philosophy and theology. What we do have in Greek are terms for mystery, mystic, and mystical, deriving from the verb muain, to close the eye, to initiate into the mysteries. Those terms denote that which is hidden,
that which lies beyond the realm of ordinary existence. In this video, we are looking at the broad definition of mysticism, the quest for an experience of unmediated contact with the divine, alongside the anthropomorphic polytheism of Greek religion. There was an alternative form of religion, represented by the mystery cults. These offered a direct apprehension of the divine unattainable within civil religion. Of these cults, the Eleusinian and Dionysian mysteries are of particular importance. The origins of the Eleusinian mysteries are pre-Hellenic. They consisted in the reenactment of the myth of Demeter, the Earth Mother, and her daughter, Kore, or Persephone. They involved several stages of initiation, producing fellowship with the goddess and culminating with the beholding of the revelation of these deities at the shrine of Eleusis. The Dionysian mysteries went beyond the Eleusinian in seeking actual possession by and union with Dionysus. This was to be attained through rites of an orgiastic character and an outgoing of consciousness or ecstasy. Both cults were associated with the triumph over death and rebirth into immortality. The myth of the death and rebirth of Dionysus became a prominent feature of the Orphic movement, active from the 6th century BCE. The Orphics sought deliverance from the cycle of transmigration and reincarnation through union with the divine, understood not merely as a transient ecstatic experience, but as a permanent state of blessedness. Plato's philosophy has a profound mystical element. His philosophy was preeminently a way, a means whereby a man might require true participatory knowledge of the real, the eternal. The way's end is variously described. It is being in the Phaedo, the good in the Republic, beauty in the Symposium and the Phaedrus, and the one in the Philebus, unawakened to the real, eternal world. Man perceives only the phenomenal world, the world of sense perception. In his famous cave simile, Plato compares the situation of the unawakened to men shackled in a cave, able to see only the shadows of those who pass by behind them. Reawakened to the real world, the nominal world of ideal forms, is a painful but necessary experience. From that awakening, one must strive for the apprehension of the transcendent reality that is the source of all that is. This way of contemplation and the intuitive participatory knowledge is a guiding principle in Plato's work. It is, for example, the way that the rulers of the city-state must follow. It was to be an important influence in shaping the Christian mystical tradition. The mystical way, enunciated so clearly by Plato, suffuses much of the Hellenistic philosophical tradition. Aristotle, notwithstanding the many differences he had with his master, speaks of the contemplative life as a participation in the divine life, in which subject-object distinction between man and the divine disappears. Successors of Plato elaborated the mystical element in his work. The Stoicized form of Platonism, known as Middle Platonism, which held sway roughly from the 1st century BCE to the 3rd century of the Common Era, developed a much clearer idea of the transcendence of God, as opposed to the divine that founded Plato himself. It was against this intellectual background that many of the most outstanding examples of Hellenic mysticism emerge. The work of Philo of Alexandria
from the 1st century represents a form of Judaism profoundly shaped by Middle Platonism of his day. Philo presents God as a radically unknowable in himself, but made known in his powers or operations. This distinction, not original to Philo, was to have a long and eventful history. For Philo, God reveals himself according to man's capacity to apprehend him. To describe this process of revelation, Philo does use the language of the mystery religions, although he was not directly influenced by them. He describes the soul's journey to God as beginning with conversion and the recognition of the createdness of the universe. Through moral purity, the soul comes to know itself and to recognize its utter dependence upon God. Knowledge of God is a divine grace, not a natural capacity. It entails a going out of oneself, a form of ecstasy seen most clearly in the Hebrew prophets. The shining of the light of God within entails suspension of the faculties, entails ecstasy and divine possession and madness. In such a state, the soul is superior to man, but less than God. The Hermetic movement that developed in Egypt in the first 3 centuries of the Christian era made some of the Egyptian religion and certainly drew upon Judaism, but was profoundly Hellenic in inspiration. The Hermetic texts present a guide to mystical experience, viewed from a variety of standpoints